Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and I'm back for, today anyway. More cricket, more red ball cricket. Alongside me, I have none other than the man who loves to hate Test cricket, don't you, Andy?
Well, I'm really only here to use this as a soapbox for my increasingly deranged opinions.
Aren't we all?
I wouldn't be the first.
No, you wouldn't. And also, with deranged opinions, alongside me, I have none other than John Bullock, who is a man of great wisdom.
Good morning, all from the frozen north.
And a northerner to boot. We are here. Play is going to get underway at 1:15. We've had to wait a long time, but we have been talking of opinions. We've been very opinionated in the green room.
Cam would have got everybody commenting. Yeah,
wow.
as usual. Yeah,
that was phenomenal stuff.
Nothing too contentious.
I wouldn't say some of it on air.
No, and that's true. Now, while we wait for England to resume their innings, I think 22 for no wicket in reply to Sri Lanka's, was it 240?
A bit more than that, wasn't it?
248?
We ought to know, really.
We ought to know, but we can't remember. As you know, because we're quite old, and as you know, memory declines with age, generally speaking.
It could be worth saying before we get back onto the cricket, though, that in answer to the country's political problem, we have decided to appoint Hendo as a benevolent dictator.
Yes.
Although we're trying to find a better word for dictator. because that does have slightly negative connotations.
That is true.
Overlord, maybe. Sri Lanka 236.
Facilitator.
236.
England 22 for no wicket, so England trail by 214.
While we're waiting for play to get underway at Old Trafford, we're seeing some innings played by the great Graham Thorpe, who was, well, everyone knows what happened now, and I think he's I think he's possibly my favourite cricketer.
He's always been your hero, hasn't he?
Sorry?
He has always been your
Well,
hero. You have always referenced him when we've been at test matches and talking bollocks. Then you have always managed to slip in a reference to Graham Thorpe as being your mentor and hero.
Well, he not a hero in terms of growing up, because he didn't come onto the scene till I was 30 years old, near enough, and I'd heard good things about him without really seeing him, and I think he's just such a good cricketer. But I think it's fair. I think we can talk about this, Andy. You were saying that once he did a speech at your cricket club, and
yes.
Tell us about that.
It was very interesting. He said that at every time he moved up a level, even starting from 12 years old, from club fourth team to club third team, all the way from going from county cricket to England, every time he thought he was an imposter. Every time he thought, I don't deserve to be here. Everyone's going to find me out. I've got to pretend I'm good enough. He thought that all the way through his career.
And yet, although he's not a household name in terms of sport for English people.
Not a Flintoff or a Botham.
No. But he to my mind, he is one of the best batsmen we've ever had.
Sure.
That I've ever seen. Because he could do it all. He could get stuck in when he needed to, but he could still play fluent and attacking shots and elegant shots. He was a fabulous player in that respect, and there aren't that many that can do that these days.
And another example of how your mind can play nasty tricks on you, because the evidence to the contrary that he was an imposter was there before his and everybody else's eyes, because he was getting picked for England. He was scoring lots of runs. And you don't do that unless you are the real deal. So in terms of the chimp paradox, which some people might be aware of,
yes,
Bad Chimp unfortunately was very much in the ascendancy with him, wasn't he?
Well, people often refer to gorillas as chimps, and we are
with
some justification in your case.
Although technically, of course, they're not. Even
apes.
gorillas
Apes,
are not chimps.
What are they? Apes.
They're both kinds of apes, but
Apes.
gorillas, as distinct from gorillas, are not chimps.
I don't know what the difference is personally. Perhaps I should at my age, but I don't really. And I don't think it's going to really affect me in life going forward.
You'll probably manage. Yeah.
I probably will get through without isolating that. Anyway, as I said, 22 for no wicket England. Last night England came out and batted against spin to start with. Spin with a new ball because of the bad light. Now potentially the game can go on till 7:30 tonight, and 82 overs are supposed to be bowled. Well, we know that won't happen. 82 overs won't be bowled, but even then the chances are the light will get too bad.
I'm so glad I wasn't here yesterday at about, I can't remember what time it was, about 4 o'clock. I was sat on a train getting intermittent signal listening to you lot. But I gather there was another of these nonsense, shall we stay on or shall we go off incidents, which
it was the
drive me
light,
bloody insane.
Yeah, it was the light. It was one of these things with the lights were on, but the natural light.
No one was home.
No one was home. Absolutely.
And the umpires were desperate to get off where they are. Are they just pawns in the game of this nonsense?
Well, ultimately they have the say now, don't they? As opposed to sort of asking the batsman whether they think the light's good enough.
But they were saying it was dangerous for Mark Wood to be bowling at. I mean, would Mark, if it was a night-time test match, would Mark Wood be allowed to bowl at 95, or would somebody say to him, "Sorry, Mark, could you just slow it down a bit because they can't see it very well"?
Well, they'd have a pink ball then, I suppose. That would be.
And that would make the difference with it.
Well, the reason it's been changed.
I'll bring a fucking pink ball on then.
No, the reason it's been changed, and it was kind of unreasonable, because if you're saying, well, certain bowlers can't bowl and certain bowlers can, you're basically just allowing the fielding side to choose whether play continues or not.
Yes, you are.
Which isn't really right. So I think it is right to take it, to say either it's safe for play or it's not. I mean, I can understand that's frustrating if you're sitting in the crowd and you know spinners can bowl, but
Yeah.
Unfortunately, fairness has to come into it as well.
And I think-
We got some tweets.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
We got a weather forecast from Farong, and I did spot messages earlier on. I'm sure he's in the weather cave keeping an eye on it. Farong says, according to the rain radar, there shouldn't be any further interruptions for the rest of the day. It is quite funny. We get our weather reports from like the other side of the world.
I love it. I love it.
That's the way things work these days. Muttley is with us. He sent us some food porn. I'm not sure what that is. What do you think that is?
Oh, it's some sort. If it's Muttley, it's almost certainly something to do with sausages, because he is a big sausage fan.
Some kind of sausage.
God, has somebody previously eaten that?
I hope so.
No, Muttley is well known.
Purely, he's not a gastronome by the look of it.
Oh no, he is. He really.
Sorry, Muttley.
I think he just loves his sausages, different types of sausages.
Right, okay.
So, I mean, it's difficult for you to understand because you're a.
I would like to say the vegetarian alternative to that.
Well, you can get.
Me
you
too.
can
Me
get
too.
vegetarian sausages.
Yeah, I'm going to have a look on YouTube, see who's on there. Linux Leah, hello Leah. Question for Hendo: did Andy Ryan already contact you?
Not yet, I don't think. I didn't know he was going to, but I'd be
Have you
very
seen
pleased if he
Bumble
does.
ringing the bell, by the way?
Oh yeah, there's Bumble. Yep.
Looks like something off Crime Watch, doesn't it?
Yeah, Muttley is on YouTube as well. Ben McCormick, afternoon all, interesting day ahead, hopefully, yes. Pirate Badshaw, afternoon, Old Salts and Sea Dogs. David Lloyd did quite a funny tweet the other day I quite liked. Someone just said to him, Bumble, would you like to come and join us on our Leicestershire podcast? He just said, no. You could do that when you're a bit older.
Well, that makes me feel not good, but quite good, because he did come on Who's That Weirdo and Gorilla.
Yeah.
So we obviously shows that we have some sort of pulling power. He didn't just say no. Anyway, little children with English flags are forming a
Ben
sort of
Duckett's a
guard of
little
honour.
bit taller than them.
Yeah, someone might get mistaken for Ben Duckett. But Ben Duckett, I never understand this about batsmen. I always used to like to walk out with my partner, but often you see when they come on
He
together,
sort of
they run ahead.
Yeah.
And I don't really understand that because I think you need to be sort of bonding as you go out there. Anyway, we're going to get underway. Sri Lanka 236, England 22 for no wicket. They trail by 214. I shall just jingle up those involved initially.
He arrived with a smile and he's going places. He's looking good now, he's in with the aces. He was up at Stowe School playing T20. He might play for England, but he'll still be Ben Duckett to me.
And at the other end,
What time is it? Dan time, Dan time. Yo, I'm Dan Lawrence, new to the scene. I can open up the bat and I'll come down to 3. Those pace bowlers don't want it with me, cause our bat is our bat for a century.
and with still a fairly new ball, is a slightly squat and chunky figure of this man.
Everybody's a seaman, and that includes a seatham. And everybody's in cricket, it doesn't matter who you are. There are stars in every city, in every house and on every street. And if you listen to Gorilla Cricket, their jingles are rarely complete.
That's a lovely jingle. First time I've heard that one, probably because you haven't seen a lot of him. First ball is a wide half volley, and it's met with the full face of the bat. There is a fielder running round from deep point, and they will get back for 2. Now, interestingly, Sri Lanka not over-attacking early on, just a couple of slips. I'm wondering, shouldn't they go for it for a few overs, maybe?
Yeah, well, we've only seen one ball, but it didn't look very threatening.
Well, no, it was a poor ball, to be honest.
No, but it didn't look very quick or anything.
Oh no, it didn't look quick. I'm just wondering if there might be a little bit of movement. It's a terribly small crowd, isn't it?
So did this guy not bowl last night then, by the look of it? That was his first ball.
It was, yeah. It was only spin last night, wasn't it?
Okay, right.
Here he comes again. Fernando in, bowls to Duckett, and Duckett goes onto the back foot and clobbers that away to the deep point. They will take a single. England move on to 25 for no wicket. Now, if you remember that sort of temporary stand that seems to be there all the time now, though.
Nothing's more permanent than a temporary stand.
The very big one is populated, I don't know, I guess about 10 rows out of the 100, which is poor.
Well, we were talking about this before, and it's what, 70 quid a ticket?
Yep. And it's very windy. I imagine cold. It's quite windy here in Sydenham as well. There is a sort of... Is there a hint of sun, or is that
I
the lights?
don't know if you can get in cheaper than that as a walk-in. I don't know.
Into Lawrence. Hits him on the pad, probably just angling down the leg side. There was a hint of an appeal from Fernando, but they'll run through for a leg by. It gives me a chance to ask you guys, what do you think about Lawrence coming in, having not played Test cricket for 2 years, having not opened, as far as I'm aware, in long form cricket generally.
But hasn't he been next in line for a while?
He has,
for quite a while.
But he's not. Well, it's obviously part of the Bazball thing, like for like, maybe an attacking player in terms of similar to Zach Crawley.
Yeah.
2 slips in the gully. Fernando in to Duckett again. He's onto the back foot, forcing good diving stop there at extra cover.
And then the next one is the debate about is it how much different is it opening to batting at 4 or 5 where he normally does, which there has been a lot of debate about that. And my personal feeling is that if he's good enough, he can probably open. Really, it might be different for a couple of overs, and it is a matter of mentality rather than skill set. Speaking as a former opener yourself, I'm sure you have a few reflections on this.
I do, but I'll come back to that as Fernando gets into his run up again, bowls, and that's a straighter one, but Duckett gets his bat down in front of the pad, tucks it away down to long leg and takes another single. England move to 27 for no wicket. Duckett 17, Lawrence 9.
I mean, if you've just got licence to come in and play your shots, in a way, it doesn't matter as much if you're a specialist opener, does it, really?
I don't think it matters as much against Sri Lanka as it would against Australia.
I agree. That was the point I was going to make, or India.
But would you describe Crawley as... Does he play like a specialist opener?
Of course not, no. And
he's got possibly the loosest technique, although he's a brilliant batsman, but he has the loosest technique of anybody you'll have seen for a while.
As an opener, definitely. Fernando in, 2 slips of gully, bowls, just a hint of movement maybe off the seam there, but that's played like a genuine opener by Lawrence into the offside. There is no run. Let's have some tweets and socials.
Yeah, Warren says morning all. Jay is with us. A up me ducks. See, I'm proper cosmopolitan, country and western. And Messages is with us from the weather cave, currently 16.4 degrees C at Old Trafford. Wind has dropped to around 5 kilometres an hour. Around 5. What is it to 1 decimal place? And Billy's at the door, I think.
Yes, I just saw that. Also opening the bowling is another Fernando. It's a Vishwa Fernando, and this is his jingle.
Every delivery delivered by a manic fiend. That is what I want to see. Vishwa Fernando.
A bit of variation. Left arm medium fast. He's coming in from the Brian Statham end.
I'm surprised. Has anybody thought of doing the obvious Fernando jingle, which would be the ABBA song?
Ooh, I
could get Holly to work on that this evening if you want. Can you hear the runs, Fernando?
I think we must have.
You must have done.
I mean, there've been so many Fernandos.
Almost too obvious, isn't it?
It's almost too obvious, yeah. Now, I can't look at Old Trafford and not think that we're in a giant post office. But anyway, Fernando is in, bowls, Vishwa that is, to the left-handed Duckett, who meets this full face of the bat, pushes up to mid-off. Just big red structures everywhere. Old Trafford. I've only been to Old Trafford once in my life, and that was a long time ago.
What, cricket ground or football ground?
Oh no, cricket ground. Sorry.
Have you ever been to the?
I've been to the football ground
I
a
have,
couple of
yeah,
times.
yeah.
Yeah. In fact, I drove up to watch Wimbledon play there when I was working in Coventry. I got off about 3 o'clock at work and drove up to Manchester. I missed
in
most of
which
the first
context
half.
would Wimbledon have been playing Coventry?
No,
United.
In the Premier League. On to the back foot goes.
Many years ago.
Yeah.
Many years ago, remember. Up to mid-on, and there is no run. I got there. Bizarrely managed to park very, very close somehow to the ground. It was a different era, early 90s, I suppose. And Andy Clark had put us ahead, but then we ended up losing 2-1. There you go. Yeah,
You forget, don't you, that Wimbledon were in the Premiership?
I
Oh,
don't.
you try to forget.
Well, I actually, funnily enough, I tweeted out the other day a brilliant goal scored against Aston Villa in the 90s. Fernando in, squeezed out in a rather inelegant manner by Duckett into the offside. His bat seemed to come down in what's often referred to as like a curtain rail a little bit there, but he's still got a run out of it. 28 for no wicket. Now, derided as purely a long ball team, we discussed
Entirely fairly.
entirely unfairly.
Oh, come on.
Entirely unfairly because, well, yeah, long ball, but long ball, long ball can be
You're
played
just going
well.
to say long ball in a different way, aren't you?
No, long ball.
wrong with long ball if it works. Is there?
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. And the long ball that we often played was into the channel.
Own it. Own it. Don't be. You say unfairly. You should.
They're very
own it.
defensive.
Well,
aren't they?
unfairly in the sense that it's derided. That's all I would say. I mean, I don't want to see. I'll come back to it. Vishwa in bowls down the leg side, maybe moving a bit further away, and a good diving take by the Sri Lankan wicket-keeper. There is no run. 28 for no wicket. I think,
So when was Wimbledon's heyday? When did the Premiership start?
92, wasn't it?
92.
Yeah.
So you were in the Premiership then?
Yeah, because Wimbledon had.
When did they win the? When did they win the cup?
88.
88.
They'd got into the what was then the first division in at the end of 86, in 86, 87. That was their first season. Vishwa in again, bowls driven by Lawrence quite elegantly and quite powerfully, but straight to mid-off. And there is no run. I mean, I like Lawrence actually as a batsman. I think he has got a lot of talent. But as you say,
from his point of view, he gets an opportunity. He's not going to say no. I don't want to.
Of course
open.
not. Of course not.
Yeah.
I think that was his point. The point he made as well in an interview I saw. Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
He's a good like-for-like replacement for Crawley, I think, isn't he?
Onto the front foot, he's eased that into the gap on the offside fairly square. They'll take another single. He'll move into double figures. End of the over, 29 for no wicket. Duckett 18, Lawrence 10.
Well, people talk about right-handers and left-handers. It also is a bit of an advantage to have a very tall and a very short batsman, because it does make you change your length. You have to change your length.
I think anything that just stops you coming in and being able to bowl the same ball every time has got to be an advantage. Yeah.
Something to that.
Yeah,
point.
anything to mess with the bowler's head.
Well, also the other thing, if you've normally got Zach Crawley opening with Duckett, you've also got people with different stride lengths as well. So actually,
Well, they're different. They're different. Crawley's generally a front foot player, and Duckett's a back foot player, as is more often than not the case. Tall players are front foot, and short players are back foot. Not always, but mostly.
Now, I think that Sri Lanka are too defensive here. 2 slips in the gully, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, long leg, deep square, and a deep backward point.
Especially when you've only put up 230.
You got 230, and
Did you say third man, or is that just a guy with a water bottle down there? Is it?
No, I would say that was deep backward point rather than third man. He's hit the pad. That's close, I think, and it is given out by Paul Rifle. Dan Lawrence's experiment at the top of the order for this 3-match series on this occasion.
Don't think he might be due for this a bit high?
It could be, but it just instinctively it felt.
I think it's
close.
Probably clipping. Yeah.
I think it probably is, and I think that means that that he will be given out, but he has sent it upstairs.
And that would be so much for us, saying they were too defensive.
better in than out. Better at than in, better in than out. In, out, shake it all about.
Or whatever it is, it'll be out and in the dressing room.
That might
potentially.
be a bit high.
Maybe a bit high.
Yeah.
It was a bit of a nothing shot as well, really, wasn't it? It was one of those shots where if he had got a bat on it, nothing much would have happened, maybe. But
I think he might get away with this, He's a big lad. And he's straight, and it's hit him on the top of the pad.
Yes, it's well above the knee roll.
he did look, when you saw him with Duckett, I mean, I know that's easy to do, but he did look quite tall, didn't he? Stood next to Duckett, so this could be missing.
Oh, it could be going over. It's going over the top. It's going over the top. So it's one of these.
Yeah, good review.
You have to remember, of course, that the umpire doesn't get the advantage of seeing the replay and looking at it in such forensic detail as in regards to the height necessarily.
Yeah, but they just sometimes don't look
not
quite
criticising the umpire on that one.
No, I'm not. No, I'm just if anyone.
Oh, why would I hate umpires?
Well, I do.
I've been given out by loads of them, and I hate them.
Yeah, I don't. Obviously, I was never out.
Although I did recently, I did. A friend who used to play for the Welly, who gave me out LBW a long time ago. I was able to, on his deathbed, to tell him that I forgave him.
Very generous of you.
Which made him feel a lot better.
A little bit of a way swing there, but Lawrence waits for this ball and jabs it quite nicely into the space square on the offside. Take another single. 30 for no wicket.
Are they not a bit like taxmen? You kind of, somebody's got to do it, but nobody's going to particularly thank you.
Well,
were you an umpire at some point? You've got a pained look.
It's just a bit. I've got a pained look because I played most of my cricket when players were doing it, and that's just a whole other thing entirely.
I think the most difficult thing in club cricket is when you had a regular umpire. Before they became what's the word I'm looking for? In league cricket,
it's more commonly neutral now.
Now it's
you've had
neutral.
a club umpire who
Yeah,
could be even worse. I knew one were even worse than players.
Oh, he's out the pad. Now that has to be close.
Well,
now Rifle's going to say not out to that one. That was fuller and has hit Duckett. I would say lower.
Pitched outside leg is what might save him.
I thought it was swinging into him a little bit. So
yeah, I'd go for this out. This one, having been right on the last one, I'm going to go for out on this one.
And they are ultimately going to ask. So it's a bowler's review on this occasion.
You'd be well pissed off if you were a bowler and this was given out.
That was out. That was definitely out.
Was that definitely out?
I don't know.
Well, I think it's just going to be one of those. It's either pitched outside leg or it hasn't. It's hitting the stumps. So we'll see. My initial thought is that it's pitching outside leg. But yeah, well, I've had club umpires
could be right.
who thought they were trying to help the team.
I see that. Yeah. No, I was going to say that there's no edge involved here, but I was going to say that when you had umpires that did it too irregularly, because you chatted to them a little bit in the bar afterwards. This is pitching in line. And this is going to be out.
Yep.
Ben Duckett then is the man that goes, not Dan Lawrence. And Sri Lanka have the breakthrough.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
They didn't succeed with Dan Lawrence, but they do succeed with Ben Duckett. Just falling over a little bit as the ball swung into him, I think.
Falling over quite a lot, to be honest. His head's gone way outside off stump there. He won't be pleased with that shot.
So one would hope that having got that wicket, that perhaps Sri Lanka, and realising there is a little bit of movement there, that they will be a little bit more attacking.
Well, I think their position will be, well, we just got a wicket doing what we were doing, so screw you.
Could
screw
be that.
Us, I should say.
Could be that, but
I
I kind of think, okay, it's not early morning, but it is the first knockings of the day, and the ball is still fairly new, that you wouldn't want to miss a chance at third slip. Now, you wouldn't want there to be no third slip and the ball to go flying through there. I think you can do away with the deep backward point at the moment, but we shall see what happens. On his way to the wicket will be none other than the the New England captain.
We got a poke. We got a poke. Take a good hard look. It's Ollie Pope. It's Ollie Pope. It's Ollie Pope. Take a hard look at Ollie Pope.
He's played 47 Test matches.
I know.
Catches up on you, doesn't it?
In he comes. It's tucked away by Ollie Pope to the man at deep square. Comes in off the rope, so he'll get underway straight away. Single, 31
He seems
for one.
better than a 35 average as well, doesn't he?
Well, as I said, we were having this discussion, I think, last time about. Sorry, when I was on with Hector in the last West Indies test, that when he scored that 100, I didn't think it was a very good innings, and then in the second innings he got 50 or 60, and it was a very good innings. He was so much more fluent. There was confidence. There wasn't this jabbiness about him, and he did look like, he was early on. He was compared to Ian Bell, but he'd begun to look not like Ian Bell, but he was much more back to Bellness, if that makes sense. In that innings, this finds the thick inside edge of Lawrence's bat, runs away behind square leg. They come through for a single. Fernando has 1 for 7.
What I would say about the third slip is it's a bit wet. They're nibbly kind of bowlers. No one's bowling with any pace. Is anything going to carry to third slip? They may feel not.
Well, I think, in terms of how hard times, Pope in particular, he will go at wide balls. He does like to drive at wide balls. I think it's worth it.
I see, yes, off a drive. Yeah,
Yeah.
I was thinking. I don't think it's going to carry for a defensive shot, but it could off a drive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fernando in bowls, and this is quite wide. It swings further, and it's left alone by Pope. It's the end of the over. A successful one for Sri Lanka. England 32 for 1.
Yep. Jay says, mint Hendo, mint Andy, whose tweets are now giving me the proper fear. They should do. He says, if Hendo makes the same point repeatedly, but in a slightly different timbre, I reckon it must be true. That's how you do it. Muttley is disinterested hand job, of course. And he says, hello, you cheeky motherfuckers, and Hendo. And on YouTube, who have we got? Richard says, just a thought for the chorus. What does that? I need my glasses. There was something in the air that night. You're bowling shite, Fernando. Yeah, you could do that.
That's very good. That's very, very good.
I'll get Holly to work on that one tonight when we've been for a curry.
Now look at this. Is there a man coming into third slip? I'm going to get excited, or is he just coming into
He's just
square
coming up
cover?
to point,
Yeah,
yeah.
he's just come to point.
But we've been talking a lot about mentality, haven't we, and teams' mentality, and it depends how Sri Lanka see this going, really. It's
This swings into Lawrence a little bit. I think he got a bit of bad on that, flicking it down to long leg, but it may have been a leg by.
so England would almost certainly, and with their mentality at the moment, have a third and possibly fourth slip.
England would, yeah,
yeah.
definitely, yeah.
So
yeah.
this is this is the team version of the individual mentality, isn't it? Looking at how this is, it's defensive, isn't it? It's keeping a lid on it for the time being.
Yeah, it's a kind of admission that they feel like they haven't got enough runs in the bank, I think.
Yeah, which they probably haven't. But there again, look at England's batting lineup. Is Potts in at 8?
Atkinson is coming in at 8.
Okay.
Outside the off stump, very wide indeed, and Lawrence throws everything at that. Lovely cut shot. It's gone speeding away to exactly where the deep backward point would have been.
Yep.
But there you go. It's one of these.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Oh, that's just 3 runs for a test number 3.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, sorry, it was Pope. I thought it was Lawrence. Yeah, it was Pope. And an example of the fact that he will go after balls.
Yeah, but you should go after that.
You should go after them, but early in an innings, a lot of players wouldn't. A lot of top order players wouldn't. But Pope has never been one of those. Anyway, here comes Vishwa again. Left arm over. Bowls. That's a much better ball. Comes in to Pope. But it gets a pretty similar result, doesn't it? He's got an outside edge. It's flown away. I don't think it was catchable. he's ended up with a single. I thought perhaps that there was no one down there, but seemingly it's been fielded. 38 for 1.
But this is the advantage of England's approach. I don't want to use the B word, but how many teams, even quite recently, have just been leaving runs off on the table by not going after terrible balls like that, just because it's only their third ball. Where England are going, yeah, that's wide and short and shit, I'm going to hit it for 4.
Yeah.
Vishwa in again, bowls, and again comes off a thick outside edge. There is a man back out at deep backward point now. So again, just another single for Lawrence. Yeah, but there are two things to say about that. Early in your innings, and you haven't necessarily got used to the pace of the pitch, you can still make a mistake with a shot like that.
Oh, come on, that needed hitting in
No, it
in
didn't.
anybody's
You can make
language.
a mistake on
I know,
a drive.
I know you were an obdurate opener yourself, but you
No,
would have,
I think-
you would have left that until the sort of 100th over. But that needed hitting.
No, that did need hitting, and you're right on the drive. Yes, much more so. That was too short, and you shouldn't get out to play to a ball like that, even early in your innings. Vishwa in again, bowls across Pope. Through the keeper it goes, and there is no run. 39 for 1. One thing I was going to say is, though, about wide balls is that they're often used now, especially by quick bowlers or bowlers that can bring the ball back into you, certainly left armers. So take someone like Mitchell Stark, for example. He'll swing, if he's getting swing early on, he'll bring the ball back in as much as he can. Then he'll push one wider, because he knows, especially against England, that players seeing something after there's been accuracy will go after it. Fernando in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone again through to the keeper, and we've seen England, especially in Australia, do that a lot.
Whereas we were great in Australia before.
Well, no, not really, but that it's a tactic that bowlers use now. What we would have thought of, oh God, that's a terrible ball, is actually quite often deliberate.
The shit balls get the wickets.
Yeah, shit gets wickets, as we know. Tweets, almost time for a change. I
Almost.
think.
Shall we do one more?
Yeah, one more.
We'll do one more. Neymar Butlins says, hello lads, checking in from Los Angeles. I like the weather delays, works for us on the west coast.
Yep, indeed. Is it Chandimal back behind the stumps now? I think. Is it? I'm trying to think. Sri Lanka always seem to have a lot of batsman wicket keepers, like England pretty much these days. Anyway, it's going to be Asitha bowling to Lawrence. He's in wide outside the off stump, a little bit too short. Lawrence doesn't go after this one.
Who's a little bit too short?
The ball's a little bit too
Oh,
short.
right.
Ben Duckett for one.
So for any of the Guerrilla Cricket crew listening, we're going to go back to our pre-arranged schedule from 1:40. The Bear's not back yet, so I think I'll stand in for him. No, John, perhaps you can stand in for Bear.
Does that involve anything technological?
Well, hang on. The thing
No,
is that
we-
John
we-
doesn't do ball by ball.
No, that's
so
okay. Billy
can come do a ball by ball.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
excellent. In comes Asitha again, bowls onto the leg stump, and leg side Larry, as he's known, laps it down to long leg and takes another single. The singles are coming quite easily for England. So
Does this mean GCSEs have not gone well then if the Bear's not back
oh,
yet?
good point.
Possibly, yeah.
Consoling.
Apparently, if you don't get the results you need now, you have to drive around South London at 80 miles an hour trying to get into a sixth form college, by 12 o'clock.
Or being berated by your father and mother.
That's why
And
life
mother.
is so difficult these days. England trail by 196. Pope has 6. Lawrence has 15, and it's Pope facing up to Asitha, and he leaves a ball that's gently arcing away from him at 85 miles an hour.
Yeah, that was a good leave.
He said that was a good leave. Yeah, absolutely. It was a decent length. It was a tempting length. But
You can think
he
of many
resisted.
people, Crawley for example, who would have happily gone after that.
Oh, absolutely. But Pope, I remember Jason, before I'd seen a lot of Pope, I remember Jason Hiscox saying to me, oh yeah, he will go after a lot of wide stuff on the drive, and so it's been proved. Anyway, he settles down, waits for the next delivery. Sita is in, still just the 2 slips. Oh, he's got that one back. Has he bowled him? I
Yep.
think he has.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's gone between bat and pad on the back foot And yes, that off stump is bent back, and England find themselves suddenly 40 for 2.
That looked a great ball, actually,
That did nip back.
especially after the last one.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
It was a good ball, but I also think, certainly from that angle behind Pope that we just saw in the replay, that his bat was coming down at a very strange angle. But then maybe that's just the movement of the ball. That
Didn't look like he got forward or back.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's ideal, and that's what a bowler hopes to do, isn't it?
Sure,
Catches you in,
yeah.
you know, undecided. And if it skips through, your defences can be easily breached. Anyway, so it's turning into a good session even without 3 slips.
Yeah, doing fine. But this is what I'm
That's
saying.
right.
I think they're going to be more looking to nibble the ball about and get a bowled or an LBW or a caught behind than a sort of caught in the gully.
I just think there is enough zip on this. There seems to be a little bit of zip. Maybe it won't last because the ball will gradually get older, but there just seems to be a bit of zip. They're not, of the highest speed, these bowlers, but they are just getting it to nip, and sometimes just the ball speeding off the wicket a little bit more quickly than you expect.
Does this guy not look like a perfect bowler to exploit English conditions in May or early June, which essentially the weather is like today?
Yeah, I mean, it's quite interesting actually. It sort of passed me by that Sri Lanka have very rarely in recent years played at this time of year in England. They've always been playing the sort of early series, if there are 2 series in a test summer.
Yeah.
Anyway, coming to the wicket is none other than this man.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pick, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
And he introduces himself with a little clip to deep square leg for a single. He goes to 1, England 41 for 2. Game on, I'd say. Let's have another look at this. It's definitely wobbling, that seam, isn't it? Do you see where his bat comes from there? It's almost trying to play it into the onside, I think.
Have a look at his foot movement from the front, or lack of.
Yeah, no foot movement. He decides to go back, I think, and his bat's
Kind
coming
of.
down at a horrible angle, you have to say. But much to the delight of the Sri Lankans, and
I'd still think it was a good ball.
I think it was a good
Especially
ball.
you've just played one other set which shaping away just outside the off stump, coming back.
Final
Fair play to
ball
him.
of the over to Lawrence, who plays this off his hip. Certainly going to get 1. Possibly that's all it is. That is the end of the over. I don't know whether Billy is around to come in
Okay.
and take over. So we're going to have, who are we having? Billy.
I'll stay here and do jingles.
Right.
Billy come in here, do ball by ball, and we're good for next half hour. Yeah.
If we're going back to the rotor, I'm coming in on socials.
Oh, good man, good man.
And I'll pick up a social. Leah says 2 more wickets and the Lankans are into the English tail, which might make this very interesting. I think that's a bit
Right, we have
bit optimistic. Good day, John.
Good day. How are you?
Just put John in the hot seat there.
2 days, 2 days in one summer. They're not bad, is it?
Hey.
When are you coming back to York again?
That's a good question. I'm thinking.
Have you got a
maybe
good
the
answer?
Next Ashes series.
Oh right, okay. Yeah, I look forward to it. We've had a change over here. Were you on yesterday, Billy?
Yes, just had
wasn't
one
me.
ball there. Dan Lawrence is a full toss, but he plays it up to mid-off for no run, and I'll hand over to Billy for ball by ball.
Thank you very much. Yes, I was on yesterday for my guerrilla cricket debut.
All right.
Very much enjoyed it.
Yeah. The youth policy is paying dividends.
Well, Ollie Pope there, disappointing. I mean, captaincy sometimes improves people's batting. It hasn't worked out for Ollie Pope there today as Lawrence now faces up, taps his bat on the ground. Vishwa Fernando to come in. And he bowls it slightly short and comes off the inside edge of Lawrence's bat. They scamper for a single.
So where do your sympathies lie? Good ball or indifferent shot?
I think a bit of both comes into the mix. It definitely moved back. As you were saying, his bat angle came back at a very poor angle. But I lean to being a decent ball, to be honest.
It looked like it's one of those that possibly had to take a wicket, because if balls like that don't take a wicket, you wouldn't have a game, because nobody would ever get out. So yeah.
Yeah, there's a bit of that. I mean, my main concern with Pope is he looks so skittish in his until he gets to about 20. You always think he's going to get out.
I made this point last time. He looks to me when you say batsmen have all the time in the world, I don't know what the opposite. None of the time in the world. Pope always seems to look like that.
He always looks a bit. He looks hurried.
Even again, 82 miles an hour bowling.
Fernando comes in once more. That's again short, left alone by Joe Root. Yeah, they've been much more aggressive with their fields and general lengths in the last few overs, Sri Lanka, I would say, and that's borne fruit really with the wickets of Duckett and Joe Root, Ollie Pope.
So we're now in the situation we were discussing before as well, Lawrence, whether he should open or not. So I now guess we've reached at the stage where, in effect, he isn't an opener. He's now batting at 2 down, which he probably would be. He's got past the initial stages, so he's now batting in his normal position, isn't he, in the normal context.
Fernando comes in, that's short wide, not much carry, but taken comfortably by the keeper. I would say that's true. I mean, it's a difficult series really for Lawrence, because however well he bats, you would assume Crawley's just going to come straight back in for the Pakistan series. I don't know. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think it's handy to have a man like him waiting in the wings. Really, you need a bit of competition, don't you? As well, I know it's good to have consistency and batsmen not constantly playing for their place like they used to in the old days. However, they do have to know that there's somebody snapping at their heels who's equally good. So all good, really.
Fernando comes in. That's short, and Root plays his classic dab into the offside for 1. He's so good at that, Joe Root. It's fantastic to watch his strike rotation. He always seems to strike so easily at around 70, and it was what people were saying at the, for want of a better word, the initiation of Bazball. At the beginning, Root just slightly tried to bat differently and be far too aggressive. He just doesn't need to. He naturally scores strikes around 70, which is more than enough.
Yeah. I mean, he constantly gets to 30 without taking a risk, doesn't he? But run every 2 balls, which is perfect, really, and it must be great for the guys at the other end.
And final ball of the over is negotiated easily by Lawrence. He just pushes it back to a short mid-off, and that's 44 for 2 for England off 10 overs, trailing by 192. There was a lot of discussion yesterday on Sri Lanka.
Sorry, I just cut in there, Billy. Hello, by the way.
Hello.
And Messi. I just do some of the messages we're getting through. Jono 71 says, "Oh dear, England in the spot of bother at 40 for 2," to which Jay Grover says mint. And S. Sam says the quintessential English bottle job is on the cards. Richard Purvis says we are unquestionably doomed. And Beck Stevens says the middle guy has a large focal. I think that's you, John.
I've been in the middle.
Fingers says, "Andy, you flash bastard, that is some slick camera jiggling going on there."
Thank you very much, Miss. Sorry, I didn't see you there. You're in front of me on Zoom. And the start of a new over. Fernando comes in, bowls. That's a nice length, and Root plays that shot I was talking about, but doesn't quite get a run there as he dabs it down to backward gully. Sri Lanka's. Go on.
I must say, Billy, we didn't get to meet yesterday, but I'm told you went to Sherburn, so I am honour bound to hate you because I went to Downside.
Lots of my
hated Sherburn.
Lots of my family went to Downside, so that's.
Well, poor
you might like them more.
Nah, the worst 5 years of my life, I'd say, but never mind.
Fernando comes into Root, bowls back of a length, and Root all gets a bit lucky there, edges it down to the 3rd man boundary for 4. So he moves to 6 from 6, and the score moves on to 46 for 2.
A controlled edge, possibly.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
Yes, a controlled edge. He didn't really push it. Played it with soft hands, but definitely not intentional, I would say.
So you went to school in England, Messi?
I grew up in England.
Did you? Oh, right. Sorry, I know nothing about your history.
I ran away. I
you were
lived
transported.
in Eastbourne, went to school in Somerset for 5 years, and then ran away at the age of 19.
Oh, blimey.
For a 2-year working holiday, which I'm still on.
Fernando.
Well, you're on holiday anyway.
Fernando bowls there, and that's just been played back down the pitch by Root.
Are you playing some sort of musical instrument there, Messi?
No. It's a vape.
Oh, right.
No, music is not in my repertoire, I'm afraid.
All right, well.
I must say, I did enjoy the rain delay because it gave me a chance to watch the masterclass Sky did with Nathan Lyon, which was absolutely fascinating.
Yeah, we watched that while putting the worlds to right.
Fernando comes in and Root plays that to cover.
Sure. Billy wondered what he'd walked into, I think, when he arrived, and we were what were we talking about? The education system, the political system,
something like that. Everything. Putting the world to rights, as you say. But just
There's
on
nothing that is off the agenda for Gorillas.
Absolutely.
Just on Sri Lanka's performance yesterday, there was a lot of discussion about what we thought of their total. How did you guys see it? Do you think they've got enough? Do you think it's too little?
After 6 for 3, brilliant. I'd take it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. There was some differing points of view from various people.
I think they did underperform.
Fernando comes into route there.
And was a big part of that. Sorry.
Don't worry. Fernando comes into route there. It's just been pushed into the onside for 1 to get Lawrence on strike for the last ball of the over. England moved to 49 for 2.
If you want a proper recovery, have a look at Pakistan. They were 16 for 3, and they declared at 448 for 6.
That's very true. But no one should ever be 16 for 3 at Royal Pindi. It's one of the flattest pitches in the world.
Who got a big score then?
Saud Shakil and Mohammad Rizwan went big.
Okay.
And Fernando will bowl the final ball of the over here to Lawrence. Lawrence has done alright so far. He had an LBW that was overturned, which always looked a bit high. And he faces up, that's bowled, nice full and straight, comes off the inside edge of the bats, and they will get a single. Up to the right of mid-on. Ends another over, 11 gone, and England are 51 for 2.
He does. Sorry.
Neymar Butland says, hello lads, checking in from Los Angeles. I like weather delays, it works for us on the west coast. Cheers. He says, are the Sri Lankan bowlers bowling exactly the same speed as the Angry Bear car? Who knows? Ian Barker says, enjoying your commentary in Kansas City, Missouri, in the company of the lovely Tess. Thank you. Well, welcome Ian and Tess. Great to have you with us. And Jay Grover says, Sheffield in the house now. Order shall be restored. 2 state schoolboys at bat. Victory is assured. Thank you, Jay.
Nice to have listeners from all over the world.
Just watching Dan Lawrence bat. I'd be willing to put money on that shot, that waft to leg, getting him out at some point, as it nearly did with the LBW. It doesn't look as positive as when Joe Root hits it on the leg side. He looks as though he sort of knows exactly where he's going. Lawrence looks as though he's kind of hoping that it'll go somewhere out there.
He does seem to be falling over his front pad a bit, I would say, which almost in the Shane Watson mode of dismissal.
No expert on batting technique, to say the least, but it does look as though he's going to miss one at some point, or clip one to the wicketkeeper possibly.
I'm just going to jingle up the new bowler because we've got to change bowling.
Hello, Mr. Milan Ratnayaka, teach us the world of cricket from Sri Lanka. Not a superpower, but maybe one day.
That was beautifully introduced as Ratnayaka as he bowls his first ball in Test cricket to Root, who pushes it into the onside. What kind of pace is he? I assume it's low 80s.
He looks more of the same, doesn't he, really? Although
that's 80 mile an hour. I would just say Sri Lanka need to bowl a little bit fuller. We know this England side will be aggressive. I'd say they need to get it up there and tempt the drive. The ball has done a bit this morning, especially to Lawrence if we're thinking he's an LBW candidate and falling over his front pad. If they can get it nice, full and straight. They always say that you need to bowl a bit fuller at Old Trafford because of the bounce. So if Ratnayaka can do that, then he's in the money. But he's bowling to Root now, not Lawrence, for second ball of the over. And he bowls that, shapes in nicely, and Root pushes it away to a kind of short square leg, really. Lawrence on strike. Now England 52 for 2, trailing by 184.
It looks to me as though it's the sort of same old story, really. It's the wicket. If you put 5 out of 6 in the right place, one eventually is going to do half a bat's worth, or a batsman's going to make a mistake. I think it's a question of whose patience will run out sooner.
The ball's definitely doing enough.
Yeah.
They just need to make it count, because we know England will be aggressive. The ball will soften at some point, and that's when you assume England will really try and get after them.
Yeah, I hate to use the name Glenn McGrath, but this is the sort of situation where these bowlers could do with following what he did, which was, so that's an example that could not going to take a wicket.
Rathnaiker just short and on Lawrence's pads, and he pushes it to square leg for 1.
Put 5 out of 6 in the right place, and it will happen.
Yeah, well, he's not quick, Rathnaiker, kind of 80 mile an hour so far, early 80s. I assume just getting into his spell really. But if you can get it to move a little bit, bowl a bit fuller, induce an edge maybe.
Yeah.
But so you were saying about Lawrence, do you think definite LBW candidate, or do you think he might get a leading edge maybe if he's
it just looks like a shot that he's not overconfident in playing. It doesn't look as though he's trying to hit it for 4. It does. Not quite sure why he's playing it.
Rathnaiker to Root bowls, that's filmed straight, and Root gets his head well over that very technically correct forward defensive.
It looks like all that's going to happen is it's going to get him out, I suppose.
Well, of course, Lawrence, he usually bats kind of middle order for Surrey. Of course, he moved from Essex to Surrey this year, and they're 53 for 2. Obviously, this isn't dissimilar to where he'd be coming in, and he's done well to negotiate his first 30 balls. But it's definitely a big change from him opening, although he did come up in the Essex ranks as an opener.
Yeah.
Rathnaiker in again to Root. Bowls, that's fuller. Root slightly checks his drive.
That was a good ball.
Yeah, that's well bowled. If you can get a few more there, one on nibble, slightly move off the seam. These Duke's balls have a lovely pronounced seam.
Straight down Hendo's third slip throat. if we've got one.
We haven't. I wonder if the Duke's balls we've seen in recent years have begun to go out of shape quite quickly, and I wonder how this slightly newer batch for this year will go. I think they have tried to make some changes, because last summer we were seeing the captain constantly going to the umpire to try and get the ball, see if the ball will or won't go through the rings to get a change. Rathnaiker comes in for the final ball there, but that one moves a bit as Root blocks it into the ground and it dribbles to second slip. End of the 12, 53 for 2 England. Root on 8, Lawrence on 20. A decent first over there for Rathnaiker, only going for 2. He bowled most balls on the spot.
Yep.
A couple down the leg side, but I'm sure that's
a good start.
He's nervous. Messi, anything on social?
Only from the porn bot, who says Messi plays the skin flute, click here, and Hendo explains the benefit of wide balls, click here. Oh dear God. Doesn't miss the trick, the porn bot. Apart from that, it's quite quiet on socials.
Joe Root's Joe Root's test average at Old Trafford has just come up on the screen at 63. His overall test average is 51, and he has 12,027 runs before this test. Do we think he's going to get past the great Sachin Tendulkar before the end of his career? Tendulkar, of course, got 15,921 runs in his career. Do you reckon he can surpass him as Fernando comes in for another over?
So how many more does he need?
We'll get to that in a second. Fernando comes in, that's full. Lawrence again just tries to work it to the leg side, really, slightly falling over, and a bit of a leading edge goes to cover. So he needs, it's GCSE day, my quick maths isn't brilliant. He needs 3,000 and just under 900 runs.
Crikey.
And if he does, will Tendulkar come back out of retirement for a series against Sri Lanka?
So that's
I'm sure the Indian fans will be calling.
How many years worth of runs is that then? 4 or 5?
Well, England play a lot of Test cricket. Yeah, I'd say maybe 4.
I mean, it depends on the desire, really, being able to keep that desire up, because I mean, technically, he's as good as he ever has been, in my view.
Fernando into Lawrence. Oh, that's flicked away beautifully. There's a fielder out there, but it's 4. Fantastic batting from Lawrence. It did sat up and was a rather hit-me ball, but he still had to do it rather short and on his pads, and he whips it away over almost a kind of mid-wicket region. One bounce and over the fence for 4.
Well, I guess if Jimmy can go on to... If Jimmy can go on till nearly 40, and all Root has to do is bat, which is nowhere near as hard work as being a fast bowler, then yeah, maybe.
Yeah, that's very true.
They look after themselves.
Unless his eyes go.
Well, that's
And you also feel he's enjoying it much more since he doesn't have to captain anymore.
Well, I certainly enjoy being Joe Root when I was batting, yeah.
Yeah, you would say. I mean, he was very public of the fact that he wasn't enjoying it as much. I mean, 1 win in 17 tests, I think it was, England had before he gave it up, as Fernando comes into Lawrence. That's short again and pulled away brilliantly. That'll be another boundary, I think, and it is. That's a pretty filthy delivery from Fernando.
It's not massively smart bowling, is it? Having seen balls on off stump, putting the batsman under a bit of pressure, and then to do that.
I mean, we did see I think it was the Lord's Test in the Ashes last year, bowlers really went to a bouncer tactic because the pitch had so much variable bounce. This pitch, the bounce wasn't great on. I mean, to be honest, was pretty unimpressed with the state of the pitch yesterday. Matthew Potts especially, although listeners from yesterday will know that I was not a fan of his performance or his selection really, but he had a lot that were dying on the way through to the keepers. Fernando needs to get it fuller to Lawrence here, and does. That's pushed back down to short mid-on.
So what was your issue with Potts then? Because I sort of watched some of it before I left to come down to London, and he did kind of look a bit ordinary. I was just...
ordinary is the word that came to my mind too.
I mean, when I saw the team come out, I just wasn't really a fan of his selection in the squad. I mean, I get that he's probably first cab off the rank, had a fantastic debut series against New Zealand in 2021, but he's not been in brilliant form, and I just think he's kind of early mid-80s, can get up to kind of 85, but I think he bowls too many hard volleys, and I just don't think that's going to trouble Australian batsmen in the Ashes if that's what England are planning for, as Fernando comes in and that's on Lawrence's hip and flicked away to square leg. I don't think, we've essentially, Jimmy's been given a tap on the shoulder because they don't think he can do it in Australia. And for that reasoning, I don't think you can be selecting Potts. And I also think there's an argument, now Wokes is a fantastic bowler, and I love him and he's brilliant, but he averages 51 away from home. I mean, are we going to take him away from home?
I think you need somebody. You think you need somebody like Wokes just to run in and put it in the right spot. I mean, isn't he a bit of an English siddle? I mean,
well, I think you do in England, but you don't in Australia or Pakistan.
From an
for that
Australian
matter.
perspective, I would love to see the first Test openers being Wokes and Potts. That would be perfect.
Fernando comes in and that one dies on the way.
Who would you not like to see?
Well, Jofra. Mark Wood should be opening the bowling in my view.
Yeah. Atkinson probably will be.
Early. Yeah. Yes, he probably will.
That's the end of the 13th over there, 62 for 2 England. Sorry, carry on, Messi.
I'm a big fan of putting your fast bowlers on right up front and making it as hard as possible for the opening batsman.
Lots of people say that. Well, there are differing opinions on it. Some people say he should open the bowling. Of course, he hasn't had really a chance with Broad and Anderson doing it for so long. But in 2015, he did, when Broad took his 8 for 15, he did open the bowling and bowled very well there.
Yes.
Managed to get a wicket early on.
The other thing is, I mean, everybody in England is still talking about the Ashes. The ECB today released the fixtures for 2025, which includes, in case anybody had forgotten it, a 5-test series against India.
Rathnakar just saw another over, just came in there for the first ball, and Lawrence sort of chopped it into the ground and it bounced into the hands of Sit. But that's because we never win the Ashes down under. Since 2010-11 was the last series, I think the Ashes is the absolute pinnacle. The Indian series will be fantastic, of course. 5 test matches, released that, and on that note, I'm absolutely delighted that they've scheduled it where test cricket should be through the end of June, July and early August. At least, early August to negotiate the 100. Rathnakar comes in that short, and Lawrence pushes it down to the right hand of, what would you call that fielding position? It's kind of a short mid-on, but it's not really. It's slightly wider than that.
Sort of wideish mid-wicket.
More of a mid-wicket. But yeah, I'm delighted that, because the Ashes was all over in 6 weeks, and it just went by in a flash, which I just don't think I wasn't a massive fan of. But they've got a couple of breaks in between tests in the 5-test match series against India?
Not long ones, though. I really think finishing Test cricket by August the 4th in England is something of a travesty. I really do.
Rathnayake bowls and Root drive that up
I'm
to
old-fashioned.
mid-off. I would agree with you, but it's better than ending it in kind of middle of July or late July.
Well, yeah, yes.
or middle of September.
A week
That's
better.
like saying dying at 21 is better than dying at 17. You know?
It's just because it's in August, it feels like it's a month later.
Yeah.
But I do agree. And the 100, of course, is, whether you like it or not, it's come in for more stick recently with, of course, Stokes and Pennington getting injured in it as Rathnayake comes in, and that's short and Root. That's a fantastic shot from Root, late cut, which looking like it'll run away for not quite good fielding, just about negotiated by the fielder at backward point. That's one of my favourite Joe Root shots there.
It's just
So
a
good at it.
very, very disjointed cricket season, hasn't it, really? I mean, starting playing county cricket in April, May, and then did we have a sort of...
Well, they've done...
the World Cup, and then...
They've done that for a while, county cricket starting there, and then, of course, they're trying to... Whenever we get hammered in Australia, they always do a big Red Bull cricket review and reset and whatever you want to call it, and they've chucked, a couple of county championship rounds with the Kookaburra in, and trying to place them in June. There's some on at the moment. Today's it's just come back after the 100 as Rathnayake comes into Root, who's 10 off 17, that's full, and they might take a quick single, they think about it, but no. Gully was quickly round to stop them from doing that.
So I was reading the paper this morning. Are they playing the 9th county championship game, or are they playing? Have they just played the 9th? I'm not quite sure. But there's quite a few more to go, aren't there?
Well, there's usually 14 in a season, I think.
So they've played. If they've all gone to 4 nines, 36, aren't they?
Yeah.
So that's 36 days of county cricket at the most.
And the weather's rubbish, so it's nowhere near that. Rathnayake comes into completely over. To Root, Lawrence has been slightly starved off the strike recently, and that's short, and Root will keep the strike again as he pushes it, and the keeper has to field that, actually.
I guess the dinosaurs amongst us are going to say that's ridiculous, but it sounds like you're saying it as well, Billy, as as someone representing to the younger end of the cricket spectrum.
Yeah, well, I'm a purist.
Yeah.
It's not just England. Cricket Australia is doing the same thing. Sydney Test, New Year Test is the last test, and then it's all BBL. Although Australia are going to Sri Lanka at the end of January anyhow. But it's, let's be honest, the BBL, the 100, they're both mediocre one-day cricket, T20 type cricket.
The Big Bash was one of the first, sorry to cut off there, but the Big Bash was one of the first competitions that probably got overseas signings in, and it was really one of the first big ones. But that's had a decline recently.
Yeah, and so's the 100. I just think that each country will need its own league of some sort and fit into that. But don't let it interfere with Test cricket, is my judgment, because you can integrate the two. And certainly the BBL starts before Christmas, while there are still at least 2 Test matches to be played. I think and runs in parallel with it.
Part of the problem over here, which Messi, as you're probably aware, is that we're still into there's 2 more Test matches, cricket matches to go, and we're sort of well into 2 matches into the football season. If I was the benevolent dictator, which Hendo is going to be, I would say that the cricket season should end, and then the football season should start. So,
well, that happens here because they use the same grounds.
Right. Well, there we go. Maybe you should send somebody over here to be a benevolent dictator. But yeah, you shouldn't be playing 2 at the same time.
Fernando into Root there off the first ball of a new over, and that was just squirted into the leg side off the inside edge of his bat. A little bit of shape in. That gets Lawrence on strike, who's striking at reasonably near a run, a ball 30 from 37.
I will say that pending that autocratic dictatorship, good luck getting cricket to tell football when to start.
But it does dilute not only from the actual viewing figures on Saturday afternoons and whenever, it does dilute for people's interest. People are now starting to talk about the Premier League and all that nonsense again already.
Fernando into Lawrence. That's a bit much better length, and Lawrence drives it, and it's a good stop by cover. The cricket has had a bit of a problem this summer with viewing figures, because of course you had the Euros, then into the Olympics, and all of a sudden it's the football season again, as you're saying. So cricket usually, apparently every 2 years, every even number of years, the cricket declines in viewing figures, because there's always a Euros or a World Cup on.
It's been a strange one, because we've had the Olympics and the Euros and the Cricket World Cup. This has been it's just been everything this summer.
But it's possible to walk and chew gum, you know. You can actually follow two sports at once.
Fernando into Lawrence, has he nicked that? He has! Just slightly short and wide. Lawrence pushes at it needlessly. That's a horrendous shot, really. And he's gone for 30 off 39 deliveries. That was a nothing shot. He just prodded at it. He'd done all the hard work, Lawrence, and he'll be absolutely furious with himself there.
Well, that was his offside version of his leg side shot.
Go O-U-T the window, go O-U-T the window, go O-U-T the window, 'cause O-U-T spells out.
Yeah, not good from what's gone.
Sorry, while I think of it, we're probably just about due a change. I don't know if Ajit is... Oh, is it? He's already
Yep, we're going to have a change at the end of the over. Hendo's going to come back in, join me and Ajit.
Excellent.
Very good. Well, England 67-3. Is this going to be a drinks break? I think it might be.
Let's do it now if there's a drinks break. Hendo, if you can come in.
Okay, I'll just do a couple of messages then. Pokey says, Potts is one for the future. Give him some England support for a couple of years and I reckon he'll bloom. Needs half a yard of pace.
How old is he? Isn't he 25 or 26?
Yeah, ancient, John.
Yeah.
And Darren Easy says, so's Darren Stevens, Pokey. Kieran Roseblade says, afternoon all, looks like Sri Lanka's total was quite competitive, really. How's the wicket? Any more New York type balls? No, we haven't had any more of those, but he then says, oh no, England are doomed. Well, England have lost 3 wickets and they have scored 61 more runs than Sri Lanka had after losing 3 wickets, so bear that in mind. And I shall catch you a little later.
Yep, okay. As I say, if Hendo can come in and join us, and Ajit, how have you been? Been a while.
Yeah, been a while indeed. Goes a bit steady. My season is coming to an end. I have a game at the end of this week, but I don't know if I'll be able to play. I had some guests already planned. This was a delayed game. But yeah, outside of that, things are a bit more or less the same. Bit hectic, but goes okay.
Okay, and have you seen much of this test match so far?
Yes, so I was there yesterday as well commentating, and I was able to catch or listen to most of guerrilla cricket. It's been an interesting test, and I dare say England are making it more interesting than it should be.
They're making a game of it, not in the right way, they might think.
That's exactly what I meant. I mean, I don't want to be unkind to Sri Lanka's bowlers, but they are a good lot. But on such a pitch, I think England are not being as patient as they should. I mean, probably with these days, with the baseball approach, if the ball is there, you're looking more for a single, then that should have been a ball that he could have let go, no? Did he need to play that? Dan Lawrence.
Yes, it's certainly a point worth making. We're going to have a new batsman for England. They keep on coming. It's still going to be a big threat to Sri Lanka. It's this man. Faces his first ball. It's very full. It's played up towards mid-off. One of those that would an easy single in a white ball game, but for some reason they don't take in a test match.
No, I mean, I think mid-off was a little up. It was closer, which straighter and closer you can think in a test match situation. Whereas in the limited overs game, you're a little bit back, closer to the 30-yard circle, air quotes, trying to probably give away a single if that's what it means, but trying to stop that hard hit that will go to the boundary. Nonetheless,
67 for 3.
So far.
England trail by 169. That's a little bit too much on leg stump, and Brook is underway, flicks it down to long leg for a single. So yeah, 68 for 3 in the 15th, and England, even though they don't really seem to be doing very much, still going on at 4.5 and over like they always do.
I think Vishwa Fernando has been one of the most impressive of the Sri Lankan bowlers so far. Though Asita has had 2 wickets, I think Vishwa Fernando, I think he's bowling there or thereabouts all the time. And they had two goes at the new ball, Sri Lanka, so they used 2 overs of spin each. But then now this is with the morning they are now dealing in proper old school 3 seamers or 3 fast bowlers.
Yep, haven't seen any spin yet today. That's onto Root's leg stump. He jabs down on a little bit late, gets it down to deep backward square, who runs in, keeps them down to 1. And Root, as he has done quite a lot in last half hour, pinches the strike. Hendo.
Right, let's have a look on YouTube. Where were we up to? Have we had Cornelius Davis saying good
I don't
morning,
think so,
guys?
no.
Nice
Yep.
to hear you once more from Jamaica. It's nice that you've joined us. Kieran Roseblade, I think it is, says afternoon all. Looks like Sri Lanka's total was quite competitive, really. How's the wicket? Any more New York type balls? I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Means like New York in the World Cup when it was like rolling
Grubbers,
along
was it?
rolling along the ground.
Oh yes, okay. That wicket yesterday that Bashir got, that was extraordinary, wasn't it? Who else have we got? I can't really read that from this. Sri Lanka, definitely in this. I doubt the English tail can put together 2 or more 50-plus partnerships. Anyway.
Here comes Ratnayaka, and it's outside the off stump, and Root leaves it alone.
My glasses are so bad, and I'm having to lean across.
Plus, you're at an angle from there, and you can't move
Plus
it.
I'm at an angle.
Move it a little bit, yeah.
Also, we can't see him. Maybe we want to adjust the camera angle. I know we can see half of him at least.
Right. Back, I think that was Bescuatis Kuz's Bane, which is a new one to me. And Dara Azizi says, time for the best 2 players to take charge. I guess he's referring to Root and Brook.
Could be. On this day, Pope is not very far off, but yeah.
Ratnayaka is full onto middle and off, and it's clipped past mid-on, who I thought could have put a dive in, but he isn't going to catch it now. Yep, that was down would have been the shout in club cricket, but instead it's 4.
But that was a good ball. You wouldn't be unhappy, because if Joe Root were to miss that, he's dead on money, I think. Because it was a good ball, I thought. He played it really well for his class, the usage of the wrist. He's standing a little outside the crease, we can see. The length that Ratnayaka is hitting is more classical English seam bowling lengths, and Joe Root is up to the task, no doubt, for this.
Well, what he does very well is, even though he's playing in front of his pad, he still plays it very late, playing under his eyes. There's a similar ball, a little bit more off stump, and Root goes for the drive and bounced about a foot in front of the bowler, I think. It probably wasn't close enough for a dive. In the end, he just put a hand down and stopped it.
I think he was a little bit annoyed with himself there, Root, actually. I think he... I don't know, a bowler is allowed to field off his own bowling.
No, I thought he could have hit it a little wider. It's a newish ball, right? And all he has to do is beat the bowler, more or less. It's going to go for 4 there.
Well, yeah. I mean, you're always encouraged to play as straight as you can. Those sort of balls.
Ratnayaka's a little bit shorter. That's a good length, and Root shows the respect and defends it out to cover.
He's doing good here. I mean, he may have considered a boundary in that over Ratnayaka, but if I were him, I wouldn't feel discouraged at all. This is good. Good. Let's say I won't call it quite probing, not quite Hazelwood and Cummins, but this is a good spell here.
And I think Dhananjaya agreed with you there, because he was just giving the bowler a bit of applause as he went back to his mark.
He's an interesting looking build, isn't he? He's all leg.
Yeah,
he's very thin,
tall. Yeah,
really tall. Yes,
but it's all in the leg. He's got quite a short torso.
He's good length again, and Root again, the solidest of forward defensives. That's just probably go through bat and pad next ball, but that is an impenetrable, perfect forward defence. Back to the bowler.
Now that you said it,
it's kind of once you say it, you probably won't. But it's a no ball. That's a little bit careless. Let's bring that one up. We've got time for that in a test match.
Over the line!
Huh?
I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
Yep, quite clearly over the line there. And I think in test matches they have the the technology checking that as well these days.
There's a beep, I think, in
Yeah.
the umpire's ear or whatever. Yeah.
Anyways, back to bowl it again, but it's a good ball again, a little bit fuller, and he's getting a little bit of nibble there, and Root is again showing
That
it,
length right there. where
showing
Root
it the
was unsure.
respect of defending it into the offside.
He just plays it off the length there. He can't really go front or back. He doesn't have the time for that. That's a good length right there. He's saying something, Nigel.
Yeah, I was going to say Jay's been such as an English Siddle. Do we have we had this?
That was Wokes of all people.
Oak, Siddle, yes, these are good comparisons, I guess.
No, he said. Well, he says sounds like a John Betjeman poem. Also, words cannot express my rage about the English obsession with the Ashes.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that listening. You've got to pay some respect to the 90% of other Test matches you play. As Root clips that one out to deep square, and that's the end of the over, 75 for 3.
Jay comes back and says Billy's getting proper gorilla on his second day, mint, and we're into that. We're into that period of the afternoon where Jay Grover's pen is flourishing. He says Hendo's dictatorship would never be benevolent. He'd bypass hubris, nemesis, catharsis, and just fuck people who disagree with him proper up. Yeah, but
there'd be a few people up against the wall first day, wouldn't there?
That's the point, though, isn't it? Because if you are a dictator, you believe in your own opinions, don't you? That said, I don't actually generally believe in my own opinions. I'm quite happy to be have them challenged because you actually find out more that way, don't you? You can't think of every situation, can you?
A dictator doesn't want that.
No, exactly.
There is no flourishing of ideas. There's one idea, it's mine.
Well, Root might want to dictate the pace of this innings, if nothing else. I see what I did there, but he leaves that one alone.
Nice.
It was Fernando dictated that ball. It was left alone outside off stump.
I like that line much more from Fernando. He's come over the wicket and he's challenging Root's 4th, 5th stump there, more like the edge. There are 2 slips waiting. This is now classic, well, that's what we're here for, classic English cricket.
Yeah, left arm over, a little bit of nibble, don't know whether to play it or to leave it.
Just that's what we're here for. This is our bread and butter, I hope.
2 slips in the gully, a couple of men out deep on the leg side, long leg and a deep square leg. Fernando's in again, and same line again, and Root pushes it straight, and he's got a decent amount of bat on that. Is it going to reach the boundary? I don't think so. No, Dhananjaya picks it up. They'll get at least 2. I think they just got 2, yep.
He's trying to ensure they don't take on the 3. He's actually thrown to the batting end. Good thinking by Dhananjaya there. But as you saw, that's a wonderful straight drive. He couldn't get all the timing that he would have wanted. He was a little late on that stroke, but wonderfully guided there.
It wasn't that full. He's played it right down in front of him, and it's bounced up off the wicket. And it was a nice shot because it wasn't really there for the drive. He's just punched it.
Yeah. On the up, as it were. And Kohli always says that the hardest part of the ground is the pitch area. So if you hit it hard into that, the ball will pick up speed as it goes into the outfield.
Especially in India, yeah. Fernando's in again. That one's a bit wider, and Root plays it out towards the gully, but the fielder picks it up, and there's no run.
I saw the gully fielder was a bit wider. That's Root's bread and butter shot, right? The one guided down to third man, deep point area like this. I think they're trying to cut it off to try to make him play more into the covers or maybe to the leg side. You see 2 people in the leg side. One is a long leg, but the other is a more traditional square leg. I'm curious when a bouncer is coming.
I think a good position for Joe Root, and they have actually got someone there at deep backward point, and I'll tell you why in a minute.
Bowler's in again. That is short, and Root, well, I was going to say missed out on that one. He chopped it down on the gully line, but it managed to bounce over Gully's head. And that man from deep point does come round. The keeper drops it. It's a bit untidy, but they get a single.
When I saw Joe Root batting really well, I mean, he was going at a run a ball in Nottingham a few years ago. I think it was against South Africa. And he was driving imperiously. I mean, he was just in total control. And they decided to put out a deep backward point, and they frustrated him for a little while, stopping him getting 4s from that shot. And so he was only getting the odd single. And, that ultimately led to his downfall, I think. He was out shortly afterwards.
This bloke here, Brook, I have a lot of time for. Quite classical.
Me. He's been out there a while to face 2 balls. Joe Root's rather been hogging the strike, and as a result, He might have driven that one, he might drive that one crisply 20 minutes from now, but now he just got half a bat on it up to mid-off and there's no run.
I was chatting to someone on the County Cricket Matters Facebook page the other day. I don't quite go along with this. I've seen Jamie Smith being described as a once-in-a-generation talent, and I said I'm not sure about that yet. I need to see more of him, but I think Harry Brook is, and we kind of agreed on that. I would literally.
You can't have two once-in-a-generation talents by definition.
Well, exactly. So I would say that Brook is the once-in-a-generation talent, as opposed to Jamie Smith. Although that,
For me, the jury's out on Smith yet. He's way too early.
Yep.
That one's played nicely by Brook past point. I should think Deep Point is still out there. Yes, he is, but he'll get a single. We get back for two. No, just the one. Yeah.
Just one. No, I mean
back for two. Yes, sorry.
They ran two. They easily took two. I thought so. No, I mean for me, Smith is slight improvement on prior, a bit more classier with the bat, but same sort of steel, I think, in the coming days. Do you have anything on socials?
I certainly do. Matthew Cullen on YouTube says, Hendo, on your first day of your glorious dictatorship, how would you execute the bear? Immediately is not a valid answer. Well, no, but I would keep him locked in this room so that he was always doing the tech, make sure he was here whenever I wanted to come in and just do some random commentary. I think that's fair enough. I wouldn't execute him. I mean, that would be a kind of slow death, but, but I wouldn't. Farong has joined us. He says, greetings via room. Rum? The drink? Or is that a place? Hope everyone is well. Good England losing wickets. Only a short break. My Thai football team playing in Vietnam. Half time we trail 1-0. There you go.
Okay, good luck with that. Ratnayaka is in. It's 2-4 on leg stump. And Root drops into the leg side, but they have got field set for that. And a pick up a single to deep square.
I think one of the it may be to the benefit of England at the moment is that there is some sunshine around now.
Yeah, it's just starting to come out. Yeah.
The gloom is beginning to lift. It's still grey, but sun.
I'm not sure that it's going to be a sort of develop into one of those lovely sunny evenings.
Tropical for Manchester.
Well, yeah, but it's not going to do. Sometimes you have those really horrible gloomy days, and then at about 5 o'clock it clears up and it's glorious. I don't think this is going to be one of them. I think it will close in again. But
one of the classic old days of English cricket, you would start the game at 5 o'clock and then all have to troop off at 6 in the blinding sunshine.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
All right.
That did used to happen. Oh, that's a lovely shot from Brook. It was onto middle and leg stump, and he's got that very high backlift, and he really just dropped his bat on it. And despite the fielder getting a hand on the ball, it has gone into the sponge for 4. And honestly, just Ajit's purring probably says more about that shot than any of my commentary could.
Sorry.
No, it's good. It's good to give some.
It just came out naturally.
Some non-verbal kind of commentary. Yes.
Maybe we should just do it. Maybe we should just commentate in sounds.
Good attempt there by the fielder who threw himself forward as the ball reached the boundary or was going towards it. But it was skipper Dhananjaya De Silva. But what we saw, I mean, this is not a bad line to bowl. You are keeping yourself in the game.
That one's foolish again, and Brook just drops it down to gully for no run.
At the risk of probably going for a few runs, at this stage, given that if Sri Lanka can break through, if they get even to 100 for 4 England, they are in with a good shout here, Sri Lanka. So it's not a bad go at all.
Well, England's tail's a little bit longer without Stokes. They've got Wokes at 7 and Atkinson carded at 8, which is
correct.
Surely a bit too. Well, I know everything's relative, and you have to send your best next guy in, but 8 is too high for Atkinson.
You guys should remember, of course, that Matt Potts has got is that a no ball?
The no ball, is it?
Yeah, looks like it. That Matt Potts has got a first-class century this season.
Oh yeah, everyone's got one of them.
Oh, all right.
Chopped down to deep backward point by Brook. You get a single.
If I'm not mistaken, it was as a night watchman, and then obviously the following day, not that all in one evening.
Are you sure he wasn't the night hawk?
Oh, sorry, he might have been a night hawk. Yes,
night hawk. Yes.
Yeah, he might have been a night hawk.
Good, Rod. All right.
Stuart Broad is everywhere at the moment, isn't he? He's on almost as many programmes as Claire Balding.
Is that possible?
I don't know.
Is Claire Balding on today?
Or Ramesh Ranganathan. He's on a lot of programmes.
Yeah, okay.
Claire Balding got a lot of overtime in during the Olympics, that's for sure.
Yes, and she's doing the Paralympics on Channel 4.
Mm-hmm. full again. Root would have hoped to play that on the offside, but he's still beaten the fielder on the onside, and you'll say it's 4 in the book anyway, so he doesn't care.
I would argue that actually at the moment that Sri Lanka aren't bowling that good a length. I mean, they're perhaps looking for the ball to move. I think they're just bowling a little bit full at the moment.
Yes.
And
that's what I meant. Maybe one holds back, or one does something off the pitch. Maybe you're right in as much that they're a bit too full.
I think
it back.
Just a little bit, yeah.
Root is batting a good 9 inches outside his crease. Try to combat the slowish pitch. That's full again, driven straight again, and I think that's going to be 4 more because that really is too full, and they're just feeding these batsmen a little bit.
Thrice in the over now. That's okay. Now I was wrong. Maybe he's too full now.
Now my innings going, great guns. I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
And you look up and Joe Root's on 30.
Absolutely,
There
as you normally do.
Classic.
Does Reynolds says, who would be your opening bowlers for next test? Well, if you're talking about England, I think Ollie Stone has to come in. Whether that's for Mark Wood, you give him a break so he doesn't play back-to-back tests, or Potts. I mean, I think you've got to... It'd be a bit harsh to... Potts didn't bowl very well in that innings yesterday, but I think he is a good bowler, and I think it was just a little bit of an off day.
He'll have another innings in this game.
Of course,
Something to do with his haircut, surely.
Tony Bishop, who's he? He joins us. He says, "Is the Bear still feeling confident after those 3 wickets?" And hello from Merchant Taylors. Presume he's watching Middlesex there today. I don't know who they're playing. Anyone got an idea who they're playing in the 4-day match?
I can check.
Well, it's not vital, but Kieran Roseblade says, "Potts has a first-class century? ? They are more common now than first-class stamps."
I know, that's what I'm saying.
My point being, stamps are expensive. Stamps are ridiculously expensive. And you'd think, with all those post office-shaped buildings they've got at Old Trafford, you'd be able to get one cheap there. In Ireland, you buy a stamp, it gets the address as fast as possible. Why do Britain keep their ridiculous class system going through stamps?
We have to cling on to it, yeah.
Aww.
No one buys second-class stamps anyway, unless it's something you really don't care about.
Well, for now,
paying
I can
a
give you...
bill or something. There's no point pointing at him, Hendo. I don't have a jingle for Jai
Oh, do we not
Surya.
have a jingle for him?
Anyways, left-arm spinner Jai Surya. Brook goes back, plays it into the leg side, and there's that man at short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
That's probably why I saw...
Good start.
That's probably why I saw panicked messages in the WhatsApp group yesterday saying, trying to get Mog on the case. But so what's happened to Jai Surya?
Who ambles up for like three steps.
Left arm round's very full. There should be a man out there at deep cover, and there is, but he looks fairly floaty at the moment.
Yes, I think he's exploring the lengths that he wants to settle down into, sort of getting into his groove, as they say, and he's trying to set the fields. I think there is a catching mid wicket or a short mid wicket, but there might be another one somewhere closer to square leg from what he's pointing. I think he's going to come closer to the stumps or come on the stumps, trying to encourage somebody like Brook to try and sweep the ball. It's Root again. Would also sweep the ball, no doubt. Yeah, there is a square leg now next to the umpire, front of the umpire.
Here he comes. It's tossed up again. It's very slow and floaty. He plays that one out to cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think he's in the right speed range. If I
You
may
know
say
what?
that,
Maybe I've
50
just been
mph.
watching a lot of white ball cricket where the spinners do not float the ball up.
I think he looks okay, if you ask me. Doing sort of getting into his work.
That's too far on leg stump, and Joe Root tickles it round the corner. He's going to run hard and pick up 2. He will get 2.
All right. So they do have a man sort of backward of square in the deep for that sweep as well. So we saw him in action now. We've had to run around, of course.
I also expect... I don't know if there is a deep point, but I imagine that the reverse sweep with these two out there might come out before too long.
It's not a bad idea. You have a catching slip. Who knows?
Too
It's coming
far
on too easy to the leg.
Too far on leg stump again, yes. And that's tickled round the corner for a single.
He's giving up the ghost way too easy. 4 singles now. It's almost an ODI game. I mean, I thought those 3 balls, the one of which got driven into the off, were the right approach. Sort of waiting it outside the right-hander's off stump, sort of trying to toss it above their eye line. But okay, it's his first over of the day. Let's see if he settles down into something. And eventually Brook will reverse it for sure.
Hats on to leg stump again. There doesn't seem to be getting any turn really. It's a bit shorter. Brook went back. He's tapped it past mid-wicket. He's have to chase after it. I say chase very loosely. It's Angelo Matthews loping
He
after that
escorted
ball.
the ball for about
I was
10 yards.
I was looking to see who that was. I couldn't believe that was a professional cricketer chasing that. That was more like I don't know.
It's not even Saturday
local
cricket.
ri-
Either
yeah.
Sunday cricket.
No.
And England bring up 100 for 3. And again, England's style of play now. They got 119 overs, and it doesn't feel like they played a ton of shots.
No, it's very accomplished batting, in fact. Risk-free cricket. That's one of the things, if anything, I appreciate about what they're doing with baseball. In the meantime, anything in socials?
Oh yes, glad you reminded me. Let's have a look. Tony Bishop says we're playing Northants. That's Middlesex. Prithvi Shaw has just gone.
Yes, 51 for 2.
Richard Purvis says these two will make the Sri Lankan total seem very inadequate in no time. What a pleasure for English cricket. Jeff Perkins says a Jayasuriya jingle was sent in yesterday, which is backed up by Tony Bishop and by Mog this morning. I'm guessing what the problem is that the Bear hasn't been there to transfer them in.
It hasn't made it onto the wheels of
basket.
steel. No.
Yeah, exactly.
57 for 2. Sorry to interrupt. Northants are 57 for 2 and not a lot of game has gone on. Just out of 17 overs. So far.
I did see.
Yeah, it's been raining a bit in North London. Yeah.
I did see that Ricky Flintoff was playing at the Oval today for Lancashire.
Wow,
Against,
he's made his first 11 debut.
Looks like it. And
Rocky, isn't it?
Oh, Rocky. Sorry, did I say Ricky? Change of bowling, I think it is.
Yeah,
is that his given name or is that his nickname?
No, I think it's his given name.
God bless.
Fernando's, but it's a Fernando. It's not V Fernando. Little bit of tail in, and it's tipped out to deep square leg. Yeah, we've got a Vishka Fernando. Here he is.
He once left on an oval, stayed the whole night through.
Oh, got some shape on that.
Avishka Fernando woke up covered in dew.
Right, entirely not my fault because it says a Fernando on the screen.
There are two A
we
Fernandos.
Have Avishka
There's an
Fernando.
opener. Avishka is the opener. I was about to interrupt you, but
this guy is down
worry
in the
about
jingles as Vishwa Fernando.
No. There's two. No.
Yeah, but that begins with a V.
No,
on
above
here.
it. Above it.
Oh,
there's
oh,
another one.
Another one.
There's
Oh,
another one.
Fucking hell. Can you hear the drums? All three Fernandos.
Yes, indeed.
he's the younger of the two Flintoff brothers, and he's made a debut.
Oh, it's a nice
dear.
shot by Brook. It's beaten extra cover, who for a cover fielder didn't make much of an effort at that.
I don't think he had any chance. I think the cameraman made a mistake there. I think it went clearly in the gap between the two fielders.
Possibly given the benefit of the doubt there. But anyway, it's gone for 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm still not happy with this. How can you have a Vishwa Fernando and an Asitha Fernando and an Avishka Fernando?
Well, we'll have to ask their corresponding parents why they thought of. Oh, beautiful. Nah. The fielder had no chance.
Yes,
and
fair
he
enough.
hit it hard into the ground, that part of the square, which is hard about discussing. Again, I think they're looking for a potential swing. This guy got some inward movement previous ball. The one that Joe Root almost, sort of guided to square leg. Let's see if he gets more going.
Oh, that one does. That gets that little bit of nibble away, and Harry Brook was turned round just a little bit. Got the outside half of the bat in front of point from a Fernando, as it's pretty safe to call him because he is a Fernando.
He is a Fernando.
He's a Fernando, not an Fernando. He's a
Indeed.
Fernando.
And I think that's a better length there actually as well, not just a better line on that occasion. He's pulled it back a little bit there, and he's turned him round a bit. I think they're looking for swing, but I think the swing has gone a little bit. Maybe
you
because
can still be a little back, like maybe a yard or so back. They're that close to the bat, you will get hit hard, straight, and through covers.
I don't blame them for still looking for wickets, though.
Oh,
that once again got the inside half of the bat, and it's gone behind Harry Brook's legs. It's well clear of the stumps, though, and they get a single.
That is the length we were talking. I think that length there will make it interesting. Anyway, Rocky Flintoff has made 32 of 64 balls and has been dismissed.
Yeah, apparently Jason was commenting. He's down there at the Oval, and he was saying that he thought he was looking pretty good. And then lunch came, and he got out in the first over after lunch, unfortunately.
That one. Well, he has to go to his 16. He has to make those mistakes somewhere.
Absolutely.
There at first-class level and start of his career rather than later, right? So.
And also, I don't think the oval is anything like the batting wicket that it used to be years ago. It's much trickier for batsmen these days.
Fernando's in again, just a little bit of well, what on earth is that appeal? It's come off the middle of the bat. What's wrong with you, man?
I think so. I think it was just the bat, nothing else. And so does Dhananjaya, captain.
Even if it did hit the pad, it's a mile outside off stump.
Oh no, they're discussing it.
Has it flicked the pad before it hit the bat? That's the only thing I can think of.
Well, the only thing I would say is that his bat was ever so slightly hidden behind the pad. I mean, not completely, and so it's not inconceivable that it hit the pad first. But
I think he was outside the line of off.
I would have thought
let's see
so.
What the replay says.
Oh,
yeah. No, that's worth it. That I would have actually referred that one.
It's outside off.
Just on the off stump.
No, it's way
outside.
It's well outside.
It's outside off. Sorry.
If you
slow it down.
If you want to claim he's not playing a shot because he's hiding his bat behind his pad, that's the only way.
Yeah.
It's on about fifth stump. That one is played into the onside. There'll be no run. We're going to have a change. What I'm going to do is Forthy is going to come in to do ball by ball, and if Billy and John can do socials between them somehow, then we'll do it like that.
Thank you.
Cheers, Ajit. Yep.
Bye.
Thanks very much, Ajit. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Hello, Andy.
Right, I think I'll stay and do jingles.
Jingles.
Do you want to do some?
I don't want to do jingles. No, thank you all.
No,
so,
it'll be difficult for Forthy to do jingles. Yes,
very difficult.
Did one of you say you'll do jingles? I will
later.
Oh, okay.
Well, just
I'll
as
stay
we
and do
sort
them
out
now.
who's doing jingles, then just to bring you up to speed, so England 106 for 3, 20 overs in, so they're going along with a sort of vaguely Bazballian 5.5 and over. Root and Brooke, who played beautifully against the West Indies in rescue mode, and don't want to jinx them, looking on top form.
Okay, guys, I'm going to need one of you to grab a phone and do socials. Yep. And in the meantime, Forthy's going to do some ball by ball.
No problem. Jayasuriya, left arm slow, round the wicket, and just nurdled around the corner, although it was a very elegant nurdle from Harry Brook, and he moves from 16 to 17. It was in the balance this match. I think England may be slightly in the ascendancy here. Still sorting things out in Sydenham. If you haven't seen Jayasuriya bowl, he doesn't just walk up to the wicket. He sort of takes 1-2 steps, stops, leans backwards, and then it's all in the action. There's
very stuttery, isn't it?
Very stuttery. Nothing smooth about at all.
So the others are just trying to figure out who's doing the technological side of things.
This, that, and the other. I actually can only see Andy. So
I only know how to talk, so I'll leave it at that. and that's stretching it. Who was that extremely slow fielder that we were watching in the other room just now?
Angelo Matthews, who's about 43 years old, so that explains it.
It's like watching Hendo in his peak.
Is that John?
Yes, hello.
Hello there, John. I'm sure we have been on together at some point before.
I think we probably
That's played out for a single. Joe Root moves on to 35. Brooke back on strike on 17. Sporting rather a nice beard, Jayasuriya, quite a full one.
We were just marvelling at watching Root move serenely onto 35 off very few balls without appearing to even try or take a risk. It's amazing accumulation.
Yeah, it is. It's Bradburn-esque, isn't it? You look up and he's on 35 off 44, and that's an immaculate forward defensive. Really is.
Yeah.
In fact, it's Harry Brook. But Harry Brook is very much in the elegant school of Joe Root, I would say. A little more flamboyant with some of his shots.
So who did we decide is the twice in a generation cricketer, or the one of two generation cricketers that I overheard you talking about?
That last ball was defended by Harry Brook, and at the end of the 21st, England 108 for 3. Did we work out who was going to do the socials?
Yeah, well, I can give you a few. I've just managed to get it up. A few mentions about a Jayasuriya jingle. Tony Bishop says that Jayasuriya jingle was sent to us by Jeff, and by Mog this AM, Madashanka with Mog in prime, Katie Bush falsetto mode. Can this into if anyone can decipher that, but there should be a jingle somewhere.
Well,
it'll be Bush.
It hasn't been uploaded yet.
Cornelius Davis says that England will overhaul this Sri Lanka score. Yes, there was a bit of debate yesterday about where that score would stand. Lots of people saying that it was way below par. I thought it was okay considering where they'd come from. I mean, it keeps you in the game if you're getting up to 230.
Asif Fernando's been bowling well. Got the 2 wickets, and he just hurries Joe Root, which is quite some feat in the form he's in. And just momentarily, it looks as if the ball might bounce back over his shoulder and onto the wicket. But in fact, there was no real alarm there. Yes, he's been impressive, Fernando. Maybe, I don't know whether you thought Andy getting just a hint of reverse. I thought.
Maybe a little bit. I'm just doing jingles really. John is giving
you're doing jingles
at the moment.
Okay.
Sorry. So is it John I should be referring to for expertise?
Well, you're hoping there, but yes, he does appear to be getting a bit of swing, doesn't he now? Yeah, which
probably a little bit of reverse,
but not with that one. That was
shovel down the leg side and flicked round the corner by Joe Root, who moves on to 36. Serenely, as John's indicated, as ever.
Yeah, Harry Brook seems to. Billy and I were talking about. He came into the Test team and played really well, and then I saw him play a couple of tests where he just seemed to lose. He was dancing down the pitch, trying to smack it over extra cover, and all sorts of strange things. But he now seems to have knuckled down to the hard work of Test cricket again. Although he does look to find it fairly easy just to play sensible, authentic cricket.
Indeed, yeah.
Being a once-in-a-generation talent, apparently. I think it was Smith was the other person that you were referring to, wasn't it?
I think Dennis Lady referred to Mitchell Johnson as a once-in-a-generation talent.
Oh, right, okay.
I mean, they come along fairly frequently, these once-in-a-generation.
Generations
That's
do,
defended by
yeah.
Harry. Dot ball. He did go through a phase, Harry Brook, didn't he, of playing beautifully and serenely, and then he had this most awful smear where he opened himself up and it was a real schoolboy shot. I remember just when England were within reach of victory in the 3rd Test of the Ashes last summer, he played it and actually threw the game into a little jeopardy momentarily. But he seems to have put that to one side happily. In comes Fernando again. Oh, he actually gets the inside edge, but very thick inside.
That swung in a bit, didn't it?
Yeah, I think there is a bit of reverse here.
We've seen quite a lot of inside edges today. No one's exactly timed it. These two have ticked on nicely. I mean, they both score so quickly, Root effortlessly, as we've previously discussed.
So, do any of you feel competent to be able to give us a idiot's guide to reverse swing? When do we start to get reverse swing? Is it when it's the less rough side rather than the shiny side that starts? Anybody prepared to commit themselves?
Well, yes. As I understand it, and Andy or you, John, or
well, clearly not me, because that's why. Yeah, it is Billy. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, look. As I understand it, conventional swing. What you're looking for with swing is to get more weight on one side than the other, basically. Yeah. Therefore, the ball will swing. So, if you've ever played lawn bowls, you know that the ball is weighted and goes on a curve, and that's what you're trying to do. When you first get the ball, it's not weighted. So you try and put additional shine onto one side so it'll weight it in that direction.
As I understand,
and it's also the aerodynamics of it, isn't it?
Completely wrong.
It's the aerodynamics of it. But after a while, what you aim to do, if I'm correct, and I stand to be corrected here, just as we watch Fernando bowl this ball, full blocked straight to the covers, is that the ball will get scuffed up on one side. Very early on, one side will be identified as getting scuffed because it will have been thrown in, quite often deliberately on the bounce and so forth. And then that side is left completely to be scuffed up and the other is maintained meticulously. Therefore, one side of the ball is asymmetric and has got all sorts of cuts and so forth, and that makes it and that's reverse swing because it's not the side that has been highly polished, which is conventional swing, and therefore it reverses in the other direction to what would be the case if it was a highly polished side. Now that is as much as I can do.
And who said cricket was a complicated game? Does that sound about right, folks?
Well, do write in if you've got a better...
Well, all these things kind of have levels of explanations. Apparently the sort of school book explanation of why planes fly is apparently wrong as well.
Oh my word. Jay Surya back in, full ball, defended by Root, dot ball.
Because
you can imagine if one side is all scuffed up and the other one is perfectly
it's
smooth.
It's definitely not because one side is heavier.
It's just one side goes faster, doesn't it, at the beginning because it's shinier. That bit I do know. Well, I thought I did.
That's right.
Yeah.
But if one side is all scuffed up, then it won't go through the air as smoothly as the smooth side. So
that's
therefore
conventional
it
swing.
drags
That's
on the
conventional swing. I'm pretty
sure. It was reverse that I was trying to get to grips with.
Well, I think that will be reverse swing because one side's
that's
conventional. No, that's conventional swing. Billy's nodding sagely here. Are you prepared to offer a guide to this, but just to confuse us even further?
No, that's what you're talking about is definitely conventional swing. I think heavier and lighter are not necessarily the correct words for it. It's just all about the aerodynamics and the shiny side moving faster through the air. But reverse.
See, we've been glibly talking about this, haven't we? And
that's
nobody knows what the fuck we're talking about.
You need the bear to get on and opine with complete certainty. His complete certainty is only matched by his complete lack of knowledge.
I thought of you.
Hendo will know. It's the sort of nonsense Hendo would know about. So with bated breath,
we shall wait. Meanwhile,
we shall wait
for a single. Sorry. So Root moves on to 39. Brooks back on strike. He's on 17. I did look up reverse swing once on Wikipedia, but I didn't understand the explanation. That was my attempt at an explanation. That's played down to mid-on by Brook for a single. He moves on to 80.
Well, we all know that Waz Macron and Waka Yunus were great users of the reverse swing. So let's get one of them in.
We should ask them, yeah. In fact, here he is now.
All you really need to know is one side's asymmetric to the other. So if it's all scuffed up, it'll go through the air in a different manner to the side that is smooth. You would imagine a smooth side.
So this all started from, I think you, about 6 hours ago, asked me if I thought that one of the many Fernandos was getting reverse swing. To which the honest answer probably is, I haven't got a clue. But the ball seems to be moving in the air. That is clear.
In the social department, Andy, you appear to have said reverse wing. You're getting a lot of chat about it from Tony Bishop, Matthew Cullen, and the like. Tony says, "Do you get reverse wing on a plane, Andy?"
Yeah, you might do. Apparently, you can. If the wings point in a different direction, the planes will also fly. I'll go back to planes. Yeah. You know how they slope
I would worry if I saw the
on a
wings
normal plane. Apparently, if they slope forwards, that also works. Because as I was going to say, the school book explanation is that the underside of the wing is curved. Do you remember this from school, Forthy? The underside of the wing is curved, and the top side is straight. So the pressure is different, and apparently that's just not it at all. It's actually the turbulence at the edge of the wings.
Do you know all these truths that we've held dear all these years?
Everything you taught in school is bollocks, pretty much. Yeah.
Well, the Eskimos don't have 34 words for snow either, apparently. In comes Asith Fernando. And
they're not Eskimos anymore.
No swing there. That's just played off the back foot comfortably enough by Brock to point. No run.
What are they now, actually? I know they are. I'm sure you're right that is no longer the improved.
What are Inuits?
Inuits, yes. That's it.
Yeah.
Yes, they're Inuits. They're not Eskimo anymore.
No.
God's sake.
Sorry to be pedantic.
Although I imagine there'd probably be some Eskimo tribes who are trying to reclaim the word Eskimos. And maybe there's a Eskimos with Attitude band from northern Finland who are trying to reclaim their heritage.
Isn't an Esky a cool box in Australian?
It is in Australia, yes, but I don't think there's any.
Which is presumably short for Eskimo.
I think not.
No?
That's just dabbed down by Brooke to point. I have seen some books from about 100 years ago where Eskimo is spelt Esquimeaux, which is rather exotic.
Crikey.
Esquimaux.
We might have an answer on the on the reverse swing.
Oh God.
Well, we've only got half an hour on commentary, so let's hope it's.
Well,
let's hope it's short.
There's someone's name which I don't think I'm necessarily gonna attempt to pronounce, but I'll give it a go. Fernando's
I'll do this ball.
Fernando's coming.
That's it. Fernando's into Brook. He's looking pensive at the crease. High back lift. I couldn't see any reverse swing there. Defended dot ball. Yes, let's hear it.
Bashuta's Kurz's Bean, however you pronounce it, that'll do.
That's very good.
When the scuff side becomes so scuffed that a separate layer forms and the shinier side produces more friction, that's reverse swing.
Yes.
So there we go.
So the scuffed up side would produce more friction through the air, wouldn't it? Because it's scuffed up.
Yeah, that's conventional swing.
But it's less scuffed up than the scuffed up side.
Well, there's a separate layer, multiple layers apparently.
Yeah.
If Hendo's listening, maybe he could he do
I'm pretty
a bit
sure
of
I
research?
can hear the bear, and he'll sort it out for us.
Okay.
Okay then. In comes Fernando again. Pushes that one wider. Brook didn't have to play it. Did. Okay. He saw it all the way. Plays it down to third man for a single. Oh, they come back for two. That was speedy.
And the same person says, Andy, please never talk about aerodynamics ever again. You clearly don't understand anything about the subject.
It never stops me on anything else.
Shots fired.
If we all,
Andy's getting a bit of tap in this.
If we knew what we were talking about, then life would be extremely tedious.
It's a shame because I thought I did know what I was talking about with reverse swing.
Clearly you were wrong. There you are. So you've learned something new today.
Well, hang on. Who's to say I'm not right?
We are.
All right. It's 115 for 3, meanwhile. Brook and Root are looking very secure at the crease, which should be one of them. Gets a little inside edge and is out any time now. And that's played off his legs by Harry Brook. He's got this sort of 10-2 stance, which makes him a little less elegant than perhaps some of the highest class batsmen in aesthetic terms, but mighty effective. Moves on to 21 off 26.
Could anyone hear a drummer then when Fernando was running in?
Did you hear the drums?
Only you.
Okay.
Can you hear the drums?
You must have done that one before.
Must have been something in the air that night.
Yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
Right, okay, last ball of the over. Asith Fernando. Don't know how much longer he's going to keep going. He seems to have been going a while. Coming at the last ball of his 8th over. He's 2 for 36. Joe Root. That shot, we've seen him play many times, just wide of the man at mid-wicket. Just seems to get his angles right every time. He keeps the strike. He moves into the 40s.
Is that not the easiest 40 you've ever seen? Unbelievable.
He's ridiculous, Joe Root. He averages 61 at Old Trafford. A graphic came up earlier, and I mean, no one's really stopping him. He looks in supreme form, as does Brook, to be fair.
That should be enough to remove him. Anything happening on social? Apart from the...
Any more unpronounceable names?
Well, not many more unpronounceable. Big Brain 61 says, I'm pretty sure reverse swing is a party where instead of pairing up with each other's spouses, you stand there fully clothed about 10 feet apart. That's a different take on the topic.
Whatever rocks your boat, yeah.
I believe that in Melbourne, Mount Martha is regarded as the swinging capital. I do not speak from personal experience. I don't know whether there's any places in London which are swinging centres.
Again, I know
Can't
that.
imagine.
Wait till Hendo's back. We'll get reverse swing and swinging centres.
I think I'd rather hear about reverse swing, to be honest.
Yeah, I can't quite imagine Hendo swinging, can you?
I came across a new word that they're thinking of introducing to the OED, which was raw dogging today. Which it's actually slightly more innocent than it at first seems. It's just
it means going on a plane. It's still plane related. Apparently means going on a plane, but not.
And just sitting there.
Just sitting there, exactly. Yes, as if you're in a car trip when we were all 7 years old. Yeah.
Well, what else are you going to? What as opposed to what?
Listening to music,
films
and things.
Okay. What? Just sitting, being terrified for 8 hours.
I think he's replacing Jay Surya, and that first ball is played by Roots, just very comfortably off the back foot for a single.
And I think if you go the whole way with it, you don't have anything to eat or drink or go to the bathroom.
Oh wow! I was in a cafe the other day, and an old lady came in, ordered her food, and then just sat there. And I thought, you just never see that. Some people just reach their phone, might go for a newspaper or something. She just sat there, staring ahead. It was rather
Well,
nice.
she didn't eat the food.
She did eat the food,
Oh,
but
right.
while she was waiting for it,
I see.
she just sat staring into space, neatly and calmly, I would
If,
say.
if she's eating, I don't think that counts as raw dogging.
Oh, how retro.
I think she was raw dogging. Could be. You think that doesn't count?
No, that doesn't count. You have to literally do nothing. So you've got to be on the you've got to be on the plane
That's
for.
defended.
Well, no,
That's
but
defended by
she's eating.
Well, she was eating. She's in the cafe. She can't sit there and do. She can't not eat.
Well, exactly. Then that's not raw dogging.
Talking of dogging on planes, has anybody seen? We were watching a program called Daddy Issues last night. Has anybody seen that?
I have not. No, that was a no ball, by the way.
It's very amusing.
Right.
And that if you watch the first episode, what I just said will make more sense.
Will make more sense. Okay, right.
Probably shouldn't elaborate
Leave it to our
live on
listeners'
television or whatever we're on.
Nice defensive shot by Harry Brook. Immaculate off the back foot, dot ball. He's 21 off 28.
Well, they say write what you know, and that does apply to most Hollywood writers these days.
I am getting sick to the back teeth of books set in New York where some literary couple have some problems. Sure, write what you know, but write about something else as well.
Ideally, yeah.
Brooke, looking pensive. He's got a slightly old-fashioned look about him in the face. I rather imagine that Birdie Bowers on Scott's Antarctic expedition looked like Harry Brooke. And he clamps down on that one. Did it keep a little low? I think it slightly took him by surprise, but he defended stoutly enough.
It looks as though if you did a remake of Kez or something, he could be the granddad, doesn't he, or something? He looks like a proper Yorkshireman.
It's Brian Glover in Kez, isn't it? Who's
I think, yeah.
the school teacher.
And
it's also that woman who ended up in Ivy Tilsley in Coronation Street is Kez's mum.
God, really?
Lynn Perry, that's right.
Is it still going, Corrie?
Probably.
Oh, of course
I'm in
it is, yeah.
Australia.
It'll never stop.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot from
That is.
Harry Brook. Oh, absolutely immaculate.
It's going to stop before the boundary. Could be,
I
could
was
be a
gonna
5.
say, are they going to run 5? They've certainly. I think they're going to run 4, are they? It's exciting if they have. Well, that's either 3 or 4, but well done, Harry Brook.
I think it might have been just 3. Or maybe, I don't know.
Who hit it?
I'll have to say, I
Forgotten
think,
now. So-
I
so
don't know
so
about
long
you guys,
ago.
but I think Sri Lanka need to think about making a bowling change. I'd bring back on Vishwa Fernando personally to give something different or change it up a bit. These two are so settled.
Yeah.
Do something different with the field. Maybe I wouldn't say quite go to the short ball tactic yet.
Haven't they got a bloke who can bowl with both, not both arms at the same time, but either arm?
Ambidextrous, yes.
No, there is. Aren't they saying there is somebody who can do that in the Sri Lankan team?
Yes, there is.
Yeah,
Can't remember which one. Rathnayaka, one of the Fernandos maybe. Rathnayaka comes in. Joe Root takes a couple of steps down the pitch, but then defends.
I mean, Dhananjaya De Silva, who I think's had a couple of overs so far, he's taken 2 Test wickets. One of them was Cheteshwar Pujara in 2017.
And were they both
So maybe
with
bring them
the
back
same arm? Or
I don't know. I don't think he bowls ambidextrously.
That's always a bit misleading, isn't it? Michael Vaughan got Tendulkar out. Ricky Ponting got Michael Vaughan out. I wouldn't put them in the highest bracket just because they got, such a reputable batsman out necessarily. Perhaps just surprised them. That's that beautiful shot, Joe Root round the corner to long leg, and they might think of 2 here. Has to come around quite a way.
No, I'm definitely not putting. So I'm definitely not putting him in the highest bracket. I'm just saying, gives England something different to look at.
Yeah.
I mean, Root and Brook aren't going to want to get out to him. It's kind of like Harry Brook bowling at Steve Smith in the Ashes. It just gives them something different.
Yes, that's true. Only the 25th over, England 1-2-3 for 3, trailing by 113. Root 42, Brook 24.
by the way, which library are you in? I can see books behind you.
I'm in the home library, and it is a genuine bookshelf, unlike Messi.
I was going to say people have fake
Are you
bookshelves.
allowed to talk in there? You should be keeping quiet, shouldn't you, if you're in a library?
I can pick up a book and wave it around. It's definitely a real
That's good. I was
bookshelf.
reading that if you do your interview on Zoom, they were getting AI to sort of analyse the picture, and you got many more points if you had books behind you than if you just had a wall.
Well, okay. Many more points.
For what?
Was
Points
this
for what?
The AI was giving a sort of evaluation of how you
How
look.
human you are. Oh.
No, how you look and how good you might be at the job.
Oh, okay, right. Oh, well,
Well, shows what robots know, then, doesn't it?
Well, it does.
Shame that I don't get interviewed anymore. That's clipped off his legs by Joe Root. Oh, why is that if Fernando got his head in his hands? It was fairly conventional shot for a single, wasn't it? I think there was the feeling that, oh, well, if you miss that one kind of thing, but he doesn't miss those.
I assume you don't have a book on reverse swing back there.
I've got cricket books. None of them.
Give us a proper explanation.
With diagrams, yeah.
Well, it looked as though both sides of that ball were exactly the same then when it showed it in close-up. But
as I understand it, you can't get reverse swing bowling 82. You have to be up around 87.
Why?
Yes,
no idea.
You also, it's a pretty lush outfield, so I'm surprised they are getting much reverse swing, because you do have to have a pretty, a pretty gravelly outfield and to have it pinging into the outfield in order to scuff the ball up in the first place. It looks pretty lush, but anyway, they have.
I'm sure I had a club teammate who probably bowls slower than Jadeja, telling me, I was getting some reverse swing on Saturday, and yeah, of course you were, mate.
I mean, at the moment it seems to be doing something more off the seam as opposed to out of the hand.
Yes, it does. That we seem to have gone through the reverse swing phase. And you have to work so hard at getting reverse swing. You have an assigned shiner, and people get furious.
Assigned scuffer.
Oh. Well, okay.
He's
Some
gone.
teams have had assigned scuffers. Oh, there could be a little outside edge there. There it is.
Inside edge, wasn't it?
Fernando has got Joe Root. He was looking so secure, and he just chased one, which just left him a touch. Now, there's some dispute about whether he is actually out. So what's going on here?
Wasn't it inside edge?
I assume they're checking if it was inside edge. I assume they're checking if it carried or not, which I'm pretty sure it did. If this is out, I'm sorry, Joe. I think I put the mockers on you a couple of overs ago. So that's my fault.
Is Root? Is he going or not?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure they're just checking it's carried, but I'm pretty sure it has.
It did carry,
I don't think Root has reviewed that. It looks like an umpire review.
Yeah.
Might even be.
Is it a bottom edge?
Yeah, kind of the toe of his bat is kept very low. I think he's caught that fine. Yeah.
Yeah, he has.
There's not a problem with the catch as far as we can tell. The deficit is 111, so Nelson has struck. We can say that in one of its many forms.
And it's looking a pretty even game, really, bearing in mind England's last 4 could go for single figures.
Well,
yes, it's a long tail. 125 for 4.
I think that's confirmed out. Yeah, I have to give him a jingle.
Surely it's out. I mean...
I'm a loser. Yeah, I'm a loser, babe. I'm just a loser.
Fair enough that they check it. We don't want any errors made of that nature. But Joe Root, he feel that some runs were left out there, and he would probably feel he didn't have to. But there's always risk reward in cricket. He'll have if it had pinged to the boundary, we'd have said.
You think of you watch some innings of 40, and they're playing and missing left, right, and centre. But that was pretty much his first false shot, wasn't it? And
yeah, it's a bit unfortunate when
he
that
goes and
happens.
gets out. Yeah,
I think
you feel quite sorry for him, don't you?
We do. I think we're due for a change.
We will be. You can do it now or the end of the over.
Oh,
just do it now. Yep. So it's Hendo and the Bear coming in to join John. Thank you very much, Forthy. See you later in the series.
I'm glad Hendo's here. No, I need to pass on a message to you. I had a phone call just now. We just confirmed we are going for a curry this evening. You'll be delighted to know. Yep, the man from Ganapati or Ganap phoned me. Ganapati, I think it is. Sorry. So that was a bit of a shock to the system, Joe Root getting out, wasn't it?
That's a good catch.
It was a good catch.
Good catch.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a little bit. I wondered at the time whether it had been sort of a bit of a bump ball, as I wasn't looking at it that closely at the time.
You don't see many inside edge, do you?
No, very few.
Oh.
But certainly to balls that are that full as well. And there I was before I went off last time talking about they're bowling too full. It's worked out okay, and they needed that wicket really quite desperately. I think that Root and Brook, with the ease with which they were playing, they could have, gone speeding past the Sri Lanka total and would put them very much on the back foot. But that's opened the way through a little bit more.
Well, I have to say, not that I wish Joe any ill, but I have seen Joe Root bat a lot, and this is probably one of the last chances I'll get to be watching Test cricket this year, because such is my busy golfing and drinking schedule.
Exactly.
So I'm quite looking forward to seeing Smith bat in the flesh, because I haven't really seen him properly before. I'm told he's a once-in-a-generational talent. Is that
well? Hang
by
on,
you?
we've got no, that wasn't me. I don't think I'm not. I'm unconvinced yet. I have yet to be convinced.
By what? Of what?
About his prolific talent. I mean, he's obviously a fabulous stroke player.
Yeah.
And I think he's kept pretty well. I mean, he
missed a stumping, didn't he?
He missed a stumping, but he has a trick.
Was it an easy stump? Would it one of you?
No,
would you have had it?
I would have had it, obviously.
Yeah.
But but as I say, I think if you're talking about once in a generational talent, you can't have a twice in generation talent. I think Harry Brook is that man. But anyway, we shall see. We'll see them back together now, which will be could be fun, and it could be quite.
I'm looking forward to
frenetic.
it. And I like watching Wokes bat. I do like to see Wokes. I see. Do you remember the days of Bob Woolmer?
Oh, I love Bob Woolmer.
Because Woolmer started out, he was a medium-paced bowler, wasn't he? And he batted 7 or 8, and then suddenly realised that he could bat. More importantly, I think he suddenly realised that he could bat. And so simply by a sort of change in his mindset and putting him up the order, I think he suddenly, he wasn't having to bat with the tail or anything. And I think Wokes could do the same thing given the chance. I think he could bat at number 5 perfectly adequately.
He's beautiful through the offside. He's a fantastic timer.
This is almost certainly the kiss of death for him, however.
Well, he's not out there yet. It's Jamie Smith.
I know.
Facing up to a full ball, in fact a full toss. He'll accept that. It's on leg stump, and he just clips it away with the angle down to fine leg for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And we welcome the bear back from GCSE duty.
GCSE hell.
How did he do?
He did well. For me, he did really well.
Yeah.
For my wife, she went mental.
Okay. With him or you?
Both of us actually.
Right.
And it has nothing to do with me because I didn't take any fucking exams. But no, he got 2
you are his father.
He got 2 8s, 3 7s, and 4 6s, which is equivalent.
And which end does it start at? Which 1
end is the lowest, 9 is the highest.
Oh, well, that's pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. It is pretty good.
In comes Asitha Fernando again, bowls to Smith, who's onto the front foot, defending that very proficiently. Back down the wicket.
My wife threatened to leave me though if he went back to his old school.
So you took him back to his old school?
So we went to his old school, and we weren't sure he was going to get anywhere else, and we enrolled him, at which point she fucking said, if he goes there, I'm leaving. And I was like, all right then. And then we went to the school that his sister went to, which is a grammar school, and he had the grades to get in, so we enrolled him there, and that's all good.
So you can do it all like that in one day?
Well,
you just turn up and
well, no. Theoretically, he got refused by them because his mock results are really bad. But they keep them on a list, and then you turn up with your results and go, "Are these good enough to get in?" And they go, "Oh, yes, they are. Actually, you can enrol."
You don't have to pay for him to. It's all free, is it? Presumably.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Final ball of the over. Fernando 3 for 42 now. That's Asitha Fernando. Onto the front foot he comes. Smith defends gently up towards extra cover, and there is no run. 129. For 4, only 26 overs bowled so far. England trail by 107. You're on. Who's on?
Me.
You.
Well, funnily enough, we just had a super chat. Super chat. We have a jingle. I'm not going to play that one. I'm going to play this one.
Super chat cash. Super chat cash. Super chat cash.
There we go. It's from Ravi and Natarajan. And he says, Hendo, Bear, your comments and Jay Shah take over at the ICC. And weirdly, I was just talking about that with you, wasn't I, next door?
We were, yes.
Yeah. Well, I am astonished, Ravi, that he is talking about
The funding of cricket and how subsidies, essentially, it seems to me. Look, I didn't read the full article. Nanindo sent it through, saying that he was worried about the structure of Test cricket and cricket in general, and that some of the cash-strapped Test nations needed more money.
Rathanayake takes over. It's 6 over. It's just dabbed by Brook, deceptively so, because he's going to get back for 2. I thought there was only going to be 1 there, but it was the man running around from deep point to do the fielding. Brook moves on to 27.
Could you give a rationale for these 2 strangely placed fielders on the offside?
Well, yeah, because Brook is very strong down there on the behind square on the offside.
No, did you not? If you have a look on the next time, there's like
yes,
2 short extra covers
yes,
almost.
Sorry, yes, yeah, absolutely.
If it's him again, it'll probably still be the same.
Yeah, let's have a look. Can't see at this stage. In he comes, bowls, mistimed drive into the ground, straight back into the hands
there's one of them.
Of the bowler. Sometimes I think it's just to get someone in the batsman's eye line.
Well, they've got 2 of them now.
They got 2 of them. Well, yeah, but I mean, you'd expect to have 1 extra cover in your eye line as a batsman. When you've got 2,
you'll see what I mean in a minute.
No, I know, I did see it. Actually, I did see it. But what I'm saying is that you get.
There you are.
It's just to play with the mind of the batsman. Maybe make him think that you've spotted something.
I wouldn't fancy standing there if the bowler gives him a half volley, would you?
Yeah. I mean, no, I would have done. I wouldn't have minded.
Would you?
40 years ago, yeah.
I thought you were asleep.
It's a no ball. It's a no ball.
It is a no ball, yeah. Rathanayake in again, and he drives, and he sort of gets it.
That's right.
Sort of between them, although it's a good stop as well, a half stop. Well, and they get through for a single, I think. Or did they not get a single in the end? No, they didn't.
No, they didn't. No, he's clearly there for the.
Yeah, when he lands, he's just.
They're clearly there for the catch on the drive, I'd say.
Well,
John.
potentially, yeah. I mean, that's another idea.
The drilled drive that is just above the floor that someone good enough at this level can actually pick up before it hits the ground.
Yeah. But that is the other.
Well, at least we got some sense out of somebody. Thank you, Bear.
Sorry, Henry.
I don't know. I have to deal with lesser mortals. What can I do? Brook, 27, not out. He's standing there with bat aloft, and the bowler is in again. He's driven it, and he has found the gap between those 2 men. Although there's another man made off, and he's still not managed to get to it. And they're going to get a couple because this outfield is still very slow after all the rain. England moved to 134 for 4. Brook settles for 229 not out. Smith has 4.
Well, they could have done themselves to put them out, depending on how this and the next. I suppose Potts has been batting well as well, hasn't he? I mean, potential a couple of wickets here puts England in a shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, totally.
However, these 2 do have the capability to take it away from them as well at the same time.
Slightly altered that field. The one of the extra covers has gone much squarer now. Oh no, that's a very strange shot from Harry Brook, who goes outside his off stump to a ball that's about a foot outside, and then tries to lap it over his shoulder. Ends up getting a sort of horrible outside edge that could have gone anywhere, could have gone in the air. And that's not really any need to do that. There's got to be a premeditated shot, and it's not a great one at all.
And the bowler appealed. I
yeah,
don't know quite what for.
Well, it went off the toe of the bat and onto his bicep, so I can't really see why that could have been. It did definitely hit the bat, so I mean, you can be out bicep before wicket, but
bearing in mind you've got 3 fielders at sort of short extra cover, there's got to be a lot of room for him to just
I think that's what
hit
he's
it over the top.
Well, I imagine that's why he's bowling quite far outside off stump. This one is a good length delivery, which is just dropped into the offside to that man square, and there is no run. Brook 29, Smith 4. But going back to that, yeah, obviously the drive. I mean, I almost thought that was too obvious to speak about the potential of a drive in the air. But I don't think that. I mean, Brook will go over the top of extra cover quite happily.
Yeah.
But he's not the kind of bloke who will drill it, low to cover. I mean, he'll hit it along the ground or he'll hit it over the top.
I think he'll smack it 6 over extra cover in a minute. What do you reckon?
Probably. He's coming down the wicket to that one slightly, and it's held back by Rathanayake, and it's just pops it out into the offside. There is no run. But I will still go back to that point that if we have just got a wicket, but if things aren't happening, and it's generally when you see that a captain will think of a funky field just to maybe make a batsman think that they've spotted something about his game that he wasn't aware of. I mean, I always used to think that if someone put a very strange fielding position, but if I was captain, I always quite enjoyed doing that myself, putting people in unusual positions.
Did you ever captain?
I did as a kid, yeah.
Did you?
I didn't really captain in adult cricket.
Crikey.
I captained the third 11 one year for Dan. It was a very strange year. We imported basically a whole team of Pakistani kids and me, who I'd never played with before.
Oh, right, blimey.
And Dan said, I can't do this. This is just after Test Match Sofa, and he got into the BBC. And so he gave me the captaincy.
Asitha Fernando in, bowls to Smith, and he times that very nicely indeed. And he kind of crafts a shot that's to the left of extra cover, but to the right of the man at deep point, so he has some ground to make up. Jayasuriya.
So was this bare ball, was it?
Well, no, you see, that's the thing. As a captain, I didn't bowl myself. It's better to be captained by someone else when you're a bowler, because they stick you on.
So how would you describe your captaincy style?
Well, we won, so that was pretty good.
That doesn't answer the question.
It was all right. I gave everyone else a game, and I really didn't give myself a game. Although I did put myself at 7, I think, in the batting order instead of down at 10 or 11.
Well, that was promotion then, was it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Here is Fernando again in bowls, and he sort of hangs back, but still essays a very extravagant drive. Doesn't really time it, straight to extra cover, and there is no run. I've talked about Jamie Smith's extraordinary stance, which we just saw then from side on. You don't quite see it from front on, but it's actually the I have to say, it's the stance of a man or a player, you know, or a colt who's just come to play for the first time and hasn't actually picked up a cricket bat before. Doesn't seem to affect him though, so I wouldn't change it unless, you know, it begins to become a problem for him. Onto the back foot he goes, punches up to.
How long has he been
mid-off.
playing at Surrey for, by the way, roughly?
About 3 years, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because he seems to have come from pretty much nowhere, but most people do come from nowhere these days, because I don't watch that much.
You don't watch much cricket.
County
cricket, and
Yeah.
well, I mean, a lot of them come through. I mean, I think it was always so that players did come through. Certainly in my era, maybe not before, but came through from one-day cricket. Although it was a different sort of one-day cricket then, players would get tried out in the John Player League or whatever before.
John Player League.
I know, exactly. Asitha Fernando in again, bowls, and onto the back foot goes Smith and guides this off a thick outside edge down into the gully.
Do you remember, John? Did you smoke cigarettes? Did you smoke
Yes,
cigarettes
I did.
there? Do you remember
JPS,
those in that fancy black box?
Yes.
Yeah,
they sponsored Lotus, didn't they?
They did.
Mario Andretti.
Yeah. Yeah, those were the days when cigarette packet. Do you remember like B&H in that gold packet, and they were like a fashion item for people. They
exactly.
tuck them in their shorts, and show how cool it is.
My mum used to smoke B&H.
To die, really. Yeah. Is she still with us?
No.
Oh.
She would be 80. What was she born in? 39. So she'd have been very old.
That's no age these days.
Fernando in again. Oh, he's looking for the Yorker, but it swings and ends up being a full toss, a low full toss, which is clipped away down to long leg, and they come through for 137 for 4. Now Sunday is the 5th anniversary of the great Ben Stokes innings at Headingley. And I know this because it would have been my mum's 95th birthday.
Oh, right.
And it was on her 90th that I had to leave here with 2 wickets remaining to go to her 90th birthday.
Oh, right.
Oh.
And I remember just hearing the faint tones of Andy Ward commentating on the last...
Did she watch it?
No, she didn't have it, so I couldn't watch it on TV.
Did you give you a Sky Go?
No, I hate watching things on
you.
phones. I can't watch things on phones. Another full toss, looking for that in the swing again, but this one much higher still. Much the same result as it's worked out to deep square leg this time. Not a particularly good return to Chandimal, who's basically trying to stop it with his pads in the end. That is the end of the over. 28 of them bowled. England 138 for 4. They trail by 98. Bear.
Well, Jay Grove says he was in Shepcote Nick 2 months ago. 24 hours until I got my duty. I don't know what that means. What duty? Is that your sort of social service? Not social services. What's, community service or whatever. 4 hours till a nicotine patch. So maybe that's cheating. I don't know what you're on about, Jeff. Jeff J, even, Jesus Christ. Jeff's next. He says, now Hendo's back, reverse swing will be sorted quickly.
Did you hear the bollocks before about reverse?
No, I didn't. I wasn't 100% sure what you were talking about. I did hear you say Hendo will have a view on it, but I wasn't sure what you were talking about.
No, the Bear was the man who was cited as the guru on reverse swing.
Oh, right, okay. Wide of the off stump as Rathnayaka starts a new over.
But I think we've sorted it out now.
Okay.
Brook aims a big drive at it without much foot movement and mistimes it into the ground. There is no run.
I'd be very surprised if it was a reverse swing, but other than natural in-swing, the ground isn't rough enough to produce reverse swing here.
That's what I would have thought.
Do you know, that's what I would have said as well, because it was originated on the bare outfields of Pakistan, wasn't it?
And maybe a little bit of bottle scratching.
Bottle tops?
You can't say that, Bear.
The thing is, you can't take bottle tops off anymore, as we were saying in the green room. Onto the back foot goes Brook, and
you'd have to take the whole fucking bottle on now, wouldn't you? Which would look a little suspicious.
It chops it out to backward point. They'll take another single. 139 for 4. What did I see something about Imran Khan wanted to become the other day, talking about wanting to become the Chancellor of Oxford University.
Who? What? Imran Khan? Yeah, I saw that as an article.
He's got to get out of prison first, hasn't he?
Yeah,
or house arrest, or whatever it is.
I think he's out of prison and out of house arrest.
Is he?
I think some court overturned it.
Oh, right, okay. Okay. So I've got a slip, a gully, a short square cover, short extra, and Jamie Smith is down the wicket, turns that into a half volley, clips it beautifully, but because of this slow outfield, as the Bear says, he's not going to get 4, he's going to get 3 though, and he moves into double figures, 10 from 9, and England moved to 142 for 4.
Did you see, can I just break back to GCSEs, did you see any weeping amongst your son's peers?
No, but
no?
we were going to a grammar school to see if he can go in, and there was this girl in front of us, and I felt really sorry for her, but I did chuckle. She went up to there, and they say, show your exams. Bear in mind, we looked on a website, and they said they need 4 6s and 4 7s to get in. That's what you need, minimum requirement, right? So we go up to the desk after this ball.
Rathnayaka into Brook, who takes a little step back, waits for this, and then tries to
low,
launch at it. Did keep a little low, and so he hit over the top of it. Through it goes to the keeper.
And so she's like, they're like, did you get an offer? No. Can we get a place? What were your results? Let me see your results. So she takes a sheet of paper, she studies them for about a minute, and then she goes, you got a 3 in this, you got a 4 in this, you got a 3 in this, you got a 4 and a 4 and another 3.
Oh.
She basically hadn't got a 5, which is basically she got D's and E's in our parlance.
Yeah.
Rathnayaka in full and
lovely.
Driven with power and precision.
Is it going to make it?
Brook. I think that is going to make it.
Only just though, really.
Yeah, considering how well he hit it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we'll give it one of these. And it being a sort of wanky grammar school, she kind of looked over the top of her glasses rather,
Oh, really?
You can imagine this sort of 55, 60-year-old woman. Yeah, exactly. And she just said, you haven't got the grades to get in here.
Well, that was it.
Yeah, that's basically it.
They're supposed to be empathic teachers, aren't
well, not at grammar schools.
Oh.
Not at posh schools. Not at schools where they expect you to attain. It's a fucking weird system. I guess your kids are now past it all, aren't they? Out of the system.
Your kid.
My kid is yes, well past it. Yeah.
This is guided into the gully by.
It's just me that's still in the system.
Down to. By Brook, it's the end of the over. 29 overs bowled. England 146 for 4. Smith 10, Brook 35.
Are you what? Are you doing a degree again?
No, he works in a school.
I work in a school.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
What have we got here? Come on now, Milan. Dismiss these substandard hacks from your presence already. Huh? That's Leah. I don't know what she's on about. Milan, he's not even here.
Milan Rathnayaka.
Ah, right. Okay. I'm not going to say anything else, but I will say I started looking into reapplying to university the other day.
Really?
Do you know, I've thought about that myself only yesterday. I've been reading so much recently and getting into geopolitics that I thought,
maybe I should have a degree.
Yeah, maybe I should. I mean, it costs money though, doesn't it, these days? Jaya Surya, left arm around the wicket.
What?
Will
So
bowl.
Presumably you would do the entire 3 years from your sofa, would you?
Well, you can do that
Probably
these
could
days.
do, yeah.
Super chat.
Clearly, Jay wants to have a point. He says, "What are Mrs. Bear's academic qualifications?" Tell Nate to ask her that. That'll make her for Ursine Family Harmony. That will not make for Ursine Family Harmony. But I will. She got a degree.
Jaya Surya in bowls, quite flat, but quite straight and quite full.
So what would you do a degree in, Bear?
Well, the wife keeps saying I should do quantity surveying because I'm quite scientifically minded, and I do obviously property development, and so she's going, hold on, after this,
forcing Smith back this time onto his
You
leg
can do
stump.
a degree in quantity surveying.
yeah, you can do a degree in quantity surveying.
All right.
The only problem is it's 3 years, and I'll be 56 by then, virtually out of the workforce before I even start.
Oh.
Jaya Surya again in a little bit more air, but Smith right forward, pushes to extra cover, no run.
And funnily enough, it is a job where it is, in classic modern parlance, everyone wants to be a fucking YouTuber or an Instagrammer. There is, we're running out of quantity surveyors, the same as, engineers and all these other, things you actually need to be qualified for.
I can see you as a nurse, Bear. To the back foot goes. Smith pushes to mid-wicket.
You'll never find me wiping someone else's arse.
Someone else's arse, I can imagine.
So I mean, I've thought about it, and the funny thing was, I got in touch with Grey University where they were offering me a course.
Jaya Surya again.
You know you'd have to pay.
Yeah, I know.
So pushed up to mid-on, and there is no run.
Yeah, but you don't pay back till you earn over a certain amount, and I'm an older person, I could probably afford it anyway. But I mean, the point was, then they started asking me, what about, how do we get your qualifications? I'm like, I did my A-levels in 1988.
Oh yeah. Just a slip, as Jaya Surya is again. He's on the money. He's very accurate. A little bit flat, but not going for very much. In fact, it was a maiden. 146 for 4.
So I said, so he said send us an email. So I sent him an email and basically said, I got 2 Ds and an E at A-level in 1988. I had no idea where you would get my official results from. Did 2 years at university. I did pass my first year, but I failed my second year dismally. Then got a distinction at a sound engineering course, but again, that was in 1992. What relevance does that have now? Since then, I worked in TV for 15 years and have my own companies for the last 10. Huh? Now, tell me, how do I apply? It's just like, what does it? It's fucking meaningless. Your exams, when you're this far away from them, are totally meaningless.
Well, I thought to myself, now thinking about it, if I was to do a geopolitics degree, it would be kind of the first step on my road and path
to insanity, probably.
To benevolent dictatorship.
Yeah, well,
so it might be the right thing.
Yeah.
Vishwa Fernando, another Fernando. There are many of them, many and varied. And he varies from the other quick bowler by being a left armer. Should we jingle him up? Should we jingle up Vishwa?
Vishwa?
Yeah.
We can jingle up Vishwa. Sounds
Why
like
not?
this.
Every delivery delivered by a manic fiend. That is what I want to see. Vishwa Fernando.
He's only bowled 5 overs, 1 for 19, and this one is just outside the line of leg stump, tickled away by Brook down to long leg. They'll take a single.
What time's tea these days?
It's going to be 4 today.
It's going to be 4 today. Yeah.
Okay.
Now we got the jingles that we were missing. Actually, have been sent in today, which is good to know.
Oh yes, yeah. I was on with Andy earlier, and I kept pointing when Jaya Surya came on. He said, "You can point all you like. I haven't got Jaya Surya." I did see the talk in the WhatsApp group yesterday about missing jingles, but we do have now, I think, a couple of new ones for Jaya Surya. A slip, a wide first slip, maybe a second slip, and a finish gully as Fernando is in again, this time to Smith. Smith, a little bit on the walk as he comes forward and pushes back down the pitch. There is no run.
I don't think his setup's that weird.
Oh, you need to see him from side on. You really do need to see him from side on. I'll do it for you at tea.
Thank you very much.
It's very strange. He's very low to the ground.
Or his legs quite...
His legs are very long way apart.
Well, that's how you get that's a good base for hitting it a long way.
It seems to be the modern
baseball,
way.
the baseball way.
Yeah, exactly.
But look,
they tell you to, if you want to hit your driver further, they tell you to get your legs further apart.
Fernando bowls, looking for a Yorker around about leg stump. Was he trying to bowl him around his legs there? I don't know. Smith tickles it out to deep mid-wicket. And they take a single. He goes to 11, Brook 36. He's almost crouching. He really is almost crouching. If you see him from side on, and he's got his bat. I don't know.
So how do we get to see him from side on?
Well, we did see it earlier.
Okay.
But they don't often show it. But when they do, it's quite interesting
to see, is it?
Yeah.
David Durrell, who I believe is our man, Woy Pom.
Oh yes, indeed.
What is he now? What are you now?
He's Josie Oak.
Josie Oak. That's it. Sorry. Memory of a sieve these days. I shall give you a comment from him in 2 balls.
This is defended out into the offside.
He's maligning our academic status.
I wouldn't malign your memory. You did remember who was that spinner you remembered when me and Hendo were talking? The Lancashire spinner.
Oh yes, Tom Hartley.
Tom Hartley.
Yeah, we'd forgotten all about Tom Hartley's 7 wickets in India.
No, it was when Nathan Lyon was on, because when he went to Lancashire, everybody says, well, how is he going to get a game? When Nathan
That's right. Full driven again, but there is a man at mid-off.
When Nathan Lyon goes there. And I think the answer is he probably didn't get a game, did he? Have you heard anything of Tom Hartley this season?
Not very much. And in fact, I mean, he
what happened to him?
He kind of had a role in the 100, didn't he? But I can't remember seeing him for the... Was he playing for the Manchester Originals?
That's how he originally got into the side, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
basically, yeah. That's where he made some sort of impact, yeah. But I don't remember seeing him. Maybe he's injured. Fernando in bowls, and it's all a bit leg-sidey, and England are picking off these singles quite happily. 4 or 5 and over. Yeah, we'll hang on to 4.
Yeah, why not? And then we can sort out.
Reconvene. Yeah.
Right. Our man David Durrell, who I think is Josie Oak, says quantity surveyors is about counting bricks, not science. Which, given Bear's previous lack of understanding of science, is probably about right. Fuck you, says the Bear. I know it's counting bricks. They probably have programs for it anyway, so it's probably quite easy. But to get the big bucks, you've got to do the degree. So what the hell? He also says Hendo should try and get into PPE at Cambridge, and then become a right-wing fascist politician, also known as a Tory.
That thing about protective equipment, is that what?
No, that'll be politics, philosophy and economics.
Oh yeah. Oh God.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
That'd give him 3 more things to rant about, wouldn't it?
Yes, exactly. Stephen Coates says gorillas in the academic mist.
Tickled away. A lot of tickling going on at the moment. Onto the leg side. This one is off the slow left arm of Jayasuriya by Brook. He'll take another single, goes to 38. England's 150 comes up. 150 for 4. They trail by 86.
By the way, Hendo, I've put you down for a courgette and strawberry curry this evening, if that's okay. How does that grab you? It's a slightly strange...
Look, can you see now? Look, can you see a little bit?
No, that's fine.
No, that's not fine. Driven up to mid-on. He's quite deep set. If he'd hit it less well, he would have got quite an easy single, but I'm not sure that Smith wants ideally to be dealing with singles. He likes to hit the ball hard and long. Just the one man close at slip. The Bear walks in front of me, and I can now tell you that probably Smith propped forward and defended it back to the bowler.
So you're ignoring the curry?
I don't want a courgette and strawberry curry, no.
Courgette and strawberry?
That's what it said, yeah.
No, I'm not having that. Jayasuriya bowls, and it's into the leg stump of Smith, and he will just accept the single this time with a little nudge into the onside.
A curry should have lots of chilli, lots of coriander, cumin,
and very little strawberry.
Very little strawberry.
Yeah.
I think I did have a pumpkin curry once.
Yeah, squash curry, so yeah, that's all right. No,
but squash is just the ingredient they're making out of it. For me, curry is about spice.
Yeah.
Jayasuriya in again, and Brook really striding forward and getting low, and his head right over the top of that one to defend. 151 for 4. Final ball of Jayasuriya's 7th over. Really seen any turn from him. It goes back. This one hurries on. They will get another single. Brook finding enough of a gap that
he looks as though he should get a bit. He gives it a good rip by the look of him, doesn't he?
it doesn't look as if he's really trying to do much, to be honest. I don't think. I think he's got to toss it up a little bit, but maybe he's a little bit scared because these guys have got a reputation for going over the top and hitting a long ball.
I like this. Leah says, I like the ploy of employers to offer the jobs as visibility managers. Do you know what that would be?
A visibility manager?
Yeah.
No, what is it?
Window cleaner. If that's true, I love it. Joe Grover says, duty solicitor. Sadly, Ed Benson continues to refuse to represent me. No, but my flatmate was a duty solicitor when I got nabbed at Blackfriars Bridge.
You got nabbed?
What for what?
Oh, fuck me. We were coming back from Metalheads when it started, which was a club in Hoxton Square, a drum and bass club when it first started. And we came back, we'd had a fantastic night, and I was playing some music in the car, and it was me and two of my mates. And it was when I had a Ring of Steel, just before...
Oh, with the
IRA. So
yeah.
just before Blackfriars Bridge, when you came out of the city, you basically went through... And they stopped us and said we were playing the music too loud. And then she pulled me over, couldn't believe I was drunk, so I had 2 fucking breathalyzer tests.
Fernando, left arm round the wicket for a change, but it doesn't do him any good because that's met beautifully by Brook, and he drives it north of mid-on and away to the boundary for one of these.
So did you pass the 2 breathalyzers?
I did, and they couldn't believe it.
Did they give you any more tests?
No, unfortunately I found some weed in my tobacco. So then they took me to the police
That'll
station.
do it then.
Yeah, it will do. And then they went through my wallet and found a little bit of coke too, so that was bad news. And then they put me in a cell. And then they asked, do you want a solicitor? And I said, yeah, the guy you have in my car was my flatmate, is a duty solicitor. They were really fucking angry about that. You can't have him. I said, this is bollocks, mate. He's a duty solicitor. That's what he does for a living. If I want him, I can have him.
And did you get him?
Yeah, I did get him. He came in and we both pissed ourselves laughing, looking at each other.
And then you were jailed for 4 years.
No.
Tucked away.
Sent to Gorilla Cricket.
Nicely timed, beautifully timed. And there, poor old Angelo Matthews.
What is wrong with him?
Well, he's
old.
fat, isn't he? He's fat and old like us. Well, not
Well,
you.
he's only in his 30s, so he's not really old, but cricketing terms, I guess he is.
Yeah.
He hasn't played.
How
I mean,
does
he's
he
been in and
how
out
does
of
he run
side.
singles? What, does he have a runner?
He should do, shouldn't he?
Can't have him anymore.
He didn't need one yesterday because he was out for naught.
Good job.
But Angelo
The
Matthews
run rate would have been even worse if he'd stayed in for much longer, wouldn't he?
He's a class player, but I kind of think you should be putting him in the slips. Fernando in bowls again round the wicket, trying to angle in, trying to cramp Brook for a room, and that's straight enough. It's on the line of off stump. He defends it, good length as well. 158 for 4.
I'll say this to Jay. No, she wasn't going to be a duty solicitor. My bloody wife worked for Freshfields, which is one of the Magic Circle solicitors or
We
lawyers.
talked about this. Sue worked for Freshfields. My partner worked for
Yeah,
Freshfields
exactly.
for
They're a
years.
fucking massive top-end law firm. And when I met her, I was thinking I'm going to be living in a lap of luxury. She was going to be a fucking partner at some big law firm in London. I could just chill at home.
Well, you'd
but
think that,
it's
wouldn't
not
you?
turned out that way, unfortunately.
Good ball again from Fernando, and Brook treats it with respect, defends to mid-wicket.
I'm glad she never listens to us.
God, yes. I've got a really a love-hate relation. In fact, more of a hate relationship with Freshfields because not only did my partner work there and then leave 6 months before she would have got an enormous payoff, they also quietly had a lawyer who voted against Wimbledon being allowed to stay in London. All the way along the ground that goes through to Chandimal.
Did he get an edge? He seems to think there was an edge. Did it carry?
No, it certainly didn't carry. I think he just went sort of. It was Yorker lengthish, and I think he just scraped the ground and the ball grubbed along it.
Are you going to continue your love-hate relationship with football, Wimbledon this season?
I haven't been yet.
No season ticket?
I haven't got a season ticket.
Referees can sleep easily, can they?
They can. I am going on the 31st because a friend of mine is coming down to, and he hasn't been to the new ground. He's not a Wimbledon fan, but he has been at some important Wimbledon games. Onto the back foot goes Brook, steers it down to... I'm kind of thinking they should have had a third man rather than a...
You're off.
Cheers, Billy.
Are you back in tomorrow? Next week. See you then. Bye.
Great work. The youth wing of Gorilla is taking big advances at the moment, I think,
with
isn't it?
him and Hector, it's brought the average age. Are there any more in the pipeline?
We do actually. We have Toby who's coming tomorrow.
Toby? We've also got Hector.
Toby, Hector and Billy.
Hector's got a mate who I think he's going to do a podcast with as well. So, so it's all looking good. In fact, I mean, if we could just make some money, we could just take a back seat. We could sit in the green room, chilling, drinking.
Exactly. Just
And
telling him what
Sending
to
the
do.
bear's wife out to work.
Sending the bear's
She
wife
does
out
go
to
out to work, but she's not a really high-end lawyer who earns hundreds of thousands a year.
That's always a
unfortunately.
regret, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, my partner packed in being a solicitor as well.
that's right. She was a solicitor, wasn't she?
Yeah.
Jai Surya then. In to Smith, and Smith drives to short extra. There is no run. So Fresh Fields, they had a lawyer called Raj Parga, who was when the FA had to decide on the whether Wimbledon should be allowed to go to Milton Keynes. Jai Surya again to Smith, who's down the wicket and lofts this. He was just waiting for that moment.
That's a long way.
And that's probably gone all the way, hasn't it?
It very much has.
I think so.
It's in the Irwell, that one.
Who's getting rid of my 6 jingles, for fuck's sake?
What do you mean? I don't know. I haven't touched it.
Sweet Jesus, one told over the line.
Sorry. I'm trying to find my big, shouty, first ever 6 jingle.
Oh, what, 666? That one?
I know, I've got that.
Oh, right.
Mog shouting 6! I need to find it. That's my go-to.
That's why he has a wide stance, Hendo.
Well, that's good use of the feet, isn't it?
It is.
Very good use of the feet. And a really clean swing. So back to boring you about AFC Wimbledon, but he was one. They then had a vote on it. There was him. There was an administrator from Aston Villa, and there was a guy from non-league. And the non-league guy voted that Wimbledon shouldn't go to Milton Keynes, but the lawyer, funnily enough, sided with the owners of Wimbledon FC at the time, who was a lawyer, funnily enough, and the Aston Villa guy, Steve Stride. And that all went. No one knew where it was taking place, but I later found out that it was a Fresh Field. So my partner was actually there while it was happening. So I should have sent, if I'd known, I could have sent her into sabotage. But there you go. 166 for 4. Jai Surya in again to Smith. Full on leg stump. Was that a low full toss in the end? I think it might have been. We've got a man at a short mid wicket, short mid on, somewhere between the two. Not quite the on Hayden that we've often referred to. And since we were talking about that sort of funky field earlier, with the 2 extra covers, Jai Surya in again, down the wicket, but it's not quite there. He clips it to that man at mid-wicket. Since we're talking about funky fields, I've always thought the on Hayden was just about annoying the batsman and getting in the non-striker's path, stop him running easily. Jai Surya in again, bowls turned off straight by Smith. They'll take another single to square leg. And this is looking quite easy for England at the moment.
It certainly is. I mean, they're rollicking along.
I mean, hang on. How many overs did we end up having last night? Was it 4?
Yeah, we were 23.
So we've only had
we only had 33 and a half overs. 33.5 overs.
No, we've had 29 overs today. 30 overs today by the when one more ball is bowled, I think. They were saying we're going to have 82 overs today. Ha 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 ha. Forced through mid-on by Brook. He'll take another easy single as Long On skips in off the boundary to field. He goes to 48. England at the end of that over 168 for 4. Bear.
Well, Jay says, I did a degree as a mature student. It made me feel very old, but I found out they have not made any new drugs in 20 years, but pills have got a lot cheaper. Thanks for that, Jay.
Yeah, that's the one thing I worry about is, going and being a... I was a kind of mature student when I did my first degree because I was 22. But being 61 when you've got 18-year-olds and it's not easy, is it?
I'm not sure it would be the right career move for you at this stage.
Well, I'm not entirely sure, but sometimes.
No, I was talking. Not you. Not I. Oh, right. I think about time you got out there and did some bloody work. But I think
you.
I think Hendo.
I've got away this far, but this is what I mean. I've got away this far. I don't like working for other people for a start. The fact of I might have to go into an office and do such shit doesn't terrify me. It bores the shit out of me. I find most people fucking stupid. And if they're not stupid, the fact that people can't leave you alone to do a job without getting on your case seems that I've been doing shit on my own for most of my life. I don't need someone telling me what to do. Tell me what to do once and I'll do it.
Fernando bowls from round the wicket, left arm, but it's another half volley and it's stroked away. Beautiful shot, and then, you know, earlier in the year that would have sped to the boundary.
I think
Trent
it's
Bridge,
still
that would
50.
have sped to the boundary. But he's going to get 2, and he is going to go to another Test 50. He's 9th in 16 matches to go along with 500s. That's an incredible record.
It is. He got 3 to go to 50.
Did you get 3?
You know you lift me with your 50.
I think if I had to compile a top 5 of people who I would least like to line manage,
Bear would be one.
I think Bear would certainly be up there.
Yeah, I don't take very well to people.
No, I can't. No.
I've been sacked from a lot of jobs.
I can see that. I can
I
empathise.
started my career being sacked as a paperboy, age 14.
For what?
Fernando bowls better length, but probing around about leg stump, defended by Smith up to mid-on, no run.
I think the guy said basically you got a bonus if you turned up every week before every day of the week before 7:15, you got your £3 extra on your wage or whatever it was, and they had a clock that was running fast in the shot, and I got in there one morning and it said fucking 7:16 and it was 7:14 or something, and the guy said you're losing your bonus, and I fucking stood there and he was like an old man and I was shouting at him as a 14-year-old basically you're a cunt.
Oh, there we go. We had the side-on view of Smith's stance. I don't know if you spotted it.
No, I didn't.
There you go. Defended to extra cover. There is no run.
So you're a stroppy bastard even in those days?
Yeah, I even rang up the speaking clock. You had the speaking clock in those days. I said the speaking clock says this. Look, your clock's fucking fast. I got sacked, and then
You didn't swear at the speaking clock, did you?
no, because it didn't answer you, did it? It just told you the time. And then I got my job back in a couple of weeks, and he apologised eventually, so that was cool. Then I got sacked from the Wimpy for nicking money out of till.
That would be a reason.
Yeah,
that's
a good
reasonable.
reason.
That's a good reason. Fernando in again. Full lovely stroke.
I'd like to sit here and you doing the announcements at railway stations or something like that. That would be amusing, wouldn't it?
Run out of the platform. You're fucking late, mate.
Don't overstep the yellow line. I'm kind of retired because I decided to give up my Times job because the technology just got too complicated. And basically, you were no longer editing; you were just making sure you did all the steps. Now outside the off stump keeps a little bit low, but Smith was trying to launch that over mid wicket off the back foot. He does play that shot pretty well, but he needs more
I like
bounce.
his approach.
Yeah,
I have to
his
say.
approach is good.
Yeah, he's looking to hit. You know,
He's looking to be positive.
If it's there to hit, he hits it. But he's looking for. He has to have a good reason to defend it.
That did keep.
Yeah, I'm just
rather than my mate Dominic Sibley, who I can't let go by a chance to mention the most boring batsman I've ever seen. He needed an excuse to actually hit it off the square.
Well, do you know that?
Apologies if he's listening.
I do. I think I mentioned it to you over WhatsApp that there was during the One Day Cup, Fernando in again bowls defended on the front foot by Smith. That Sibley scored consecutive hundreds. One was 140 odd. One was about 105. Okay, I know it's not T20, but it's 50 over. It's one day cricket. That's not bad for Sibley. I'm just trying to think, how the hell did he get those runs?
Clearly, he's good enough to be effective. This is what annoys me about people who say these things. I think those sorts of guys who get to the top end of the game, they decide, I'm going to make runs this way, and this is going to reduce my chance of getting out, so they play like that. But clearly, they've got good enough eye to be able to actually take chances.
Well, they must,
and hit shots.
Well, I mean,
my issue was it just put so much. I would have hated to have batted with him because it put so much pressure on the other guy because you were having to score for 2.
I mean, Sibley was highly rated, and when he moved from Surrey to Warwickshire, I mean, Surrey were really unhappy. Now, of course, he's back with Surrey. But then I must admit, when I saw him back for the first time, I thought, what's all the fuss about?
Anyway, I like Jamie Smith.
Yeah, I like him. I'm just not convinced against, I've yet to see. Of course we get to see. He's not playing against great attacks at the moment. Jayasuriya in bowls, and it's way outside leg stump. And
you can only play what's put in front of you, can't you?
Well, no, that's absolutely true, and it's not necessarily a bad thing that, he's getting an easier introduction to Test cricket than some players have got. I think people like Ramprakash and Thorpe and Hick and people, some of the bowlers they came in to face in their early Test matches. I'm just curious to see how good his defensive technique was be, or needs to be even. Jayasuriya in bowls flat and shortish. He goes back.
Poor old Graham Hick.
Long on, yeah. Poor old Graham Hick.
Still hasn't recovered from that ribbing you gave him in Durban, from what I can remember. I think you said something very unkind to him.
I think I just mentioned that he could come out and play.
Fucking get on with it, Hick, I think were your words.
No, it was to do with the rain, wasn't it? It was a bit of drizzle around. They didn't want to bat, really, did they? That was in the bad old days of 1995. This is pushed to mid-wicket, and there is no run. The over rate is 12.1 overs per hour, which is, when you consider that Jayasuriya is, what now, bowled 9 overs? Seems a little bit slow and pedestrian, defended back to...
How do they manage to bowl so few overs?
I don't know.
Well, that's another thing that arguing about whether... I mean, some people who follow me on Twitter might have noticed that I was having a little bit of a to and fro with Don Topley last night. Jayasuriya in again, but outside leg stump. He's going to get another single. There's a man on the 45, but no one's square to cut that off.
Is there anybody that you aren't arguing with on Twitter?
I agree with a lot of people. No, I repost a lot of positive things. Yeah, absolutely. His argument was that the schedule is too packed, and I would agree, but it's only too packed because you've shoehorned the 100 in, and he's a big supporter of the 100. Jayasuriya again flat. What's he trying to do at the moment?
I don't know.
No idea, because this is singles all the way.
He's maybe trying to get some turnout and rough outside the right-hander's leg stump, but I don't think A, there's a lot of rough. B, this wicket is offering much. It's only day 2, and actually it's probably only day 2 morning session. Really,
what are they clapping for? Is it a 50 partnership or something?
Must be.
So.
175 for 4, Smith 21, Brook 53. So where was I going with that discussion? You see, you interrupt me and I lose my train of thought.
Don Topley was trying to defend.
Oh yeah, talking about the schedule.
Because his son plays 100 cricket.
But the schedule, and I merely referred or referenced the fact that in the 70s and 80s, there were 4 competitions, one of which was 60 overs long. Started off with 65 overs, if I remember. Another of which was 55 overs long. There was the John Player League of 40 overs on a Sunday.
And you'd drive 500 miles in a Morris Minor.
Exactly, yes.
And you play it all.
With wood round it to get there.
But fair enough, he came back and said, well, what about players' mental health and the fact that it was a circus and, it was draining. Fernando in bowls. Driven up to mid-off. There is no run, which is, I think, a reasonable point. And I don't know what the situation is now. I really hope that cricketers don't still have to drive themselves to matches. I mean, they should have... Why do they not have coaches?
I think a lot of them... No, I think they do. Because I remember when I was doing the World Cup, speaking to Vic Marks and shit, and they all still do it. Because I think they prefer to get themselves there.
Well,
in the old sense...
they didn't used to have sponsored cars either in those days, did they?
Oh, they've had sponsored cars for a long time. Yeah. Fernando in bowls, full and straight, defended by Smith, straight back to the bowler. There is no run. But then I was going to add in the fact that not only did they play that amount of cricket, but they actually got sort of 20 overs an hour in as well. And now, in Test cricket, we're getting 12 overs an hour.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah, so Don Topley, fuck off.
He might be listening. He did tell me he listens occasionally, but only occasionally. And last time I saw him tweeting about guerrilla cricket, he was slagging us off. Defended into the offside. Oh, terrible misfield by the man at extra, running around to his left, and it allows them yet another single.
Are you allowed to just tell people to fuck off on
guerrilla cricket?
Whatever we're on.
It's fair comment, isn't it?
I can do what I like. I own the fucking thing.
Yeah, but you're not.
But are there no laws that say you can't tell people to fuck off?
Hate speech?
No, I don't think so. It's not hate speech. I'm just telling them to fuck off. Anyway, Dom, come back. I don't know you. You could be a really nice person.
I think he's a pretty nice bloke, actually. But
he was.
But he's.
But we disagree about cricket.
We disagree. He's a big supporter of the 100, and he thinks that anyone who loves longer form cricket is looking through rose-tinted spectacles, defended on the front foot by
well, that's
Brooke.
bollocks.
Well, I think it is, but I don't mind him holding those opinions. I just don't like the fact that, if you have an alternative view, you're seen as some sort of,
anti-cricket person.
Anti-cricket old person, yeah, absolutely.
But this is the greatest form of cricket that's ever been invented, so...
but he's got to be older than you. Well, maybe if
probably is a little bit, yeah. Onto the back foot goes Brooke. Plays it to the gully.
That's the
Good
guy.
Diving piece of fielding, and there is no run. So if you want to go and revisit that little discussion we had about 10:30 last night, you can look under my timeline and you'll probably find it. But I'll understand if you don't. 176 for 4.
Had you been drinking on at the time?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Oh.
I was actually trying to settle down to go, and then I just briefly had a last look, and then I saw that, and I just had to respond.
On social media.
I know. I've been talking to John about this. Fernando in bowls. That's a better ball, and if anything, a slight miscalculation by Brooke there. Just slight leading edge up to mid-on.
That could have come back to the bowler, couldn't it?
It could indeed. That, however, is the end of the over, the end of Vishwa's 9th. England 176 for 4.
It was tea time at 4 o'clock.
It is tea time at 4 o'clock.
That's where it is. That's where they're going.
Oh, they're
now.
going. I'm a visionary.
Yes, you are indeed. Well, now what were we at? I was going to say what were we at lunch? We weren't away at lunch, were we? Because we hadn't had any cricket. So we've had 33 overs in this session. 154 runs scored at a rate of 4.67, and that over rate that we're talking about has slipped back to 11.5 overs per hour. But that's
pathetic.
Entertainment. 154 runs, 4 wickets. You can't really complain about that.
Can you?
No.
Shall I give you some last tweets?
Yes, indeed.
Tony Bishop, last tubes. Surely you were given the sack of the postman, but I was never a postman, is all I can say to that, Tony. I probably would have been, had I been.
Weren't you an encyclopedia salesman?
I was an encyclopedia salesman. I wasn't given a sack. I left that one. I did data input in the data and data. You remember in the 1980s when data input was a job? In fact, it was a well-paid job if you went to the things like Manpower, the sort of work agencies. I got a job, and they made me dress up in a fucking suit and go to an office. And I didn't know how to type, and you had to be able to type 40 characters a minute, and I couldn't do that.
Oh, God.
I lasted a morning, and then I was sent home. I was sacked for a post job, and that was also a thingy in some warehouse, because I had a hangover one day and didn't come in. Other jobs I got sacked from, probably some more. But I can't.
You've been sacked from a job, John? Oh, that's true.
Good man. See, likewise, I've learned that lesson.
You got to speak to the microphone.
I'm just going for. No, I haven't ever been. I don't think I've ever been sacked.
I've walked out of jobs, but
I've never walked before you.
I've walked out of jobs in anger a couple of times, but I haven't actually been sacked.
I've done that too.
It's kind of hard to get sacked as a psychiatric nurse because nobody else wants to do it.
That's a problem. Yeah. Fair.
Ditto teaching assistant.
Yeah.
We're looking for 8 new people this year. You could get a job as a teaching assistant.
What is?
Bear would be great.
No, I couldn't do that. Oh, the bear would be. Yeah. What's the most menial, pathetic job you've ever had?
Oh, I've done loads of those too.
I think, and I'm not. I did work sort of cleaning out a bar for half a summer.
I was an industrial cleaner for a company in between my going away on my year off, my gap year, and at the end, I worked for a company and we cleaned bingo halls.
I had to sit and watch a door for 12 hours at a bakery in Lytham St Anne's.
That's pretty dull.
A door.
A door.
Were you like security?
In case
it opened.
I wouldn't say it was as grand as security. I just had to open it if anybody wanted to get in.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
What you mean?
Open it themselves?
It couldn't be pushed open from the other side.
It's a distant memory, but I didn't do it for more than one shift.
One job I did quit. I fucking had a job, and I was working in a plastic extrusion company. I mean, as a student, it was quite well paid. You basically sat by a plastic extrusion thing that made plastic molded whatevers for bits for, I don't know, head of a mop or whatever. But it's just basically a machine. It goes, and it drops out the bottom of the machine. And you stack it in a box. And I did that, and the shifts were like 10 hours. Just sat in this fucking machine putting things. I don't know how anyone can do that. It was mind-numbingly fucking dull.
I think people have different expectations, don't they, out of the
Yeah,
job? 'Cause
well, clearly.
you live in York. It's the home of chocolate factories, and one of the jobs that you know you will come across somebody, if you live in York, somebody who has worked on a conveyor belt, which literally it means, apologies to anybody who's done this, it may have been fascinating, but it just literally means taking Kit Kats off a conveyor belt and putting them into a box.
Exactly, that's
for
mind-numbingly dull.
8 to 10 hours.
Exactly.
to go.
I can't do that.
I would be sitting there. I would be taking them off the conveyor belt
And
and putting
eating
them into a
them.
mouth.
Yeah.
But there you go. That probably wouldn't. A friend of mine one summer from college, when we were at college, he pulled out of going interrailing with me the day before because he got offered a job in a serviette factory.
A serviette factory, fucking hell.
Well, that's got to be better than going interrailing with
me.
you.
Yeah, that's true.
Because that used to, it would have been a month, wouldn't it?
I think I lasted about 3.5 weeks.
I
in my
didn't
interrailing. Yeah. Anyway, we're just rabbiting away.
Anyway, I'm going to have to just go for my tea.
Okay, go for your tea. We shall now take a break. What are you going to play us for the tea break, Bear? We need to find something to...
you didn't play anything earlier, did you? So I shall get a podcast up.
That's an idea. The latest one? The latest Bishop and Bear?
Yeah, which is a series of...
Is this with Annie?
No, this wouldn't be the one with Annie, because that was last week.
Oh, was it? Sorry.
This would be episode 80 of The Bishop and the Bear.
Blimey neck.
I'll give it a little play.
Who's on it? Oh, it's Bennett, isn't it?
Bennett and his son.
That's right.
Bennett and son.
Bennett and son, yeah. Okay, we'll be back
So,
at
what's it like
4:30.
to buy your first cryptocurrency on Kraken? Well, let's say I'm in a food truck I've never tried before. Am I going to go all in on the loaded taco? No siree. I'm keeping it simple, starting small. That's trading on Kraken. Pick from over 190 assets and start with a 10 quid in your pocket. Easy. Go to kraken.com and see what crypto can be. Don't invest unless you're prepared to lose all the money you invest. This is a high-risk investment, and you should not expect to be protected if something goes wrong.
Have you seen the Real Madrid lineup?
Colin Bridgerton's back.
With the undead. And it's all about the Iron Throne.
You have to watch it.
What's it on? Bridgerton? Netflix.
The match is on TNT Sports.
House of the Dragon, only on now.
That's the one I don't have.
TV that flexes with what's trending? New EETV lets you add and remove subscriptions monthly. Search EETV today.
EETV requires EE broadband. 24-month contracts. Content may vary. Terms apply.
The Virgin Atlantic Holidays Sale. It's a big deal. Whether you rise to the rhythm of a reggae icon, take the plunge in a luminous lagoon, or go full gallop along the beach on horseback. Go big in Jamaica. And the biggest deal of all, you can book in store and online right now. The Virgin Atlantic Holidays Sale. See the world differently. T's and C's at virginholidays.co.uk.
The Bishop and the Bear, the Bishop and the Bear, and to the delight of everyone, they are here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what any fun they'll bring? Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station. The Bishop and the Bear, bats beyond compare, buckets of savoir-faire. The Bishop and the Bear.
Welcome back again to the Bishop and Bear, and lots to talk about. We stand on the cusp of the second Test series of the summer. The Sri Lankans are in town, and that can only mean one thing as far as the Bishop and Bear goes. It's Bennett and Son. The work's never done. Well, their work today is going to be talking to us about Sri Lanka. So Bennett and Dylan, his lad, a double header, a double Oligazaram header.
Indeed. Good afternoon, everyone, to all the listeners. We're thrilled to be a part of this. Of the show's a lot to dive in, a lot to unwrap here.
There is indeed, and Bennett, who you can't see, but I suspect he's wearing a tie anyway. He always wants to know, what do I wear? What do I dress in for this?
He's got an open neck today. My God.
Gone all off to a round of golfy look. I love it. Much more casual Bennett. Okay.
Trying to manage expectations. Hello, good afternoon, Bear and Tony and Dylan and all you listeners out there. Greetings wherever you are.
That's kind. Right. So lots of things to talk about. Ben Stokes obviously is a huge interest for a number of reasons. Sri Lanka, we'd really like to tap Bennett Dillon's expertise in all things Sri Lanka. We'd also like Dillon not to tap his keyboard.
Because we can hear
What's happening? I'm intrigued by Sri Lankan domestic cricket, because every time I try and have a look at it, I get more and more confused about how it all works. So hopefully you can give me a bit of information on that. And what struck us, the bear and my eye this week, I mean, obviously we've got more than one eye between us, but you know what I mean, is Jimmy saying, well, actually, do you know what, I fancy a bit of this 100 stuff. And so it's kind of interesting. Is he making a point? Particularly in the week when the England captain has fallen foul of the 100. So let's go back and start there. Chaps, Ben Stokes, right, he, I believe, made 3 games for the Northern Superchargers, 4 runs, no wickets, done his hammy, out for the summer. Seems to be bonkers to me, but was it just unfortunate, or is it all about ECB mismanagement or something else? What do you guys reckon?
Well, I think there's the psychological and physical strain of being the England Test captain. Obviously, he was just out here, playing against the West Indies. There's a lot of strain. Obviously, he's just recovering from his, as we saw, being able to get into his full stride as a bowler. And I think with the franchise cricket, it was just a step too far. A step too far for him. He needed a bit more of a break.
Yeah, but Bennett, I mean, to me, obviously the man to ask about this would be Ben Stokes, but my problem with it is not the 100 per se, because that ship sailed. It isn't going to go away in the short term. What bothered me was just sort of the futility of it. Seemed like the ECB just wanted him to pull on the shirt, put in 2 or 3 performances to stick some bums on seats and some eyeballs on the TV, rather than, and if that's the case, does that basically mean you don't quite prepare as rigorously, as robustly? You've got the shortest game possible to go out and just turn up. Was he fully tuned up, or was the injury likely to have been about not lack of prep, but not as intensive a prep as perhaps there should have been, given how carefully they've tried to look after him?
So, Tony, just a few things on that, Tony. It was a very interesting conversation. Just going back to how they manage Jafar Archer, when he came in. He was asked to bowl the hard overs. They just burnt him out, rather than cotton-wooling him and sort of keeping him knowing sort of how we can get the length of time that we can get from a special player like that. Ben Stokes was just coming out in the last series, for example, bowling his overs, bringing on that beautiful balance that England lacked in the years when he didn't bowl, or the time when he didn't play. And I think, again, the 100 was more about, I think, Freddie Flintoff's kind of influence as well.
Coach of the Superchargers. You don't want to say no to him, do you?
You didn't want to say no to him. It's just that brand of cricket, trying to get that momentum going. And again, ECB may have liked that kind of side of things. But if I was from the ECB side of things, I would have been more concerned about the England aspect of what could happen, knowing Ben Stokes' history. He's a problem with his knee, and he's not someone who can just get onto the field and say, hey, you know what, just be careful, don't do this or don't do that. He's going to go out there and put himself on the tray, all out fully, isn't he? So this is the thing, in hindsight, it was an absolute wrong decision, because Sri Lanka series may have been the right place, and look at what's just done to the England setup. Now they need 2 players to fill him up. They don't know whether they're going to go in with a batsman or a bowler, and then bringing in someone like the new boy Cox, who's not just come out of nowhere. He's played good county cricket, but is he ready? And already they've lost John Crawley, and they've got a back Dan Lawrence, poor Dan, who's been Exactly. Poor Dan, who's been the spare batter, who was already in the setup even before Harry Brooks, but
He's
now
now
having
opener.
to bat opener, batting out of position.
We know you're not an opener, Dan. But
Yeah,
you've been hanging around
hold
the
on,
setup
hold on,
so
right.
long. But let's go back to
Surprisingly,
the
I'm gonna-
for
I'm
second.
surprised.
Puts a lot of uncertainty in the England team. But obviously, if Cox comes in, he'll be a specialist batter at number 6. But then, they could also look at changing the balance of the team. Moving Jamie Smith and Wokes, up to 6 and 7, and going with a seamer like Potts or Stone. So it puts a lot of uncertainty into the mix. When you say, Tony,
it does. Well, I want to ask the Bear because where he stands
unsurprisingly,
on the.
I kind of disagree. I think in terms of managing workload, look, fucking did bugger all and pulled a hammy. That can happen to anybody. I don't think you obviously don't read things, and the fact that he only faced about 4 balls at the same time, it's just a bit unfortunate. His hammy went on that day.
1 win, 1 loss, and actually the one they won was the one he went off in.
Well,
1 win, 1 loss, and 1 abandoned.
Well,
it's
not like he's done a massive workload anyway. It's only 100.
Yeah, but Bear, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Bear. I know we always have lovely.
We always
conflicting
disagree,
views.
Bennett,
It's just
I know.
amazing. I love that. That's what makes it more interesting, I guess, when we are on air together. The thing is, what you got to appreciate is that T100, whatever this game is called, is a different ball game. It's not like Test cricket, isn't it? Like
I get that, but he's just done so little that it's not really, it's not overworked that's done it. It's just a ping, and therefore that can happen at any time, right?
But do you think he prepared as intensively
I
for those
imagine
games, and therefore that will have impacted
maybe
his
slightly less
propensity to be
intense?
injured?
Maybe slightly less intense, but the guy's super fit, and I don't think the fact that he only did 50 laps of whatever instead of 75, say, is going to make his hamstring necessarily ping. I think it's just unfortunate. And the ECB, I think you're wrong about the ECB. The ECB wants to pump the 100. They want someone like Ben Stokes playing in it. So I think there's probably more pressure on him to play than there should be. Agreed. But they don't see it as a bad move.
Yeah, because Ben Stokes
and hold on. And then when we get to Sri Lanka, I think, not to disrespect Sri Lanka, but I think England will probably feel that they'll do something similar and have done something similar to what happened to the West Indies the last couple of times Sri Lanka have been here. They're not a bad outfit, but they struggle in English conditions. They probably haven't had much. They've had a little bit of a warm-up. Probably not any good, really.
Well, they are. I can tell you exactly where they are as we speak at the moment. They're 148 for 4.
Against?
Against England's A team at Worcester.
So
they got rolled for 130 in the first innings, didn't they? 139. England Lions batted really well, got to 324. But currently they trail by 36 with 6 wickets in hand, so that's still a live game.
It's still a live game.
Only day 2, isn't it?
Not looking great though against the England Lions, is it?
No, but to be fair, it's not even a proper England Lions team, is it?
Well, that's even worse, Bennett, isn't it? I mean,
Exactly.
it's like the West Indies when they played the kids, and the kids did really well against what's essentially a fucking national Test team. Look, I don't.
Yeah.
We're moving on to where the Test series goes. I like Sri Lanka, always have. I think they're always competitive. Last time we went to Sri Lanka, we beat them 3-0, didn't we? I think.
But don't forget they're coming after
2021,
a huge series with India.
They'll definitely take some confidence from that. Definitely take some confidence.
Different.
Yeah, but it's a different continent.
Different. A few more
there
games would have been nice, though, isn't it? A few more.
Well, of course, and you might find, much like the West Indies, they'll blow out the first test, but then you've only got 2 tests, 3 tests, isn't it? So when you've only got a 3-test series and you come in basically cold into the first test and you get hammered, it's really hard to pull yourself out from there. The West Indies managed to score 1 big innings against us in 6.
That's the first test, wasn't it? Then
Yeah, but they scored that 450 to chase down England's first innings total in the second test. Did well, got themselves into a position, and then imploded in the second innings in their second innings in that game. I think these sorts of teams do struggle without the prep. And there's no doubt there's talent there, but they need time to adapt. They don't get time, and then they're always behind the 8 ball, and it doesn't necessarily make for great cricket.
And then just going on the back of this warm-up game against the England Lions, it's hard to be optimistic, to be honest. We've seen quite a big collapse there, and England batting really well too. So it may be quite a one-sided affair.
It wouldn't surprise me at all.
A lot of teams get off the plane and struggle in their first warm-up game. Interestingly, they've made that the warm-up game a proper first-class game. I mean, quite often, if they bought a squad of 15, then they all play, which is what the West Indies did, I think, in the game down at Beckenham. So it wasn't classed as a first-class game. This is definitely classed as a first-class game. They're playing, therefore, what one assumes might be close to their first-choice team. Yes, they got rolled and they gave their wickets away.
Exciting prospects in the England Lions as well. I mean, James Root, fantastic player.
Well, Root definitely.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And the young lad, was he a Somerset lad? The young lad who made 90 odd.
Hamza Sheikh. I've never heard of any of these people, man.
He played England under 19.
He'd never played a first-class game before.
That's his debut, and guess what? He's the England under 19 captain with the Test captain.
Birmingham, I believe. Yeah.
Oh, so yeah, that's right. He plays for Warwickshire. Yeah,
Warwickshire,
right. But it's interesting that you can pick a guy on that potential. These guys are on radars way more than we realise. 2
Gloucestershire fast bowlers as well.
And I actually quite rate Sri Lanka's attack. So I think their pace bowlers aren't half bad. I think it wasn't a green wicket when I watched quite a lot of that first innings when they were out for 139. I think only 2 players made it to 20. The next highest score was 12, I think. But a lot of them were loose shots, wickets given away.
Yeah.
Shots of rusty batsmen who haven't faced a red ball for a while, let alone a red ball in slightly, but not massively helpful conditions. I think what they do in the second innings now is going to be far more telling.
Absolutely. And there was a good performance there from Prabhat Jayasuriya. He's a good left-arm spinner who's got quite a bit of control. 5 wickets, and there was some experience in the lineup there. Lahiri Kumara has not played too much Test cricket, more of a T20 and white ball campaigner for Sri Lanka. But Kasim Rajatha there as well. Did okay, but they'll be hoping to make up for how it's gone so far.
What do you think about the?
And we are back, Messi. I think we're going to do from 4:30 when everyone turns up, but you can hit it with me. So I think we're going to start at the 4:30 and do the extra 10 minutes. So Andy, I'm taking over from Hendo because he's knackered, and I've just turned up.
Well,
and John,
hold on, but that means we're going to have a huge session at the end because this session goes for 3 hours and 10 minutes.
I know. Hopefully it'll be called off because Hendo and John are leaving at 6:30 anyway. So I don't know who's left at the end. Just be me, you, and Andy doing the last hour by the looks of things.
Okay. Well, I'll bugger off, but I'm here if you need me.
Okay, cool. All right, sorted. Andy will be here shortly, but in the meantime, it is me and John, and Andy is joining us now. We 176 for 4 after 37 overs. England rocketing along, but they've lost 4 wickets. They trail by just 60 runs. We've lost the first session of the day to rain. So let's see how things go. Over to you, Andy.
Yeah, I mean this is the upside of the way England play. If they'd been going at 3.5 and over, they'd be like 130 for 4, and you'd be thinking, But although they've lost 4 wickets, those 45 extra runs have already got them pretty close. It's going to be the left arm spinner to start us off. It's clipped up to long on for a single. And Jamie Smith, my first look at him, and I think the guys were talking about his stance. It is very crouched, isn't it? Well, it doesn't look that out of the way to me, but Hendo was certainly suggesting it was. He's had the benefit of seeing it side on, which you may have done as well. Yeah, he starts off a bit open, doesn't it? But by the time he takes his first step down, his foot's coming straight down the pitch. But
that's the important part. Yeah,
looks all right to me.
Yep, Brook played that one out to cover for no run. He's going to face up again. Jayasuriya. He's got 1 slip in there. He's almost no momentum into the crease. That one is pushed past him, and I think he felt maybe the non-striker Jamie Smith was slightly in his way. Wasn't able to cut that off. They get through for a single.
We can give it a full once over this time.
Yeah, I know I've watched mostly T20 this summer, but most of today I've been thinking, why don't you just hit this guy for 6? He's just lobbing it up. And Jamie Smith did pick him up once. Where I'm expecting someone to pick him up over extra cover like Heinrich Klaassen. It's maybe not going to happen. Here he comes again. It is bowled noticeably slower than what you're used to in white ball cricket. That's a good piece of fielding, an short extra cover. And he gets a bit of applause from all round, and rightly so. Crisply struck shot, but dived down to his right.
It's quite a handy position, isn't it, that short extra cover? But I don't know whether you were here when they had 2 in for somebody or other.
Yeah.
But they've got 1 still there, and he's
beaten
missed
him on
this
his
time.
left hand that time, and the trouble is if you do beat him, it is going to find the gap in the deep, which it has. 2 men converge on it, but they can't get there, and that's the first boundary of the session. Nice shot there. He just got it past the left hand of the short cover, and that is the downside of him being too close. He can get beaten for 4.
Yeah.
There's acres of space behind him.
A lot of space behind him. It swings and
unless they're going to
roundabouts.
think they're going to hit it to him in the air, then it's fairly pointless, because he'd cut it off if he was at a conventional, well, where he just was.
He's in the action again, down to his left, does pick it up that time. No run, end of the over. England 182 for 4, trail by 54.
Well, I don't think there's a lot coming on straight after tea. However, I will say Pokey Bumpers is the worst job I ever saw. Was selling advertising space in a Braille magazine. All cold calling, horrifying.
I'd have been the worst at cold calling.
Well, that's what my selling encyclopedias in Australia essentially was. But yeah, it's not much fun. Kieran Roseborough says, does the Bear think an elder, experienced left-arm spinner, one coming out of nowhere, so it's impossible to do background research on, would help the English bowling attack? What's his availability? I'm available, man. That's what I'm saying.
Always available. If you're not playing in the IPL.
Absolutely.
It's going to be Fernando. He's going to come back. He's got 3 of the 4 wickets so far. He's carrying a little bit of
timber.
A little bit of a potbelly, I would say.
That doesn't do any harm at 80 miles an hour.
No.
He's not the tallest either, is he? Let's face it.
No. Speak from experience. That is the most difficult place to shift those last few pounds from. But
Yeah.
he's not, he's not Mangala or anything from South Africa. Have we seen the last of him, do you think? I haven't seen him for a while. Or Akeem Cornwall.
Well, who was that guy? Moeen Khan's son as well. Keeping for the Pakistan.
Oh, yes. He was a big unit. That's straight, and Brook takes his hand off the bat. Doesn't get much on it. Up to mid-on. That's Angelo Matthews, and even he is able to get across to that one for no run.
He's done that a couple of times, hasn't he, Brook, now, taking his top hand off and kind of played across it.
Yeah, suggesting
keeping
that
the bowler interested in a caught and bowl, maybe, or
just suggesting that the ball is still sticking in the pitch a little bit.
Yeah.
No, it's quite damp and soggy, isn't it? So possibly.
I think Sri Lanka have the bowlers to try and take advantage of this wobble. There have been spells when they bowled good length and threatened. That's a good length ball, in fact, and that's very solidly defended by Brook.
He's got a little bit of in-swing, doesn't he?
I know they're all crucial sessions, but this for Sri Lanka in particular, I would say, is quite crucial, because unless England could get away, couldn't they? Quite easily. They desperately need they need a couple of wickets, but there again, they've just got to keep it in check, haven't they? So it's a bit of a difficult balancing act, I would say. Glad I'm not the captain.
Yeah, England could get sort of 80 ahead by this evening, and if they were only 5 wickets down, they'd be in a very strong position. Currently trail by 54, slightly back of a length. Brook just angles it down to point, and that's a good run. Just dropped it into the gap, and they sprint through for a single.
I wonder who he's seen play that shot.
It was
many times.
Very like Joe Root. He might have seen that for England and Yorkshire. No one would suggest that Brook is crouched in his stance. He's very upright. He holds that bat vertically. I quite like the way he does that. He holds it vertically and then just drops it down from there.
Perfection.
It's a very studied forward defensive shot. Smith's back on strike. He's on 27. And that's full. It's nicely driven, and it's in the gap as well. That's a lovely shot. Beat the short cover. Mid-off's going to pick it up, actually. It's quite a slow outfield. And they'll get through for at least 2. I think it was 2.
No, it's 3. Yeah, Smith.
No, he did get 3, yep.
So how do you deal with cold callers, Bear? This could be a bit of an object lesson to us. I mean, bearing in mind, I'm sure you can empathise.
How do I deal with them?
With what a terrible job it must be.
I tell them no, not interested, and shut the door.
Yeah. No sort of.
No
preamble.
No.
Appreamble.
No.
Just fuck off.
Just basically fuck off.
Yeah.
One guy told me he was holding a shotgun behind the thing once.
Right.
That was in Australia. I'm not sure if he was. I think it was just an old man. He was quite scared and he was trying to,
Brooke punches that one out to deep point. Get a single.
But I think the trouble is, you know they're not doing that sort of job because it's not a sort of career choice, is it?
No.
And you want to sort of let them feel as though you're not, just being rude. But you also know that the longer you spend, you're wasting both of your time.
Exactly.
If they're the kind of call, say, if they start off, we're calling about your recent car accident, then they're a scam, and they know they're a scam. They know what they're doing.
Yeah, that happens to me on the phone. I'm talking more about people in person, or do people do that in person? No, I'm talking about the ones who are actually there on your doorstep, looking pleadingly to buy something you don't want.
That is one advantage of living in a 4th floor apartment. That.
Yeah.
Punched up to mid-off by Smith. No run, end of the over, 187 for 4.
Pete Coleman says, Pete the Happy Chef, listening from Maribel in the French Alps. Nice.
Very good.
He's been mountain biking all day, and now he's in the kitchen with you blokes on the radio. Keep up the excellent work, legends. Thank you very much, Pete. Kieran says, Smith is so refreshing. He can bat, he can keep. He isn't a comedy ginger villain. I'm so happy he is where he is.
Is he? How does his keeping compare to Folkes?
Apart from that mis-stumping yesterday, that was the first mistake he made in the 4 tests that he's played. 7 innings, 8. Yeah. So
it probably won't be as good as Folkes because
otherwise he'd be keeping a Surrey.
Nobody is. He's a great keeper, but
and
he's also a good batsman. It's a tough call, isn't it?
Oh, he's bowled him. That was Jayasuriya, really found his length there. I'm not sure why Brooke went back to it. And in just the first one, we've really seen bite and turn, and it hit the top and middle and off. And Brooke is gone for 56.
Well, that was an absolutely cracking ball.
I agree.
I don't think he expected it to turn that much at all. Not a lot's turned that much, and that's actually pitched on leg and hit off. That's a cracking delivery.
It's a good ball.
Yeah, it is.
He didn't do a great job of covering it, though, did he? To be
fair, I don't think he expected it to move that much, and therefore he couldn't cover it. He'll be a bit upset. Jayasuriya will be happy. And England, 187 for 5 to trail by 49.
And that makes things a lot more interesting because now Wokes is going to come in at 7.
Indeed,
yeah.
Wokes, who I was bigging up as a proper Test batsman earlier. So let's see who's right.
He scored some decent runs this
summer,
doesn't he?
Yep.
He's definitely a very correct batsman.
Well, it's an interesting situation because after Wokes, we've got Atkinson, Potts, Bashir.
Well, Potts apparently is averaging 70 in the county championship, and he's in the 1st division, I believe, with Durham. So,
who's the other one?
Bashir,
Anderson, Atkinson, Potts,
Woody,
and Wood. Yeah.
Who can give it some Humpty?
He can give you a 15 off 10.
Yeah, exactly. We're only 49 behind. That's a third of the runs, isn't it? So
this is very much the wicketkeeper's job, isn't it? To be batting with the tail and score those double runs that Gary likes to talk about at number 7 and number 8.
Hello, Gary.
So I've completely lost track of Wokes. Is he still at Warwickshire when he does play county cricket?
I believe so, yeah.
I just assume that everybody's at Surrey, and I'm usually not too far wrong.
Surrey or Yorkshire.
So why does everybody go to Surrey? Because it's a nice place to live, or because they pay more money?
I think they pay more money.
Probably the second one, yes. Wokes is going to face up. He's got a slip and a leg slip.
And the England
Tossed
selectors
up.
live around the corner. Sorry.
Well, there's that's possibly used to be the case more than it is, hopefully. That was very full from Jayasuriya, and Wokes gets on top of it and dribbles it out into the offside. Here's Jayasuriya again. Little hop into the wicket. Wokes goes back and plays it back again. Too short cover. There's no run.
Not a bad comeback here from Sri Lanka, really. And I mean, they should have been rolled for about 150. Ended up getting 230 odd.
Yeah, if they can keep this to a workable deficit, they could well still be in the game. Wokes is forward to that one, and there's no run.
I did notice Gary on the WhatsApp group saying that he thought it was a 300 pitch, and 236 wasn't the worst effort in the world yesterday, which you may be right about.
We shall see. One and a half teams have batted on it. Forward again goes Wokes. Plays the over out. Good over from Jayasuriya. Got the breakthrough. 187 for 5. England trail by 49.
Break's always handy. Break's always handy. He also says, Kieran says, what's he cold calling trying to sell firearms? Makes sense then. No, he was behind the door. I was cold calling selling encyclopedias. And there's a dodgy estate in Melbourne, Australia, where Forthy and Margaret are from.
Sorry, there was one more ball to go, and that's it. And Wokes comes down the wicket, hits him on the pad. No danger, and that's over that time. Sorry.
That's all right. Well, Leah says, well, Rathnayaka still has a better score in this match than any English batsman, stealing the moral victory from you lot. Yeah, it's true.
What did he score? 70 in the first innings?
He scored 72, I believe. Yeah. And the skipper, Kanan Jayasuriya, scored 70 as well. No one really other than that scored any runs. Shanamal got a few, but that was pretty much it.
I know you're not a football fan, Bear. Are you a football fan?
I am.
Oh, you are? Oh, I didn't. Who do you support?
I'm a Liverpool fan.
Oh dear. Right. Okay. No, I was thinking that having watched England play football, and I know that's water under the bridge, but it just strikes me that under who's the next manager? What's he called?
Carsley.
Lee Carsley.
Dropped into the offside by Smith, and they will get through for a single.
The attitude of sort of Stokes and McCullum and Southgate, in one sense, couldn't be more different. And they could do with injecting a bit of Casball into the England football team. By which I mean, I suppose, just being a bit more positive and, making people more confident in the fact that they're going to get a couple of games, and if they play badly, they're not just going to get dropped. There just looks to be there looks to be a sort of a lack of a fear factor about the cricket team that there did look to be about the football team.
Well, Carsley managed the under-21s, and people said good things, but they were playing good football and expressing themselves. For all the criticism of England tournament, they did reach the final. It was kind of funny. They did finish second.
They could easily have not done.
Well, no, but they did.
Yeah.
That was down the leg side. There's no run.
Yeah, exactly. Southgate reached a quarter-final, semi-final of the World Cup,
and then the final of the Euros twice.
Yeah, exactly.
Compared to the previous.
But do you not take my point though about? I mean, or do you disagree that there seemed to be an attitude about the England cricket team which was different about the football team?
No, I don't actually. I think
no,
because I think Southgate was quite adventurous in the last. He's very pragmatic as a manager, wasn't he? Football's a very results-driven game.
Wokes covers up again, goes up to mid-on.
Well, I suppose that's partly that would partly be one of my worries that it was focused entirely on results and not on style and enjoyment, and I fit into that camp because I think you're more likely to win the World Cup by playing, enjoying it and playing with style.
I disagree with that entirely. Yeah, I think you look at teams like Italy and to a lesser extent Argentina, very hard ball defensive sides. Football has changed. I'd agree with that, but it's all about not letting in goals in major competitions.
Well, there's no doubt England's attitude changed radically under the dreaded B word, largely for the better, although you can't please everyone. That's played up to mid-on, and there'll be no run.
Yeah, and I think that's a natural progression of the game, really. If you play so much short-form cricket and no one's used to fucking stand there any longer, you might as well fucking express yourself and score the runs while you can.
I always felt that, if you're going to have four slips, a gully and a short leg, you ought to be able to score some frigging runs.
Yeah, exactly. Take some chances. And you see how they do it, this is exactly it. In one day cricket, a ball that gets left in Test cricket is smashed out to the boundary for either a single or four, and you can do it in Test cricket as well. There's no reason why you can't. It's just a question of having the mindset to play that way and accept that you're not going to face 160 overs and last 2 days.
Driven by Wokes, and he's going to get underway this time, scatters the pigeons at cover point, and in fact goes out in the deep, and they should get 3 here because it's gone into the wide open spaces. Fielder runs it down, and they will get through for 3.
And the fact is that the Ashes last year proved both sides absolutely logical ways of playing cricket, because England tended to bat 60 overs and get the same scores as Australia did when they decided they were going to play anti-Bazball generally.
But the important thing is we had them rattled. We were totally in their heads.
Yes, that's very true.
And they were doing stuff like saying, it's not going to affect how we play at all, and then setting a deep point on the first ball of the innings. Which is fine, just don't say it's not going to affect the way we play.
And it clearly got to them by the end. And that's the whole point of it, isn't it? It's
basically, just annoying Australians.
Yeah, well, annoying anyone, getting in any opposition's head.
Slightly slower, and he goes for the drive, Smith, and he gets a outside half of the bat out to deep point to pick up a single.
I mean, I suppose what I'm thinking is that it might be slightly naive, but I think that you probably will play better if you're not. I mean, no results matter, but if you're not strictly result driven and scared of losing, I think you will.
Generally,
you will play better.
Yeah.
Because there's so many England footballers must go into games thinking if I put a foot wrong, it's going to be scrutinised. I'm not going to get another game. Whereas Stokes has said with England players, Crawley being a prime example, it's okay to fail. You'll get another go. Which immediately frees you up. But
they're not playing. I mean, the only time England games really matter, because qualifications are so easy in football, is when you get to a major tournament. Where Test matches, every Test match is an individual event. So if you fail
every
in one,
Test match is completely unimportant.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So then it doesn't really matter. Whereas in a tournament football, it does matter massively.
Comes forward, and there's no one. I mean, totally accept that if they needed a last-minute equaliser in the second round, or they'd have been out and everyone would have been slating them.
Yeah. But things happen.
Things do happen.
I wonder if they ever do chat the coaches of the respective sporting teams.
I don't know, they might do. Played out into the leg side. Fielder puts his boot on it, and there's no run.
That was a great ball, wasn't it? That
it certainly was. He couldn't find another one. That's a little bit too short, and it's whipped into the leg side. But the fielder is out there. Just get a single. 193 for 5. England trail by 43. Now, been a few starts today. Lawrence 30. Root 42. Brook was going well on 56. He just got that ball that we're seeing again. The ball of the day from Jayasuriya. It was going to take a good one to get him out, wasn't it?
It certainly was, and he got one.
Yeah. Smith is now on 33 and Wokes 3. England's slightly longer tail than usual in the absence of Ben Stokes.
I think if I was saying play,
a short leg in now, but he's too short and kept a little bit low. Wokes kept an eye on it and played it out to cover for no run.
Had he played, I mean, he didn't play it that brilliantly, but had he played down the line, the bat obviously can't cover the whole wicket, so, and it would have probably still clipped the top of off stump, which is probably exactly what the
left-arm spinner trying
to do. Yeah.
Yep, that was a little bit too far into leg, and he just drops a bat on it in defence. And Sri Lanka perhaps showing they might make a better fist of this series than the West Indies did in their 3-match series. Wokes is forward, The fielder lets it roll, but there's never any chance of a run. Game's in a bit of a holding pattern. England 193 for 5, trail by 43.
We must have lost about 50 runs in this test match with this painfully slow outfield. That's true. That's John 071, probably equal for
Same
Sri
for them,
Lanka.
yeah.
Exactly. It was very slow yesterday. So honours even on that front.
Did they get a full day yesterday?
Pretty much. I mean, they went off at just about 5 or 10 to 6 for bad light. It was around about then and never came back out. So they lost the extra half hour. There was probably only about sort of 65, 70 overs in the day.
Do they mow the outfield during the course of a test match? Does anybody know?
They might do the outfield. They certainly don't mow the wicket. And the wicket remains the same. The only thing that changes is it gets rolled.
Right.
Fernando with a sort of second slip and a gully's a little bit too short, and Smith, that's a nice shot. He just short arm, I suppose it's a pull, but it's gone very wide. The fielder is going to reel it in. Knocks his foot on the boundary, Angelo Matthews, but actually did put a bit of a sprint on there to save a run.
He's looking old.
That was
Angelo.
a very reluctant dive. He was desperately hoping that was going to go to the boundary, wasn't he?
Oh, I've certainly been there. Kind of short arm punch by Smith, very controlled. He didn't really open his shoulders like a pull shot.
It's very ungainly on the boundary there.
Yeah, he just about managed to get coordinated so he wasn't touching ball and sponge at the same time. Here comes Fernando again. Wokes is back on strike. Length ball, and Wokes puts it past that gully down to third man to get one. In fact, really deep point to Cat to come round, so he should pick up 2. And he does.
Wokes is really kind of like senior pro in the side, isn't he?
Must be a number of tests. He must be Root's.
Root's obviously
Yeah.
senior pro. But I mean, he's played 50 odd tests.
He's the oldest, I think, isn't he?
Wokes, I believe so.
Wood is quite old as well.
Yeah, not quite as old as I think. Wokes is 34, 35. Wood is 33. Maybe 34.
Faces up again. It's good ball, middling off, and Wokes is turned around a little bit. He gets a bat down on it back to the bowler, who seemed to take some encouragement from that.
But even as a spectator, with him coming in at 7, it almost feels like you think of him as a slightly more serious batsman than if he was coming in at 8 or 9. So maybe he feels the same.
I certainly have heard theory in club cricket that if you put someone at number 11, he'll bat like a number 11. Put him at 7, he'll bat like a 7. Yeah. Or try at least.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a proper chance here, hasn't he? He's got time to make an innings, probably.
He has a test ton.
Yeah, he defends that one. I mean, in terms of the game, he's got... But in the second day, if England wanted to and could do, they could bat all day tomorrow. I mean, they won't, but... there's no time pressure in terms of the match, having bowled Sri Lanka out for 2:30 on the first day.
That was a great ball that got Brook. He's a bit flummoxed by the fact it turned so much, didn't it? I mean, it turned.
It's more like, as you say, we hadn't really seen anything turn all day, and that one suddenly did. And that one moves away a little bit from Fernando, but it died so much in the pitch it bounced a good yard in front of the wicketkeeper anyway.
There's a couple that have done that. Wasn't there one, again, I think it happened while I was on the train, but I read about it, this strange ball by Bashir, which didn't...
Yesterday, he got an LBW just before lunch.
Along,
I thought Root's dismissal kept a bit low and hit very close to the bottom of the bat.
Yeah, that might,
Yeah, this pitch isn't an absolute feather bed.
No, you've got conditions as well. There's a bit of moisture in the air. There's been some rain. Fernando, one of the 3 Fernandos, comes in. It's a good ball again, and Wokes is forward, plays it back to the bowler. No run. England 198 for 5.
It's a bit heart in mouth when Wokes plays that defensive shot. It almost looks as though
it doesn't quite look straight, does
no,
it?
it doesn't.
No, it looks like it might just.
It looks like an LB candidate, doesn't he?
Yeah, or a little nick through to the keeper.
Yeah, there's something not quite right about it, but it's worked so far.
Jay says, I concur with Andy. Yeah, you'd have to be really committed to the scam to get through the gates, the doors, and the utter bastard stairs, he says.
Yeah.
And Jeremy Henderson, our man messenger, says that's not correct. Bear, they mow the pitch every day. Oh, do they? Well, that seems a bit odd. I won't mow the pitch during a game.
They mow the wicket.
Yeah, that seems a bit odd.
Jai is in again. Smith, who is looking quite fluent, punches that one nicely out to deep cover to pick up a single.
He says, in order that throughout the match the ground conditions should be as nearly the same,
as uniform as
both
possible.
sides
as
possible. Both the pitch and the outfield shall be mown on each day of the match. Interesting.
Oh, there we go, thank you.
Short leg's back in for Wokes, and it's on the leg stump, but he tips it past the short leg, and would arc past the umpire and get another single.
Presumably the height of the blade is basically set on day 1, and they just go over it on days 2, 3, 4 and 5, so the excess gets cut off.
You'd hope so if there wasn't any sort of shenanigans going on.
Well, if it chucked it down and then it was real sunny for 5 days, if it's anything my lawn, it can grow
shoot up,
enormously.
Yeah, but it's under covers, and a lot of the time it's dead anyway.
No, the outfield.
The outfield, I don't have a problem with that. The wicket, I do have.
Yeah.
200 up for England, 200 for 5 in the 44th over. Smith goes back again. Again, he beats short cover. Now, can they get back for 2 here? Probably not. I wouldn't think so.
How about a groundsman? Have you ever thought of being a groundsman, Bear? That would suit you.
Oh, man, yes.
You get your own little shed.
I desperately tried to become the groundsman of the club I started playing with Dan Norcross. Because you've got a big 3-bedroom flat just off the South Circuit.
Ah, nice.
Massive cricket ground in front of you. And I just thought, this is going to be fat. I thought I could have some parties there and shit. In my 20s.
Tossed up and defended
was
by
there
Wokes.
anything about the actual job that appealed to you?
No, I thought I could be a groundsman. I thought that wouldn't be that hard. You know, ride around on a tractor.
Yeah. Pretty chill, really.
Pretty chill.
Yeah, I can see that.
Do some, get the big roller out and roll the wicket. I thought I'd be quite good.
You'd be good at rolling, yeah.
Wokes is forward again. Out to cover point, there's no run.
But we had Dave the groundsman, who didn't really want to give up his job.
Yeah, that's the thing.
And funnily enough, because he got a free flat, and he had a couple of dogs who had a massive garden out front.
You could have murdered him.
And I desperately tried to, after this ball.
Wokes tips it. Oh no, it's a good stop at short leg actually. I thought he'd beaten short leg there. That's a good bit of fielding. Saves a run, end of the over, 201 for 5.
So you got this big flat, and then he also had the bar just off to the right, because obviously it's a cricket club.
Right.
And I was like, I tried to get. I think I was nominated as social secretary for the club, and basically it was during my raving days in the sort of 90s, and I was like, you could have wicked parties here, man. Get them going till 2 in the morning, but everyone was really dead set against it, and so it never happened. I thought it'd raise money for the club, and they were all looking for ways to raise money for the club. I was like, let's pick some decks out here on a nice sunny evening, and everyone's raving away in the fucking outfield. You'd be coining it in.
So what was the zenith of your raving days then, would you say?
Oh, Hacienda, early 90s.
And what sort of bands were happy?
It wasn't.
happy?
No. Well, yeah. I mean, those boys were around, but he used to go clubbing, DJs and shit there in those days. Lots of nefarious substances late into the night. It was good fun.
Yeah.
Can't remember a lot of it. It was good though.
So did you ever do these things where you used to turn up in some derelict airfield or
No, not because I can't. That was the very beginning. I mean, those things did go on, but I mean
that was kind of late 80s, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of getting into it early 90s, so it was a lot more organised when it moved into the clubs.
Right, Nika's back in. That one is played up to mid-off, and there's no run. For some reason, we were treated to sort of great umpiring howlers of history. We had the one that's why it was Jai. There's a picture of Jai Surya on the in the Sri Lankan dressing room, and they showed a decision where he's obviously hit one into the ground, and Graham Thorpe's caught it, and it's been given out. Oh, that one's rolled along the ground. Definitely, it's under the bat. It's gone under the wicket keeper, and it's going to be 4 byes.
dear, oh dear, oh dear.
That just shot along the ground.
One, two,
I think this was just a dodgy shot.
No, it's
I
kept
just think
very
it's
low.
kept really low.
It's a poor piece of
Can't-
wicket keeping, but
Yeah.
Yeah, he probably should have just stuck his legs there and let it bounce off him. Jai Surya doesn't look as old as I thought he'd look.
no, he's looking in reasonable shape
He's
compared
in
to a
pretty
lot
good
of them.
shape,
Yeah.
Wasn't he in politics for a while?
Yeah, he
What-
was for a while, I
Was,
think.
yeah.
What did he do? Run the country or something?
No, he didn't run the country.
Wokes is forward, plays it out to cover. There's no run.
It's on my bucket list of things to do is test match in Gaul.
Is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's not many things that I'd like to do that are feasible that I haven't done, but that's one of them. Then that could be me and Hendo's next expedition. Get that one in before we're too old. It's supposed to be really nice, isn't it?
It is supposed to be really
Quite
nice.
fancy Sri Lanka as well.
Yeah, I quite like going to Sri Lanka.
My dad was there in the war when it was Ceylon.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, an inside edge Chinese cut from Smith flashes past the stumps. It might have been perilously close. I think it beat his off stump and went down to fine leg for a single.
Back and slice.
The Pope should play that. Pope should play that, surely. Oh, yeah, that's close to the off stump. Yeah.
That kept low as well, didn't it? That didn't.
Well, no.
Do you think?
A little bit, maybe. And batsmen are going to need to start taking this into account. Play with a straighter bat.
No one does that these days.
No.
Exception of Bat Joe Root, that's about it.
Sarat Naik, no luck for him yet on his debut, although he did score 70 runs, but he's almost catching up with that with the ball. He's on 1 for 50. That one's played out to short mid wicket and there's no run.
Just trailed by 30 runs with 5 wickets now. This is
Yep, England just
getting there.
bit by bit, knocking this deficit down. They get into the positive with 4 or 5 wickets in hand. Start scoring those double runs.
Oh, George McPherson's not happy. I'll give you his thoughts after this ball.
Okay, I'm not sure. I look forward to seeing what anybody could be unhappy about. Kept a little bit low as well, I think. Wokes dropped a bat on it. It goes out to deep point for a single.
Wow, George says this is poor from England. First they are pretty inconsistent against the West Indies and now against Sri Lanka. He also says instead of putting on big partnerships, England continue to give away their wickets. Well, George, they beat the West Indies 3-0, so you can have a lot of criticism, but at the end of the day they did their job and they generally did it extremely well. And here, actually, looking at the wicket, it does the odd thing. It misbehaves. It's a slow outfield. I'd probably say Sri Lanka aren't as bad as the West Indies. They don't look as undercooked, even though they've had the same prep time.
Well,
they've got experience in the top order of their batting lineup, although they failed yesterday. There are some tried and tested players on their side.
Well, the last 2 completed partnerships have both been around 60, and that is better than 100 and 0.
Yep.
I understand the frustration at batsmen getting out when they're set. Wokes reaches forward and covers scrambles and then spins a bit around like a crab trying to hold on to the ball.
It does look like a sort of pitch where you could get out at any point, though. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not like demons, but there's enough to suggest that occasionally it's going to do something.
Well, like the ball Jai Surya bowled to Brook. That one's down to short leg and there's no run.
Yeah, I mean, that sort of came out of nowhere. Much like Bashir's ball to Chandimal yesterday when he got the grubber that sort of appeared out of nowhere, because most of the time it behaved. So, the pitch isn't massively consistent.
Consistently inconsistent.
Yeah, Wokes is forward. I mean, wait till the end of the innings, because from here they could end up with a lead of 10 or a lead of 160.
Yeah, that's very true.
Fair amount hanging on Jamie Smith for that. Tossed up by Jai Surya. Wokes is forward in defence.
I mean, the other thing is they've got 207 runs left. They can't get a new ball for another 34 overs after this.
Well, that again is one of the advantages of this style of play.
Exactly.
You know, at times they're getting 350 before
The
400
new ball
before the opposition get the new ball. Wokes is forward again. There's no run.
That's it. I mean, the ball's getting tired now, and the last 20 overs of the old ball, you really look to make hay. And if you're already ahead, then you score at 5-6 and over, and when the new ball comes, they're already out of sight almost.
Jai is in again. A little bit of zip on. Oh, get out of here! There's a mile down the leg side. That's a ridiculous appeal. It just went on, hit the pad already outside leg stump and was spearing down towards leg slip.
I think they do have to sort of make sure they carry on being positive and taking the initiative, because it's just going to allow the bowlers to bowl better and better, isn't it? Because if you know that people aren't going after you, you will bowl better.
Yes, that's true.
Otherwise it just becomes a sort of slightly pointless. I don't know what the weather forecast is for the next 3 days, but it can't be brilliant.
Oh, where'd you change?
Okay, what's going on is...
Well, the change is supposed to be Billy, who's gone.
But that's right, Hendo can come in, because he was supposed to be on this one. Yeah.
So, Messers, if you can turn up. Hendo, can you run back in? Although, Hendo, you're supposed to... If you're Billy, then you're supposed to do ball by ball, but I haven't done ball by ball and I missed mine. So I'm going to do ball by ball now, Hendo. But you're doing the next session as well anyway. So I'll do ball by ball. That one is defended by Smith. Back up the track, and there is no run. Messi, you coming on? You're supposed to be on now. If we stick to the strict thing.
Unless he wants to dismiss.
Messi? He's not there. You hang around, John, for a little bit until Messi does turn up. You're on overspill, and then you might have to stay till the end, Andy, because I think it's just me, you, and Messi until 7:30. This is a bit depressing, but there you go. Ratnaika is in, and that's defended. Back to the bowler, and there ain't no run.
So if Messi arrives, he's going to be doing socials, but in the meantime, I'm going to have to do them, am I not?
Yes.
Until he arrives.
Well, if Messi arrives, I'll go. But have you been watching, or have you been asleep?
No, I've been watching.
Oh.
Just chilling, huh?
I've also been reading about the Jermaine Janus
what's
story.
going on with that, yeah?
Well, the curious thing is that he was... they announced he was sacked from the BBC for inappropriate behaviour following an investigation. But he was on air on TalkSport presenting a programme at the time.
Oh, okay. Defended back up the track, and there's no run. What are the allegations? Are they being released?
There's nothing so far. Nothing so far.
Presumably it's some sort of sexual nonsense, I would have thought.
I don't think we can speculate at this stage. But...
Do we like Jermaine Janus?
I don't really like him, but
I've never had a problem with
him. He strikes me as a fairly wholesome chap.
I think he's
alright.
I don't really like him as a pundit, but I also don't like him as a presenter on the One Show. But then the One Show is rubbish.
Yeah, I don't know. I try to avoid.
That's the only thing I know him from.
I tend to avoid the One Show. That's defended by Smith. Out to cover, and there's no run. You know, but pundits are pundits. Everyone can be a fucking pundit. We're pundits.
We're pundits, but some pundits are
worse than others.
Not all pundits are equal. But yeah, I mean, I wasn't seeing a lot of people getting upset. Was it Des Lynam last week who said something along the lines of he didn't mind women being presenters of football programmes, but they shouldn't actually be pundits, as in commenting on the football, because they'd never played at that level. Which was absolutely bizarre. Not because I'll come back to that.
Ratnaika is in. It's cut nicely.
Has he played football?
Smith out to deep out of the point, and there is one or two.
One, just one. I think the point was no, he didn't play football, but he wasn't a pundit. He was a presenter, and that was his argument.
Yeah.
But I think the argument was flawed because basically most of the people that write about football have not been footballers. So if you can have journalist punters, who haven't played football, why can't you have female?
I think it's just.
Is
he still alive then? Dave?
Yeah. It was. I think it was in an interview with the Radio Times or something.
If that would have been one of these pub quizzes, dead or alive.
I was going to say.
I'd have gone for dead for Des.
I'd have gone for dead for Des.
Deadline him.
Deadline him.
Yeah.
Defended up behind
Des.
square by Smith. He'll get a single.
That'd be a good nickname, wouldn't it?
Yeah, Woods. What's that? 209 for 5. Wokes has just got stuck in there, hasn't he? He's. Were you talking about? Or I think there was a guy who wrote in on the tubes saying that England were not doing a really very good job here.
Yeah, George McPherson was complaining about that. I think they're doing an all right job, and Suter, he says slow, low, and inconsistent, bad pitch to me. He says, I don't think it's a bad pitch. I think it's a sporting pitch.
I don't even think it's actually particularly slow. I mean, the ball seems to be coming onto the bat quite nicely, especially when they keep bowling full.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's me. Sorry, defended out to the offside. And there's no run.
I better have a look on the.
It's okay, Hendo.
Where are we
a lot
up to?
there. We're down at the bottom at Jano 71. That's driven back to the bowler, who doesn't field off his own bowling, but fortunately mid-off is pretty straight, and it goes to him, and there ain't no run.
This pitch is crap, says Suter who.
That's what I just said. Yeah.
Oh, you said that one. I've decided George McPherson is satire. He's just too pessimistic to be real, says Matthew Cullen.
Well, some people are like that. Hendo's one like that, exactly. Defended out as a cover, there's no run. Josie Oak is like that, we're always doomed. There are a few of them out there. A pessimistic cricket fan is nothing new when you're an England person.
Jarno 71 says, doesn't look like a bad pitch to me. Some good bowling, some poor shots, and a slow outfield.
Yep, that sums it up reasonably well. I think there is something in it for the bowlers. The odd bit of misbehaving does help. Put something in the batsman's mind, and that's defended back to the cover. But there is no run.
Does Wokes go aerial? Have we seen enough of him under these circumstances?
I don't think he will.
I don't think he will.
Yeah, I don't think he will.
Once England get a lead, I think there'll be a slight change. I think they'll try to be a bit more forceful. Down the track, and then changes his mind as Trafford drops a little bit short, thinking he's going to come down the track. Allows him to rock back on the back foot, find a little space in the offside, gets himself a single.
I actually would beg to differ with people today. I mean, I'm always ready to be critical of England's shot making. I don't think anyone's really played a bad shot today. I think they've been got out.
The ball that got Brooke out was a cracker.
That was absolute beauty.
But Lawrence's wasn't a particularly a thing of beauty, was it?
I forgot.
Nicely driven
that sort
by
of strange little wafty
Smith.
thing outside off stump, which he either could have left
up to long off, and as a single.
He could have either left or hit it properly. I don't know.
I thought, possibly. I mean, we were talking about that, weren't we? About what you should flirt with outside the off stump, and how far, if it's very wide, you should go after it. I thought it was it wasn't the worst dismissal I'd ever seen. I think the disappointing thing was that Lawrence was actually batting quite well at that point, and then Root caught behind.
Yeah, maybe kept a little bit low.
Duckett was done by a full in-swinger early on, so I can't really think of anyone who's given their wicket away in the way that we have seen at times with Bazball. So I'm not disappointed, and I'm willing to give a bit of credit this time to Sri Lanka, or to the bowlers, I think.
Vishwa Fernando is going to bowl. Here's a jingle that goes like this.
Every delivery delivered by a manic fiend. That is what I want to see. Vishwa Fernando.
What's that song?
Sounds like Gary Newman or something.
Someone like that. It's about that era.
Yeah.
It's not Gary Newman, I don't think, but round the wicket is Vishwa into the pads of Smith, who just clips it out to deep square leg with not much pace. They'll still only probably get one, and they do. Score moves on to 212. England trail by just 24. Did we mention the GPL today? Did anyone enter?
Oh God, no! Completely forgot. I mean, I suppose because
it was closed before we even opened. Actually,
Schrodinger's GPL.
Yeah, someone might have entered, I suppose, but
could be Messi. Messi Jez might have done.
Oh, he might have done.
Where's he gone? Has he fallen asleep?
I don't know. Might have been. No
entries. I haven't even sort of put out pleas for people to join us on patreon.com. which I probably should do, or we should do on a regular basis.
We should do on a regular basis. We are crap at advertising ourselves, it has to be said. 48.1 overs gone, 212 for 5. Wokes is facing up. Ooh, gets a very fine edge on that. Should run away for 4. Does indeed. Good shot. Good shot. Genuine leg glance.
2 + 2 is a member.
It's almost like winter out there, isn't it?
It does look like it. It was a very good shot, but it was a shot with a very, very small margin of error, because I think he would have been...
Well, I think it was going down.
Do you think so?
Maybe. I think he'd have got the benefit of the doubt on the umpire's call from the umpire, and then it would have been maybe clipping.
Yeah, he may be coming from a little bit wide, the bowler. It's not easy to get close into the stumps when you come around the wicket, is it?
No.
Are the weathermen suggesting that the weather's going to get better? Because looking at this way people are dressed in the crowd, another 2 tests of this, they're going to be...
Well, hopefully there'll be a change in the weather by the end of next week. It's still only August, by the way. That's guided along the floor through the slits, and once again out to boundary 4 more.
It's Nissan She.
Trailed by just 16
It's
now.
Nissan She.
He's on fire.
With 5 wickets in hand.
Where's the next test at?
Lords.
Followed by the Oval.
Ah.
Down south.
So you should have good weather down here.
Yeah, well, you'd hope so.
And you would think there'll be better crowds, won't they? I mean...
Well, the last time we were at the Oval, it was bloody freezing, wasn't it? Do you remember that?
April the 28th.
Was that the day?
Yeah.
Defended.
Nice to see a bit
Was
of
that a
county
test
cricket.
match?
No.
No, Surrey v Hampshire in the county championship.
Defended up to mid-off, there's no run.
It was about 14 degrees with a gale force wind.
Oof, no.
And I already had a cough, and I think that's what brought my whooping cough on.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, not a memorable day, really.
I seem to remember you actually putting something up on the WhatsApp about that. Sat at the back of the stand.
What did we do afterwards?
Nothing. I think we just parted.
Partied hard.
No, parted, not partied.
Oh, right. Defended square on your side and there's no run. I was going to say that would be a bit uncharacterful for you to go party.
Oh, what do you mean? We're the party animals.
Not you.
No, true. Well, it looks like Smith's going to get himself to another 50. And he's doing his best to make me look stupid, which is fine.
Yeah, as you said though, it's going to be better opposition than West Indies, Sri Lanka. And it's going to be away from home, and that'll be the test.
Well, he's got India at home next summer as well, if he's still...
Yeah, well, it's Pakistan away, though, isn't it? That's defended. Back to the bowler, there's no one. I mean, are they going to go? Oh, they're going to need to go for the loo.
They're going to go Pakistan away. We've got New Zealand again as well, haven't we, before Christmas, if I'm not mistaken? How many times do we play New Zealand these days in like sort of little two-test series? England 220 for 5. Oh no, the bear has now moved YouTube off the screen, so I'm going to have to go and have a little look at Twitter. A lot of people seem to have stopped contacting us on Twitter for the last few minutes. It may be something to do with the fact that we forget to read them. Jayasuriya is going to bowl. 1 for 47.
That'd be a good away series for us to go on if we win the lottery, wouldn't it? New Zealand as well. I was talking before about going to Gaul, but I'd quite fancy New Zealand. Go and see my mate in Auckland. And
I've never been to New Zealand. I would like to go. It's a great place. Yeah, onto the back foot goes Smith and forces back to the bowler.
Although my friends were over recently and they told me that they've had a sort of bit of a political shift. They've got a right-wing government, haven't they? And,
yeah, Jacinda has gone.
Which is strange because they're the most laid-back bunch of people, generally speaking.
Oh, drives at this one outside the off-stump. No discernible turn. Maybe just played down the wrong line a little bit. Yeah. It wasn't taken cleanly by Chandimal behind the stumps.
Laid-back bunch you could come across, really, but I think what he was saying, they've...
a little bit of movement.
Some of their lunatic fringe has also taken exception to immigration. And
Yep.
Okay, Jayasuriya round the wicket, defended by Smith. Back to the bowler, no run.
It is extraordinary, isn't it? You're looking at Jayasuriya now, and he's barely turned one off straight all afternoon. Hang on, is there an edge here? No, I don't think so. And yet that ball to Brook was a demon.
Absolutely. Well, that's what I mean. There is the odd. That's why this wicket is quite sporting, as that's defended back to the bowler.
Yeah, but having
picked up one off no run.
he's not been able to find it again.
Well, no, but that's the thing. I think it's going to get you the wicket every once in a while. It's scored the runs in between.
Maybe just bowled a different sort of ball. I mean, they've got a wide range of. Maybe that one just spun because he tried to.
Well, quite flat, quite quick. Smith goes back, tries to punch it through the offside, but can only hit cover. There is no run.
But if you'd seen one do that, you'd want to be turning it now. You'd want to be trying that now, even if you were before.
Yeah, you'd do it again, wouldn't you?
Yeah. You'd try anyway.
I'm sure he is. It's just not happening. It's defended up towards mid-on. Last ball there. I think it's a maiden, isn't it? And Smith remains on 46. Wokes on 17. 225. England trail by just 16 runs.
Sorry, guys, was I supposed to be on now?
Yeah, you
were. Hey, Messi!
Wakey.
I got my timings mixed up and I was making my dinner.
That's okay.
Sorry about that.
What was it? Was it possum and chips?
No, it was actually bacon and eggs.
Oh.
Nice. Good English, full English breakfast. That's what I like to hear.
It's not breakfast. What time is it there? It's in the evening.
It's in the evening.
It's midnight.
Oh, God. That's very late dinner.
Yeah. Well, you are supposed to be on, actually.
I am late. I didn't get up till 11. You know, I'm on your times.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
So, John, you can take a rest. Messi, you can take over
John.
on socials.
It was Madonna, by the way.
Who was Madonna? What are you on about? Clipped around the leg side. Oh, right. Which jingle was that? I can't even remember. Oh,
the one that we thought was Gary Newman.
Yeah, okay. Clipped out to deep square leg for a single.
La Isla Bonita by Madonna.
Yes.
Suter Who.
That's right, of course. Right. All is well with the world. Messi is here. Smith back on strike. Just needing 4 runs to get another 50. It'll be the third 50 of the innings, but still, no one has got more than Ratnaika. Smith facing up round the wickets is Fernando. There's one for 44. Vishwa, that is. And it's defended by Smith, no run.
I'll just go back, Messi. I missed a few tweets. Farong said, wicket after the break, lovely jubbly. Possibly the Lions could bat before stumps. The tail wagged for them. Will it be the same for the 3 Lions? Football worst jersey this season in the Premier League?
Chelsea.
Oh my God, what is that? Is that them? Oh, it is. It's awful.
It's Chelsea. It's terrible.
Oh my goodness me.
They fucked everything up, Chelsea. They got 42 on their first team squad. And they've got loads of stars that they need to offload. I mean, I didn't realise Sterling's on 325 grand a week. And we don't want him in the squad.
Is there no salary cap in the Premier League?
No, it's ridiculous.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yep. I mean, even in America, they have a salary cap, don't they?
Yeah. It's silly money, though, in America. That is defended out to the offside, and there's no run.
Jay Grover says, serious point, John. I think this is going back to the football. Says, don't you think there is more pressure from the club than country?
Yeah, very much so.
I think that they were just kind of they just froze in the level of expectation, you know, and suddenly they find themselves with the bookmakers favourites for the tournament. Or maybe they knew internally they weren't quite as good as that.
Well,
you know?
no, I also think. Well, we're talking about Euros here. Smith is this time over the wicket is Fernando. Down the track comes Smith a little bit, but still only defends up to mid off and so. What's kind of weird? We had a pretty settled squad in the last World Cup, wasn't it? Previously, he changed about 13 of the squad, 27 or whatever it was. There was a whole lot of new faces who weren't used to gelling. I think Kane was off it a little bit.
Oh, Kane was way off it,
yeah. And they struggled to score goals, but they didn't let in concede. And you know, the biggest problem was when they did equalise in that final, they didn't actually attack in the attacking third for the next 13 or 14 minutes or so. As Jonathan Wilson said very well in an article, that's played up to mid-on, there's no run. Having scored that goal, they need to put pressure on.
I've said exactly the same, actually. I think
we all did
on the WhatsApp,
the game.
You know, for 10 minutes we played really brilliantly, and then suddenly they decided to go back into defensive mode. I couldn't understand it. Anyway.
Oh, there's a tweet here from Mog. Well, there would be if he was awake, and what it would say is, fuck football.
Oh yeah, he would. Yeah, absolutely. Well, I kind of agree with him a lot, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm back into playing fancy Premier League. Although I ended the first week on top of the league, which is always a good thing. Driven by Smith, not with great timing though. I think he's a bit pissed off. He thinks he's missed out there. Toe end.
How do you play fantasy
run.
Premier League these days when teams have got 42 players? I mean, how do you know who the hell is going to play?
Well, that's the trick, isn't it? Well, you obviously don't pick the really
It's
shitty
more
ones.
it's more difficult than it was when fantasy leagues were, first a thing, I think.
Well, yeah, it is to a certain degree. I mean, I picked Ivan Toney last week because he was reasonably priced, and you think, well, he's probably going to come back and score some goals. And then he's on a possible transfer list, so he doesn't get on the pitch.
Yeah.
And then Phil Foden, who you'd expect to start for City, of course, the first game of the season, they're playing someone reasonably weak, and he's come back from holiday and played in the Euros, and so he sits on a bench for half the game, and that sort of thing comes to really annoying.
You mean that weak side with 42 players on their books?
Yeah.
Chelsea.
Well, no, Phil Foden's City, isn't he? But
No, but you said they were playing someone weak.
oh, yes. That's true, they were playing Chelsea. But Chelsea are so disorganised.
Dara's easy. Who's happy because it's below 40 degrees now. Says, you say a week, but what footballer actually works a week?
But they don't. That's why we'd all love to be footballers playing 300 grand a week. That one's just defended up towards mid-on, but fielded by middle wicket, and there's no run. Charles Ferreira continue, 1 for 47. He's in the 17th over. He's around the wicket at Wokesy. He comes forward, drives, can't beat the bowler. Palms it up to mid-on, off. They get no run.
Of course, there's news come out today, hasn't there, about next summer, where England play 5 tests against India, 1 test against Zimbabwe, a bunch of one-day internationals against South Africa, like they have against. I mean, you do know we've got 5 one-dayers against Australia still to come. Yeah. But the Test cricket finishes on August the 4th.
Really?
There is no Test cricket after August the 4th,
God.
which is almost as bad as last year when there was no Test cricket after the Ashes finished at the end of August, the end of July.
Yeah.
It's bizarre,
true.
Isn't it? It's bizarre. Quite interestingly, George Dobell had written a piece in which he said Richard Gould at the ECB, he had some quotes from him from last year saying how ridiculous if there wasn't Test cricket in August on those lines. And then here we are next year. We haven't got any Test cricket in August.
Yeah, it's completely nuts, isn't it?
It is nuts.
Jay Grover says, wait till you hear Fazia Mohammed's views on women in leadership roles. That obsequious interview rings ever more hollow.
Who's that?
Fazia Mohammed.
I think that's the guy that Brookie was interviewing, wasn't it?
Oh, okay. I don't know. I didn't.
That we had on yesterday.
Okay, fair enough. So how we doing?
I mean, it's just crazy. I still think that if you're going to have a one-day competition or a T20 or 100, whatever it is, you should just run it in parallel with Test cricket. Not that many Test players make that much difference in T20 cricket, to be totally honest.
Yeah. I mean, I did quite enjoy some of the 100 this year, but only really when there were English players back playing, English Test players, funnily enough, or good quality short form players playing. And then, most of them didn't play that many games, to be honest. There were a few, I watched Joe Root, I watched Harry Brook when he batted, I watched the likes of Will Jackson, didn't have a particularly good 100, Phil Salt. I mean, we were robbed of Joss Butler because he was injured.
James Vince did very well. Jordan took a lot of wickets.
Yeah, Jordan bowled pretty well.
Archer is not a Test player. Archer's not a Test player. So very few Test players made any significant difference anyhow.
That said, without Butler, the Manchester Originals team was probably not even as good as the Lancashire T20 team. The Blast team. There were a lot of names that I didn't really know very well.
There was a good deal of mediocrity.
Yeah, there was. Yeah. And people sort of one of the arguments against the Blast is that you spread it to 18 because you've got 18 teams, that you haven't got that quality that you should get from players around the world. But then again, there are certain players around the world that you might want to have in your 100 team that are not allowed to.
Yeah.
So it's it's a bit weird. Oh, the other thing, of course, is that Michael Vaughan has come out today and said that ODI should be cancelled. To allow for the 100.
Well, was it not Michael Vaughan who was going on about, or maybe it was KP, going on about sixes being 12s if they were long enough.
Oh, that was a while ago, wasn't it?
That was last year.
Yeah, but
last year's news.
but I mean, Michael Vaughan frequently comes up with completely ridiculous suggestions, and to the best of my knowledge, most of them
are
go
rubbish.
absolutely nowhere.
Have we got the Michael Vaughan jingle? We should play it. We haven't played that for a long while, have we?
Clickbait.
Oh, it is clickbait. And I mean, when we were sort of looking at loads of Indian websites and seeing what they were up to, there are now hundreds of them, seemingly, all making a living, unlike us. But Michael Vaughan, every time he opened his mouth, it was reported in India. And, okay, I understand it. Respect for a good captain and a really good player to watch when he was, and also one that was afflicted by injury quite a lot, which was quite sad. But, I mean, really just does... It's almost as if all the people looking back, all these guys looking back, they don't seem to appreciate what they came through, and it's like how do they know it's going to be any better if they manage to kill off county cricket in any meaningful way? I don't quite understand how they see the future. It seems like they just jump on the bandwagon, shout about we've got to make more money, which is probably true, but they don't really offer any great solutions, I don't think.
I should mention we haven't missed anything. There's been an injury stroke drink spell.
That's true.
5 minutes.
Oh, it's me.
Yes.
On the back foot, Wokes is a bit short. Well, I threw it, pushed it through. But Wokes going to hit it to cover and there is no run. I'm ready for a nap already.
Yeah, I'm knackered.
I'm doing ball by ball next. Oh,
Yeah.
cut airily. Can't beat the man at backward point. May get through for a single. Looks like they didn't. Bounced a bit, maybe.
Yeah, actually played it well because he seemed to cut it almost off the top of the bails, didn't he?
Yeah.
Maybe it just jumped a little bit more than he expected.
Have you lost Billy already, have you?
Yeah.
We lost Billy already, yeah.
No stamina, the young.
Well, yeah, I think he had to train back to Hampshire, I believe. Inside half of the bat. That's a man on 45, no run.
We'll have to get him in on the Pakistan series, get him from his sort of halls of residence in Newcastle at 4 o'clock in the morning. I mean, he'll just be getting in at that point, won't he? So,
Yeah.
He'll be pissed and wide awake.
Yeah.
That's driven back inside, not inside, mid on off, but mid off is deep enough back that they will get through for a single. Wokes steals the strike.
No, didn't get a single then, did he? Oh, yes, they did. Yep.
Moves on to 19. Smith remains on 46. Stuck a little bit on 46.
So, I was going to ask both of you. My view is that this pitch is pretty substandard. It's very flat. It's got no carry, but it's also inconsistent. We've seen a few grubbers. I don't think it's really up for Test cricket, this pitch.
Oh, I don't know. I think I've seen a lot worse pitches than this. I think the ball.
Oh, I've seen worse, but I just
I've
don't
seen
think
a
it's
lot.
good.
I don't know. I think it's been okay. I take your point. There have been. I think I've seen 2 balls that are really misbehaved in the terms of the one that got who was it, LBW yesterday, Chandamal.
Yeah.
I mean, that you just don't expect that on a first day, or you'd be unlucky to get that on a 4th day, let alone a first day.
There's been a couple of done that.
Vishwa Fernando is over the wickets, bowling across Wokes. He just guides it out towards third man, gets himself a single.
Yeah, I suppose there have been a couple that done that. I mean, the saving grace for the batsman is that none of them have been straight.
Yeah.
And then you can say
but it's also got absolutely no bounce. I mean, it's quite frequent that it bounces twice before getting to the keeper.
Yeah, I thought there was a bit of a zip when the ball was newish, I have to say. When we first started, I was going to say this morning, but it wasn't until 1:15. I think now that the ball's 52 overs old, it's got soft, hasn't it? That won't help.
No, it won't. Defended by Smith, back to the bowler, and there is no run.
I mean, the only other one that I think's really misbehaved, and I don't think misbehaved is right. I think it was just a good ball that found an area for and bizarrely it spun. I mean, that ball to get Harry Brook was an absolute corker.
It was.
And in fact, he did. I think John said he didn't really cover it very well. Someone said that, and I thought that's not really fair because if you actually look at it, he does actually. move his bat in response to the movement, but just doesn't get it far enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or quick enough, yeah.
Well,
cut by Jamie Smith, out through the covers, probably only gets one, does indeed, moves on to 47. I think we're going to have a switcheroo at the end of this over.
Yeah. Who's on with me then?
Andy and John.
Okay.
There was a great point that Nathan Lyle made during his interview, which I found really interesting. What he both had to say and to demonstrate was that it seems that bowlers never actually deserve wickets because it's always the batsman that gets them out. He said, "I'm of the view that actually we bowl some quite good deliveries from time to time."
No, I think that's right. Absolutely.
Yeah, they aren't always the ones that gets the wicket, so it might be the shitter ball that gets the wicket, but yeah, you do your work with the good ones. That's defended by Wokes out towards cover, and there is no run.
Well, I think we had a couple of YouTubers talking about England playing bad shots today, and I don't think they have played any bad shots. I think they've actually been got out.
I think one was,
there was
maybe
Lawrence.
outside.
Maybe Lawrence, you could argue,
didn't move his feet an inch and just wafted at it. Yeah.
But otherwise, I think everyone's been got out. I think.
Right, Wokes defends that. Out to the covers once more. No run.
Oh, Bear, if you're going off, could you mind making me a cup of tea, would you?
Oh, okay. Sugar?
No sugar, just milk. Thanks. Yeah, I'm desperate.
Well, Bear, after this session, if you need someone, I'm here anyhow, because we've got a long way to go yet.
Yeah, I've got to go. John and I have got to go at 6:30.
So you'll be on with me and Andy is about it. There's only 3 of us left till the end of close of play.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
You can take us through.
Yeah.
With a bit
You're grown-ups. You're grown-ups.
Defended back down the track. And there is no run.
And that is the end of the over.
That's the end of the over. I'm out.
Okay, well, I'll catch you later.
Absolutely. John, after his break of about 3 minutes, is going to come back in. Andy's going to go into the Jingles chair, hopefully, and do some socials as well. And send John back in if he's not awake. 2:24 for 5. Oh, were you asleep? Oh, I thought maybe you were just having a little nap. 2:24 for 5. England trail by 12 runs. Smith has moved on to 47 from 73. Wokes has 20 from 51. It's not been much Bazball. It's been more Pope ball. Pope ball is, batting sensibly. Jayasuriya just a slip in close, bowls to Smith, who reaches forward and defends straight back.
Yeah, Andy, we were just saying that Smith seems to have responded to Wokes' sort of period of slight inactivity by
gone into his shell
doing the same.
Yeah, absolutely. He's getting near his 50. Maybe he's thinking about that. This one comes off his pad. I think they think about a single, but Chandimal runs towards square leg and prevents them.
But he has been very impressive, I have to say. This is probably the first time I've seen him sort of up close and personal. And I don't think he hasn't really played a bad shot, I don't think.
Not really, no.
He's already got 2 50s, including a 90 against West Indies.
Jayasuriya in again. No discernible turn as Smith props his bat in front of the front pad and defends.
We're also saying, will Folkes stay at Surrey? I know Folkes does keep wicket, but do you want 2 England wicket keepers at the same club? You could do it from England's point of view. You could presumably do with Smith keeping wicket on a regular basis.
This one is turned around the corner. Well, not so much turned as it came. It sort of went on with the arm, found the thick inside edge, and flew down towards long leg. They take a single. Smith moves to 48. I think Folkes is really unlucky, but I mean, potentially, could he be back for Pakistan? Could he, is he going to be seen as an overseas specialist in the way that Wokes is seen as a...
Is wicket keeping that different on one continent to another?
Well, it certainly is in India. I mean, and that's why he was brought in, because, how much the ball was going to turn in India.
Depends which spinners they take, though, doesn't it, as to how difficult a task it is.
Yep, defended by Wokes, back to Jayasuriya. I don't think they will change, unless they. I think it's too early in his career to leave him out, isn't it, Smith? Jaya Surya in bowls and making room for himself a little bit. Wokes jabs it out into the offside to extra, and there is no run. End of the over. Jaya Surya has completed 18 overs. He has 1 for 49, the wicket of Harry Brook.
Did you do Pirate Bradshaw's comment about money?
No.
Okay, he says revenue raising is a side effect of sports rather than the purpose. If you're changing the sport to chase revenue, then the purpose of promoting a sport has been lost. Might as well become a hedge fund. Well, to an extent, the problem is that Test international cricket is completely subsidising domestic cricket, and if international cricket's not making money, domestic cricket certainly isn't.
Well, I mean,
and it'll just go down the tubes.
You have to be aware that business does subsidise professional sport, or does provide the money that allows professional sport to exist. Really, we're past the days of the gentlemen and players, aren't we? Those that had their own means. Fernando bowls to Smith, who drives. Fernando, in stopping this with his left hand, falls over to the right. And is grounded for a little moment, and I think may have just landed on his hand. He seems to be. I
think it
shaking.
was the ball hitting it very hard.
Maybe it was that. Maybe it was that.
Yeah, I thought he was holding his back there. It turns out everywhere he touches hurts because he hit his hand.
Indeed. Referred pain. Fernando in again. Vishwa. Operating back over the wicket. He has been round the wicket at times. This is just dabbed into the offside. Easy as pie single for Smith, who moves within 1 of what would be a third Test 50 of the summer. I did see them he was interviewed after the West Indies series, and he had said he did find it more exhausting than he'd expected. And I think I wrote something on the County Cricket Matters Facebook page saying, well, if he thinks that was tiring, wait till he has to play 5 tests against India and Australia. But well, by then maybe it was emotional stress, of making his Test debut, that sort of thing. And also because how often has he kept wicket in a 5-day match? Never. On to the back foot goes.
You won't have unless you want the county championship to be 5 days.
Exactly. This one slips.
That kept very low. That would worry you if you're contemplating batting on the 5th day, wouldn't it?
I don't think we'll get to the 5th day in this match, but I think, and you'd be a lot worried if that was straight, to be honest. But quite a few of those have not been straight. Only that one yesterday that got rid of Chandramal. 226 for 5. England trail by 10 now. Wokes is on 20. Facing up to Vishwa Fernando. Left arm over the wicket, bowls a fuller ball, which is onto the front foot and steers it up to mid-off as extra cover makes a dummy run across him. There is no run. I mean, the tennis tour just would not exist apart if not for extraordinary sponsorship.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, someone's got to pay the players at the end of the day.
Yeah,
is most of it. Whether you get different sports have different models, from TV money, sponsorship, attendance, whatever.
Fernando in bowls, jabbed. Oh, really good piece of fielding there by who is that? Nishan at gully, and there is no run. A really good dive there, and took it after the bounce.
I think my point is that Test cricket does have to keep an eye on the finances. Because I keep coming back to this. There is no doubt that domestic cricket could not survive on its own. It couldn't be paying players 12 months a year on what they pay them, on what they purely bring in.
Fernando in again, bowls full, driven by Wokes pleasantly through the offside, and that I think has got the legs on it to go to the boundary despite a rather slow outfield. Wokes moves to 24.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
Just to continue that one, Pipe Bad Shah says, scale, there's no specific reason why any individual sport should feel itself entitled to X amount of revenue, of course, especially when it can't be bothered to extend its grassroots. Messi Jess would like to see Smith selected as a batter alone, has the talent. Yeah, but if he's 90% of the good as a wicketkeeper as Folkes, then you can use that and play an extra batter or an extra bowler.
That's the difficulty, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, but whether he can keep wicket and bat. I mean, if he's batting at 7, I suppose it's not such a problem. But to do that, you know, in a Test series here against India next year, and then to follow it up in Australia, I don't know. It's hard. Onto the front foot he comes. He's looking for that 50, but he's not going to get it there.
Can he not bowl?
Possibly.
Could do with a medium pacer, couldn't
Bowl
we?
some MS Dhoni.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Of course, Ollie Pope can keep wicket as well, can't he? Jai Surya in bowls. He goes back, forces. That'll be 50 for Jamie Smith from 81 balls. And
would you be allowed to have Pope keep in one innings and Smith in another
if you wanted to?
Technically,
yeah.
you could. Third Test 50 in his 4th match.
He gets one of these.
It's 50, and you know that can't be bad. Yeah, it's 50, and you know you should be glad.
I've always got the feeling that, you know, he's got out there today and he's worked out there are runs here if I'm moderately sensible. I don't have to do anything stupid. And he hasn't. He's moved on to 50 from 81. Wokes now. Short leg comes in, just slightly backward a square. And Wokes strikes this up to mid-on. And there is no run. 231 for 5. I mean, I think the other thing is that county salaries have just gone off the scale, to be honest. Always now come from short leg to silly mid-off. But Wokes drives pleasantly enough up to mid-off. There is no run.
Well, I mean, talented young people can probably make good money in other fields, and you've got to keep up with that.
It's a fair point. Look at Zafar Ansari.
Exactly,
defended to mid-wicket. And there is no run. Although,
I mean, their squads are probably bigger to cover the different forms of cricket as well.
Yep.
And like I say, it's not like in the old days when they only paid 5 months a year.
Yep. Jai Surya again. He's gone back to short leg. He defends again.
So how much do these guys make?
I think
roughly.
I think. Well, these guys.
So how much would
these guys
Stokes' salary?
Oh,
be?
Stokes is well.
Not Stokes. Sorry, Wokes.
Even Wokes is on a few $100,000 a year.
Yeah,
I mean, okay.
No, a few hundred. I mean, I think Root's on about 1.3 million, something like
sounds
that.
on his central contract.
Really?
But the point is, every county has got to pay. I believe they're knocking around $50,000 a year, possibly more than that for players, for 25 players.
Well, I was thinking that I remember reading a few years ago at one point, and it was before he'd really, I think, established himself as a player at Surrey, as a regular player at Surrey, Jason Roy, and he was on about 80,000 at that point. And I thought, well, that was what it was alleged anyway. You know, you can't necessarily. I mean, no one's going to offer up their exact.
I mean, compared to footballers, of course, it's nothing.
Oh yeah,
nothing at all. Because you know, footballers, you can't talk about monthly wages. You have to talk about weekly wages.
Indeed. Kamindo Mendes is going to come on, so a little bit of off spin.
Did you notice the umpires faffing with their right meters then?
Maybe that's why.
Of course, there's two different Mendeses, but I'm wise to their game now.
If you're bored or he should be now, this girl will put him right. And also left, she'll show him how. Just give her one night.
3 men out on the leg side for Smith. Mindo aborts his first delivery and then goes back and now bowls to Smith, who drops forward and defends back to the bowler. Now, if they have been told that you can't bowl pace men, not that they've got anyone particularly
but
quick.
I thought that's not how it works anymore.
Well, they may have just kind of got the hint from the umpires that they would have to go off. This is thrown up outside off stump. Width And Loopy and Jamie Smith says, thank you very much for that. And is that poor old Angelo Matthews? He's limping across from long off, I think, or mid off to get to that. They'd get back for 3.
No, we were talking about this earlier on. I don't believe it's now a decision. You can't just say, as soon as you say to the fielding side, you can only bowl spin. It becomes the fielding side's decision whether to play on or not. Because as soon as they want to stop, they just bring on a fast bowler.
Yeah, I know. So that's what I'm suggesting. Vishwa was bowling. Jaya Surya.
But that's my point. That is not the way they do it anymore. It's just if the light goes below a certain level, it doesn't matter if you're bowling 30 miles an hour.
Okay. We've got a slip and a leg slip for Wokes. And he's in again. It's way outside off stump, and forward comes Wokes, meets that nicely, but just steers it out to a man who's coming 20 to 25 yards from the edge of the boundary. They take another single. I would be inclined as Sri Lanka to actually keep my paceman on, or my paceman on, and go off. Driven by Smith. Lovely shot, this one. That one's going to go all the way to the boundary, is it? It's teasing a little bit, but it is indeed 4 more. England lead by 3.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
I mean, this is money for old rope for England, isn't it? Really?
It is, bearing in mind the way the field is set. It's just like saying, I don't know what it's saying.
I mean,
we're going to give you some runs and
I'm not sure you're seeing my point. As I understand it, it doesn't matter who's bowling. You see what I'm saying? Because if Sri Lanka could do what you're saying, they can decide whether they want to play on or not, which is unfair to the batting team.
Well, I think that is the rule. I thought that was the rule.
It certainly used to be, but I believe it's changed.
Okay, well, let's see if someone can confirm that. Check that out for us, because I thought that was the problem last night. Kamindu in bowls, onto the back foot goes Wokes defends. Smith it was. And there is no run. I thought that was the reason, because when England came out to bat, that they opened with spin, Sri Lanka, because if they'd opened with the pace bowlers, the umpires would have said the light is not good enough. I thought that's what. I think that's
better catch up on YouTube. Colin, suit to who? Supply and demand in the UK and Australia. The demand is getting less. I agree. We could talk about that at length. I've felt that for a while. Jeremy says I'm not correct, that England were told they couldn't bowl Wood yesterday. Well, it should be how I'm saying, is what I'm saying in that case. Because then I mean, I believe there was, imagine a situation where it's very tight towards the end and say you need 30 off 6 overs with 2 wickets left. But you're in this situation. If it looks like the batting team is going to win, the fielding team could just put a fast bowler on and stop the game.
Jayasuriya bowls to Wokes, goes back, giving himself a little bit of room, plays to extra cover. Yeah, but before what the change, as I understood it, was that the umpires now made the decision purely on their own, of their own discretion.
It's been that for a while.
Yeah, but before that, they would offer it to the batsman, wouldn't they? Jayasuriya bowls, onto the front foot comes Wokes. Which was
kind of the opposite problem, because then the batting team got to decide if he played on or not.
Exactly. That's right. And I mean, there's been less of that since we've had floodlights during the day.
We should say the lights have been on here for a good couple of hours.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Jayasuriya's into a 20th over. He's got a slip and a backward short leg. He bowls a beautiful ball.
That's another one.
Wokes has gone bowled off stump. That was almost a repeat of that Harry Brook dismissal. And England will think, my word, when he gets it right, he gets it very right.
Well, Bashir should be licking his lips and find a few of those.
So get on your bike and take a hike.
I think that's better.
Well, it was an identical shot, though, wasn't it, as well? It was an identical, slightly... well,
I think it's fair enough. You're going back to it, and you're not, because you know nothing's been turning, and you're not expecting it to do that. And I don't think you can play with in mind that it's going to do that. Because 99% of the balls aren't doing that. I think it's another good. I think it's another good ball. I think it maybe looked better because he didn't quite get his bat as quickly or as far across as even Brook did. But it was a hell of a ball. I think it was a little bit. Maybe started a little bit straighter as well. But anyway, he's bowled 2 absolute worldies.
Yes, I thought that was. I'd say it again. I thought that was even better than one before. Can't really blame the batsman too much for that one. Decent knock from Wokes. He's got 26. They would have put on 50 plus. And see what the rest of the tail can do. Colin does say on the back foot again. That's true, but Titmus. Oh, that's probably Fred. Yes, because we've talked about this.
Okay.
The scenario I'm putting up is what the current regulations are. This is going to happen sooner or later, where the fielding team is going to have the power to stop a game as soon as it looks like they're going to lose it. And that will happen sooner or later under these regulations.
But isn't that what I was saying?
Yes.
Yeah. He's in. Bowls to Atkinson is the new batsman.
New batsman.
Defends up to mid-on.
What's Gus going to do then, Hendo?
Well, Gus is a pretty attacking batsman when he gets the chance. He likes to play some shots.
Is he one of your lot? Is he
he's a Surrey. He's a Surrey boy. He goes back. He suddenly started pinging it through after that lovely slow one that turned to get the wicket.
Give the batsman a quick jingle.
Yep.
Gus Atkinson, he's not one to complain.
Jayasuriya in again. He always come back. Now that I wouldn't go back to, because that is much quicker through the air. It's much fuller, and he still went back. And he could have been, LBW as much as anything. But he has got bat on it. It's the end of the over. England lead by 3, but they are 239 for 6. And the tail is visible.
Yeah, I'll catch up on Twitter now. Jay says, I just want to see rivers of blood and piss running out of the Bramall Lane vomitoriums again. It was so sotto voce last season. Well, it would be when you're losing 8-1 every other week.
Oh, God, yeah.
Everyone was too depressed to fight. Couldn't beat the mighty QPR last week, even from 2-0 up. Farong says finances and Test cricket in general. Jay Shah, the new ICC CEO. So there'll be no red ball cricket for 3 months due to IPL, and to a lesser extent the SAFA IPL. He thinks the IPL's. In fact, he may be right. It's possible that the IPL is going to be even more matches next year. I agree with your actually. Yeah,
it's too long. I mean,
it's too much.
It's far too long. 239 for 6. I think. How long is it now? 8 weeks, 9 weeks, something like that.
It's a lot, and
Kamindu in bowls, and Smith decides to work this from outside off stump with a lot of bottom hand up towards the long on. Takes the single.
There's got to be saturation point, hasn't there, with this, with limited over cricket?
With everything, yeah. I think that the 100 is not the only franchise cricket that's struggling. I think they all are, apart from the IPL. And the IPL is probably still raking in the money, but I think it's lacking in quality now. They've added the teams and extending it. And
how much in the IPL? Because I don't watch it, but people watch it over here. Presumably, don't support a.
Kamindu in bowls. Oh, now Atkinson comes forward, gets his bat in front of pad, defends it back to the bowler, but he needed to get bat on that because it was dead straight.
So we don't support a particular team. Do the India? Is it the equivalent of football over there, where you can actually?
Oh, over there, it absolutely is.
So they very much support their team.
Well, some people are very attached to particular players, and if Virat Kohli moved from RCB to someone else, a lot of fans would start supporting that new team. But mostly, yes. Sorry, Hendo.
Atkinson off the mark by cutting out to deep point. England 241 for 6. I remember when people were talking about that cricket fandom had changed. Kamindu in bowls, and Smith goes back. He's going to get an easy single again, just running it slowly through mid-on. There's a man back on the fence. He comes into field. And I remember people saying, yeah, but the thing is, people now, they support players rather than teams.
This does happen in football globally. There are people who follow Cristiano Ronaldo from team to team, or Messi, or Mbappe.
Yep. Kamindu in bowls, throws it up. Atkinson eases forward, and he's going to get an easy single into the offside.
Yeah, because I suppose it does put a different perspective. I mean, I watch England, occasionally watch England limited over games, and obviously I'm behind England, so but I watch most games, and I suppose that's one of the reasons why I don't particularly care. I watch most games, not giving a shit who wins.
You mean cricket?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, but I guess if you do, then that's what makes it much more exciting. And I know the sort of kids from school, they go and support Yorkshire, and they want Yorkshire to win. So yeah.
Forced out to again the man on the cover boundary for another single. England 244 for 6. And I think I found myself doing that with 100. I don't really care who wins the 100.
No, it's all coming a bit too late, I think.
But I also I do like to watch some of my favourite batsmen. He hasn't proved to be a success at international level, unfortunately. I think he's been unlucky, James Vince, but he's a hell of a batsman to watch. He scored 430 runs in the 100, 150 more than the next highest scorer. And I think I made a point in the WhatsApp group the other day that, who would have thought it? Actually, if you play county cricket, which Vince does regularly, you're actually likely to bat better in T20 cricket if you have got the strokes as well.
Well, this is the basic thing with Vince. He looks great, but he gets out too often.
He does, yeah. I mean, I think I always feel like where it went wrong for Vince was 2017 in Brisbane. Onto the back foot goes Smith, and he tucks it away. He's going to get a couple here, I think, as a man runs round from deep mid-wicket to his left. And he was batting beautifully. That was the night that Gorilla was doing it live from the Groucho Club overnight in front of an audience of about 12. And he batted beautifully, and then he got that run out. That run, I think it was Lyon who ran him out, direct hit. He was batting with Stoneman, I think. And had he gone on to get 100 there, as this is defended by Smith, back to Jayasuriya, I just think his international career could have taken off then, but it didn't. And
I think we overestimate confidence in at the very top level.
Onto the back foot goes Smith. Forces. He's going to get 2 more, I think. That poor man at deep mid wicket.
I think he'd have got a longer go under the present regime as well, wouldn't he?
Absolutely. Totally.
It would if he'd been given the same number of chances as Crawley has, for instance. He'd probably still be playing now because he is a class act.
Yeah, I think so. Jayasuriya in again, bowls. He comes down the wicket. Smith, I don't know whether he saw him coming, but he pushed it a little bit wider of the leg stump. He still managed to steer it away through square. There is the challenge in the fitness area. Angelo Matthews to do the fielding,
and so arguably he would have played better under the new regime because he wouldn't have been too worried about failing.
Yep, absolutely. Left arm round the wicket, just a couple of steps, and then he gets into his delivery stride. There's another single up to long on. Smith has now moved on to 67.
I was just going to say, do you get the impression he's opening up a bit now? He's sort of thinking, into the tail of it here.
It could be. But I mean, they are very defensive. They have got a lot of men back, and he seems to be content to take a single a ball. And that's a pretty good scoring rate, isn't it? You don't have to, try and hit it over them for 6. 250's up, 251 for 6. Final ball of Jayasuriya's 21st over. And he's got 3 men round the bat for Atkinson, who just tucks a full one past all 3 of them. It means that someone has to scamper in off the boundary to field probably about 30 metres from the wicket. 252 for 6. Atkinson moves on to 3.
Pirate Bradshaw says franchise tulip mania only ends one way, and in many ways he's glad Cricket Ireland never got the Euro Slam off the ground. It's still notionally on the cards. I was also going to say there seem to be some very shonky competitions out at the moment, like the Cayman Islands T10. Who's paying for that? There's no one there.
Funnily enough, I did see someone. I've been to the Cayman Islands to see what their sporting infrastructure is like, and it's not good. Well, mind you, that was 20 years ago, but maybe it's improved. But as I remember, they didn't even really have a cricket ground in those days. Oh, hello. Someone's got an umbrella up.
Obviously got one now. Try and catch up with these. Matthew Cullen. Can we get live Gorilla again? Well, if anyone would host us, he would come and get battered and watch the cricket together.
Oh yeah, well we've always wanted to do that. We always want to go to pubs. We did explore it in 2000 and we were looking at 2019. Were we looking at it? But we only got a couple of offers from pubs, so it didn't seem. And the Bear was kind of protesting about taking all the equipment around the country.
Jez says when we did do the Ashes from the jet lag bar, it got pretty messy on occasions, which it did. Fred says, does anyone follow Imran Tahir from team to team? Probably just his family. You could always try to follow him on his celebration, chase him round the field.
Oh yes. He's still got a good celebration at, what is he, 42, 43 now?
43 now, probably.
The other Fernando is going to return, so we're going to have some quicker bowling, so it'll be interesting to see if this has any effect on the umpire, or maybe, it's because they've sensed that the light has improved a little bit. Who knows? Here comes Asitha, bowling to Atkinson. It's down the leg side. He tries to whip it on its way, but makes no contact. Chandimal makes a bit of a mess, but it's, to be fair, it bounced again before him, so it wasn't the easiest ball to take.
He slipped then, didn't he, as well?
Did he slip?
It must be a bit... It looks a bit
greasy.
Yeah. Farong is telling us just how bad the IPL is going to be. It's confirmed 84 matches next season.
What?
2026 they'll have 12 franchises, and by 2028 the plans are for 14 franchises.
Well, now here's an argument now against the 100, really, because as Fernando comes in again, if that's true, Fernando in bowls. I'm not disputing it. As this is pushed into the offside for a single. But if that's right, and it's going to go to 14 franchises, it's not that much less than 18 counties, is it?
The point is, though, Hendo, they're still only going to play 1 or 2 games a day. It's still going to take 3 months. You don't want a T20 blast that lasts 3 months, do you?
No, that's true. That's true. But the argument here is there aren't enough good players to go round to make it a good enough spectacle.
Well, that will bite the IPL if they expand that far. Absolutely, they've already suffered from expanding it to 10, so I think that will hurt its own product more than it will help.
In comes Fernando again, bowls to Atkinson. He bowls him a short one, but even the short one that goes down the leg side over his shoulder still bounces short of poor old Chandimal.
But will they not just keep doing it until they stop making more money?
Well, I mean, the thing is, most of the people who watch don't care about the quality. I don't want to be too disparaging of Indian fans, but they'll just watch it, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent.
Yeah, because they're supporting a team.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it's like, we watch football and,
yeah,
we don't like our team to play badly, but if you still get a 1-0 victory, you go home more happy than if you've played well and lost. Fernando bowls, pulled by Smith. That's his shot in front of square. He plays it almost with a straight bat, doesn't he? It's not so much of a cross-bat shot, but he's picked up 4 more.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And Jay does make a serious point, so
Good
I shouldn't
God.
engage that. He says he don't think Ansari left cricket for financial reasons. I would say yes and no to that. I think he's really thinking, yes, I could do okay out of this for 4 or 5 years, where he's gone into a career that he can do for his whole life. He's gone to the law, wasn't it?
It was law, or was he doing international relations or something like that? I mean, that's got to be more useful than playing cricket.
Yeah, and, his career is not then dependent on one international selector.
Yeah, and of course, he comes out of the game.
He didn't really have much of a franchise career ahead of him.
Not sure. Fernando bowls onto the back foot,
so.
Driven to extra cover. What was he? A left-arm spinner, wasn't he? Left-arm spinner who could bat a bit as well. I'm trying to remember. He did go on one tour, didn't he? One England tour.
Who are you talking about?
Zafar Ansari. I don't think Zafar Ansari was ever surely not the kind of player who was going to get T20 gigs.
Honestly, I don't know, because I didn't see enough of him, I think. I'm not sure. Maybe someone who saw more of him can maybe make a point about that. Fernando then in again, 3 for 67, bowling to Atkinson, is on to the front foot. Another
Smith.
easy single. It was Smith again, sorry.
Yeah.
quite similar in build, these two.
He's not having any trouble seeing it, is he, at the moment, Smith? He seems to be about to go up another gear to me.
I don't think he needs to, though. That's what I'm feeling, and I think he's just I think now at 72, you said to it, he got out in the 90s against the West Indies. I think he sees 100 here. And
well, I also think you're right in that Sri Lanka are giving him one, which I don't think is that smart. It's not like you're batting with number 11 here.
No.
One, Atkinson can hold a bat, and two, they've got to get 4 wickets at the other end. So just giving Smith an easy run of ball in the context, I don't think is a good idea.
Fuller ball, which Atkinson aims a drive at, but hits over the top of. Poor Chandimal is having an absolute nightmare now. He's not keeping badly, but it's a struggle for him because of what the ball's doing. There is a little bit of rain on the camera. There are 1 or 2 umbrellas up, so we may not be going to get through to the full 7:30 finish time tonight. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing because the game is quite nicely poised.
And because we can go and investigate the pubs of Peckham.
Exactly.
Yeah. Exactly. Well, an interesting point from Kieran on a separate topic, and this is something I think about sometimes. He says, I like session 3 after the Bears had a bit too much. It's much better. I want the opposite to TMS, not some shaky middle ground. I do know what you're saying, and I've talked about this a bit with people, that it really depends on what people are bringing as individuals. Some people want to do it in a team. I think the players are going off.
They are going off. Yep.
We can maybe. Well, let's review the state of the match first, then.
Well, England lead by 23, 259 for 6. I don't think Sri Lanka have bowled badly. I think they've bowled quite well. I think perhaps apart from Dan Lawrence, they've got wickets on merit rather than from poor shots. England haven't been particularly bazballish today. They've batted quite sensibly.
Well, they'll have scored about 4.3. Yeah. I mean, 5 years ago that would have seemed quite a lot.
But it's not
in moderate conditions.
But they've done it by taking a lot of singles today.
Yeah.
Rather than trying to, smash sixes. The covers are coming out now, so. Certainly the ones across the pitch will go
but
out there.
It was bad light that stopped the play, wasn't it? Which, bearing in mind that they didn't start till 1:15 and they've got a lot of people in the ground, it must seem a little bizarre that they're going off.
Well, I think once it starts to rain, you have to go off because.
Yeah, but they came off for bad light. It said.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
It does say bad light, even though you can see the spots of rain on the camera. So.
Yeah. So I don't think it would have been long, even if they hadn't come off for bad light. I think they would have come off fairly soon. We've seen good knocks. I thought Dan Lawrence batted pretty well. Ben
Could I just say, I don't think you would be quite so reasonable if you were there when Hendo.
I don't know because it looks like it's bloody freezing there. To be
honest.
Maybe
yeah.
I would look through the England lineup. Only Ollie Pope really failed. Duckett made 18. Lawrence 30. Ollie Pope was out for 6. He got a good ball from Fernando Asitha. Joe Root was looking pretty good. He was on 42 or 57 before he was caught behind by Chandimal or Fernando. Harry Brook, again, looking really good. He was on 56 when Jaya Surya from nowhere turned one past his bat for it must have turned about a foot maybe. Smith has gone on his merry way. He's batted very sensibly, 72 not out of 97. Chris Wokes batted well until he got a really good ball from Jayasuriya. He was out for 26. I suppose Fernando's been the bowler of the day. 3 for 68 for 14 overs. Jayasuriya's bowled 21 overs, 2 for 58. I suppose he's bowled the most memorable balls of the day. And the other Fernando Vishwa, left arm over the wicket, 13 overs, no maidens, 1 for 51. Rathnayaka on debut, batted well, bowled less well, none for 51. So England, 23 ahead? We wait to see whether we're going to get any more play tonight.
I would be surprised.
Yeah, I'd be surprised too. So let's have a little bit of a discussion then about what this most recent tweet was.
What I would say, I think, is that different people bring different things to the table, and actually, having a few beers and going off topic and being entertaining isn't quite as easy as you might think. Do you know what I mean? You can do it well and you can do it badly, and people like De Beer and yourself can do it well. A lot of people are more suited to being a bit more straight down the line. To be fair and not casting any aspersions, a lot of the younger people we get in are going to do it, but are really have a view to a broadcasting career, are trying to get some experience, are more likely to do it in a style that's leaning to be more professional. And that's what they're aiming for anyway.
Sorry, what started this conversation? I missed that, the original tweet about...
Yeah.
Why
Kieran said that he liked it when the Bears had a few drinks, and he wants the opposite to TMS, not TMS light, if you know what I mean. And I do sympathise with that. But it's you know, and Matthew says, can we have a drinking game for the commentators before they go on? And
so, was he suggesting that this is some aspect of this was TMS light, that people are...
I don't think he means today necessarily. I don't think it's an aspersion on anyone who's on today or at the moment. But it is something I've noticed at times. Sometimes it does come across a bit dry. And I don't want to be critical of anyone, but I would just make the point again that being entertaining and off the cuff and having had a couple of beers isn't something everyone can do.
No, but I think, you know, after you've been doing it for a while, and I always say that I think that the ball by ball is sacrosanct, and the point being that even if someone's talking over a ball, if you are the ball by baller, you just wait for them to finish, unless of course something amazing happens, and suddenly it takes out your off stump, and you just interrupt and go, it's gone, something like that, because you want to be quick on the draw of that. But I think, I mean, there are one or two people who will think, because of the ball by ball being sacrosanct, that they have to then talk over anyone who's actually talking at that moment.
I've certainly had issues with people who have moved on. You would be in the middle of a point and you would break off for them to do ball by ball, expecting them to go, hoping that they would go, and he's played it out to cover and there's no run, and you can get back on with what you were saying, and then they just go on for 2 minutes about something else. we all know who I'm talking about.
No, and also I think one of the other difficulties we've got here now, it's a strength and a weakness, is that we have some great contributors in far-flung places, but it's not always easy for them to get good feeds, and sometimes their feed will be off compared to ours here in the studio. And so if you've got someone doing ball by ball and they're 6 seconds behind you, you're sitting here sort of trying to fill in, and he doesn't realize, that person, or he or she doesn't realize that they're not, it doesn't sound very good, but they're not, because they're following their own feed.
No, of course, we're drawing the curtain back a bit here, but I don't think there's any harm in doing that every now and then when there's actually no action. People might find it interesting, but a lot of it is about how you interact with each other. A surprising amount of it, if I can give people any advice, you're going to do it, a surprising amount of it is about listening.
Yep.
Listening to the cadence of the conversation, realising when someone's in the middle of something, and okay, you have to break in to do ball by ball, but then kind of handing it back over to them. What I do a lot of the time, if I'm on ball by ball, is saying he's played that out to deep cover for a single, and I'll just leave a little beat, and someone might then come in. If they don't, I will then say something else.
Yeah.
So I will sort of go, and he's played that one out to deep point, pick up a single, beat. Either you say something or you don't, and then I might say, so where, what kind of bowling change you think they're going to make next, something like that. Yeah,
and I think it's very difficult. We have young people coming in, and we've got quite old people, and I enjoyed. I was basically, it was just, I think in the last test against West Indies, it was just me and Hector in the studio, and I think I thought we got on pretty well, considering. Maybe it's because he's old before his years and I'm still immature, but I don't know. But it was quite fun.
I think one of the things you're going to find is that you guys have known each other for a long time as a group of people.
Yeah.
And I've only been in a few times, but I know Hendo. If people don't know, we've been friends for
30 years now.
30 years, and we've been talking bollocks at cricket matches for years, and part of when I come on is just a bit of an extension of that, and hopefully is reasonably entertaining. But we say things to each other which obviously the younger members couldn't say, because it would seem disrespectful.
For sure.
So it's a generational thing, and it's also a sort of friendship thing, isn't it? That
Absolutely.
people,
I'm sure as you kind of find your way in, you will find it easy to talk with anyone. But for the moment, you'll find it easier to be on with Hendo because of that reason. You know each other. You can go back and forward. You know.
Well, it's partly that. I mean,
Yes.
I don't have a problem, but you're all extreme, amenable people, and it's easy to chat. But that's what if you want to listen to a dry cricket commentary, then you've probably got other places to do it. But what you're trying to provide is something slightly different, isn't it? And
hopefully. I mean, Matthew says, I don't think anyone's suggesting this is TMS light, but while I do enjoy the serious moments and the intelligent commentary, I do listen for the laughs in combination. Yes, of course.
And I mean, a lot of our laughs don't even come from us. They come from you as listeners. I mean, some of the tweets are tremendous. Some of the contributions
are terrible.
And some of them are terrible. And when Jay gets going at about 2:30 on a weekday afternoon, actually, even then, they are still entertaining.
It's a bit about how, I mean, I think the people here, from what I know, it's a bit like the way you take life. You make serious points, but you do it in an entertaining and slightly light-hearted way, because otherwise people don't take notice of it if you just pontificating all the time.
Again, without mentioning any names, we have had one or two people who haven't had a sense of humour. So that's difficult. But if I'm on with Tony and the Bear, we're all around about the same age, or you. I mean, you're younger than me, a lot younger. And what are you?
57.
No,
so
you're
I'm not much. I'm not much younger. Not much younger than anyone.
You just look a lot younger than me. Yes, I mean, someone like the Bear I've known for 10 years, 14 years now. 14 years now. So, absolutely. And I love it when I can be on with Tony, Grubby. Sometimes it's just you just get the right combination and you just feed off each other. But other times, especially if you're trying to bring someone new in and they don't quite know the ropes, it's a bit more tricky.
And that's totally understandable. Yeah. But that's when hopefully the more experienced of us can kind of help people through.
I mean, in the early days of the sofa, I must admit I found that a little bit tricky. If I was on ball by ball and I had a guest that I'd never met before, and I hadn't cadged up on a little bit, I found it a little bit difficult to sort of have a discussion point with them. But you kind of get used to that, and I suppose that fear with regards to that is that you forget something really important about them, and don't ask them about something. But it's tricky. I mean, I think some people don't quite understand the
dynamic,
the protocols really of not talking.
Yeah.
We all do talk over each other, and the fact is that especially if people don't come on that often, I think they want to make their contribution. So it's like they maybe talk more than they would do if they were a more regular person. But we cast the net far and wide now, and I think we have to make more changes and find new people more often than we used to do, because for me, I've had health problems and I've only done 3. This is only my third stint this year.
We are probably going to have to move physically quite soon.
We are going to have to move physically quite soon as well. I don't know where we're going when the Bear takes a pile of money for this place. But the thing is, you could say the game would probably be called off at this stage if we were going to have a 6:30 finish. But because of the rain this morning and the potential of going on to 7:30, I don't even know if would this extend it to possibly 8. I don't know. But there's no sense of the game being abandoned for the day, and again we're seeing just bad light stop play, and Kumar Sangakkara is standing out there without an umbrella, so that would suggest that the rain luscious
hair to keep him dry though.
He's gorgeous.
You do sometimes get the feeling though in these circumstances that it is inexorably heading towards we'll give it a go, we'll make it look as though we want to keep going, but in everybody else's best interest, let's just call it a day sometimes, don't you?
But I think to be honest, it's a very long day when you get this sort of situation. These guys get to the ground.
They've been there all day.
Yeah, they get there at 9 o'clock in the morning to do netting or warm-ups or whatever, and then they're not going to get away again until 8:30, 9 o'clock. And it's a long day. And if you haven't done much in the day, you're probably quite bored.
Yeah, I mean, look, you know, 9, 10 and Jack from England haven't done anything. They've had their feet up all day.
Yeah.
Potts and Bashir,
which can be a
and,
good thing.
Wood. Yeah.
Can be a good thing if you
And
need the
Sri
rest.
Lanka aren't going to be keen to. There's no gain for them to come out now, is there? Really?
Well, that's why they've been bowling 12 overs an hour all day. Yeah. Couple more
and you
comments.
can't blame them.
No. Yeah. Colin says the voices tell me to listen to GC. It's a good reason as any. Matthew, specifically, I listen for chances to request the Dane Pete jingle.
No.
Not happening.
No, not happening.
Hattie says, I love you all. Thank you, Hattie. See if we've got anything else on Twitter. Jay says, serious point, Ansari is a human rights lawyer. He earns bupkis.
What?
He means he doesn't earn very much.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
Is that Yorkshire? I don't understand that. Is that a Yorkshire phrase?
Bupkis isn't Yorkshire. Bupkis is a Jewish word, I think.
Oh, is it?
I think so.
All right.
Not serious point, he has the most headfuck jingle ever. Don't remember Ansari's jingle.
Oh. Yeah, I do vaguely remember that it was it had something about it, but I can't remember what it was. But yeah, that's absolutely true. I'm guessing the bear, who should be in by now, has probably gone to sleep.
Something come back in the cave.
What time is it now?
It's 20 past.
20 past. Well, we got to go in 10. I've got to go.
Well,
John's got to go in 10 minutes.
If you guys have got to go, we're not going to start again in 10 minutes. Don't worry about that. I think we should probably just put podcast on, and we might hang around here for half an hour just in case.
Right. Okay.
What podcast were we on before?
It was the Bishop and Bear.
Is that on
it
here?
It was episode 80.
Was that on this one?
Yeah. Where is it under? What's it come under? Is
Podcasts.
That'll be the one.
Yeah.
Resume
sounds good.
Yeah. How long has it got to go? Let's have a look. Press it and then see.
Bringing on board of Ian Bell. Bell.
It's quite
probably about 40 minutes. We'll stick this on for now, and
to be a mentor for Sri Lanka.
if that's it for now, we'll see you tomorrow.
We obviously saw Michael Hussey do something similar. He's joining the coaching staff for England against Australia, and I think it. I mean, do you think it takes away slightly from his England legacy to do that?
Not these days. You could say that about Brendan McCullum. You know.
Yeah, everyone does.
Oh, his first series was against New Zealand as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. So I think in the professional world these days, you pretty quickly get past that. I think Ricky Ponting is the only player I've actually heard definitively say, "Nah, mate, I couldn't do that."
Yeah, because
I mean, if it was England,
you wear the badge for your country, and kind of build that legacy, and to kind of hop onto the coaching staff for a different nation. In my opinion, at least, that's.
I have a lot of respect for Ricky Ponting for that in this day and age with the commercial reports, etc. The opportunities that really takes someone to just put their head up and say, I can't really coach anything against my own country. He's probably the first one, isn't it, Tony, to do that?
I don't know, but it somehow seems in character to say it's almost like I could do anything, but I won't do that. I would give anything for love, but I won't do that.
Like that.
And the one thing he won't do.
I mean, it's sort of different.
It's coaching.
We saw Jonathan Trott take the head coach role at Afghanistan. This is a bit different because he's only, from what we've seen, only been taken on board the Sri Lanka side for the England tour.
Yeah,
so that's what it's. Yeah,
a lot of people do that these days, don't they? It's like when we went out, more so in these competitions. Like we took on Kyron Pollard when we was at the World T20 recently, and you find a local conditions guy to kind of advise you on what you think the local conditions are. Now, maybe it's not that useful, but it feels that useful. And again, maybe as much a psychological crutch as anything else. It's like
we have Pollard.
We've got this guy
he's
on the
Pollard's still
inside,
got it, as we've seen recently in the 100. He's still got it.
Well, yeah, he should do. He's only about 37, isn't he? 37, 38.
Hitting Rashid Khan for 5 sixes in a row.
Yeah, in an over.
So tell us, chaps, about some of the new faces. So who have they called up? Ratnayake, Tharaka. They brought back Nissanka. And Jeffrey van der Sey, who's only ever played one test, that was back in June 2 years ago. He's also included. So who should we be looking after? I mean, the wonderfully named Milan Ratnayake. What do we know about him? right? Apart from the fact he's a right arm seamer.
Ratnaika is an all-rounder. They've actually tried to bring in someone like a seaming all-rounder who can bring some balance to the team. They've had some injuries. Dushmantha Chamira is off, and there's another left-armer who's not been able to make it. But I think they're starting to build the team around the old war horses. Angela Matthews still there.
I know, I love it, man. How old is he now? He's been playing forever. He started when he was about 16, though, didn't he?
He's 37.
No,
he's not like super old, but I mean,
he's had a few ups and downs, Bear. Like he's had lots of injuries, and then he had a bit of a team out when Chandika Singh was coaching. He had a few years out, but he's not giving up. He was someone who was deemed as the next sort of Sangakkara, Mahela Jayawardene era when they moved out. It was Dinesh Chandimal and Angela Matthews who were passed on the mantle. Unfortunately, they couldn't live up to that. Dinesh Chandimal is again a very stylish player who's not really proven himself in the highest level, so he's got something to say in his twilight years of cricket. So the two old war horses, along with former captain Timut Karunaratne, who's been a force to reckon with over the last year, being one of the top run getters across in Test cricket. Pathum Nisanka was in and out of the side, so he's back. He's actually hit a purple patch in the ODI stroke T20 series. They've got, and again the middle order is strong.
Nisanka's got potential to be like an all-format player for Sri Lanka over the next few years. But I mean, someone that I think for this series in particular will be one to watch is Jeffrey Van der Sey, because I mean, obviously that phenomenal performance against India, he's that rare commodity for a team as a leg spinner who's got control to give the ball air, good drift, good flight, and most importantly spin. So I think he'll be a force to be reckoned with in this series for sure.
6 for 33, didn't he take? Was it 6 for 33? He took India in Colombo. Was that in the ODI? One of the ODIs. And they were, there's 6-fers and there's 6-fers, but the interesting
top
thing,
order of the Indian team.
Yeah. Well, exactly. Yeah. We're looking at it now. Sharma, Gill, Kohli, Shivam Dubey, Shreyas Iyer and KL Rahul.
Yeah.
If you're going to knock over 6, that's not a bad 6.
Exactly.
And the irony is, he wouldn't have played. Sorry, son. He wouldn't have played if Warinda Hasranga was not injured. So again, another observation is that the lovely left arm spinning all rounder Velalage, he's not in the squad. So I think they're kind of keeping him as a one-day special. Now this boy, for me, is an absolute gem.
He's going to be a superstar.
And he's not there. So I think a player of that caliber would have been a nice addition. So that's a sort of a.
What happened to Embal Denya? I remember in that series, I think it was during lockdown when they were played at Gore, the one where Joe Root went over and personally thanked the one fan that was there. It was the England guy at the top of the fort. But didn't although England won, I seem to remember Embal Denya took an absolute hatful. Why is he falling away from the reckoning?
I think the thing is, he obviously took some great wickets in that series, but he had a few poor performances. I think it was in the Bangladesh series and in the first test in a series against Australia, so he was dropped from the squad subsequently. But he's one of many Sri Lankan spinners who just haven't really been able to cement the place, unfortunately.
And just on that, basically, there's Prabhat Jayasuriya's rise has been coincidental with Embal Denya's downfall. So he's the other left armer who's come in and put his hand up and brought in some great performances. And it's just one of those things. I guess.
Is it a question as always with? Is it politics as well going on in the background about who's in and who's out?
I mean, Sri Lankan cricket, there's always politics.
But
in this instance, I think it's more to do with performance. Perhaps he was not available for a tour or so, and somebody is coming up and putting their hand up. And then again, they don't want to have. It's a bit like Akshar Patel and Jadeja, two left armers, similar type of bowlers and batters. So you don't want to have them in the same side.
Yeah,
so
he was just quite out of depth in that series against Bangladesh and Australia as well. So he had somewhat of a run, but unfortunately just wasn't consistent enough to stay in the picture. But the corruption has always been an ongoing predicament for Sri Lanka cricket. the government obviously getting involved and taking money from the ICC, and well, hopefully they're rebuilding from that now.
Well, I mean, this is it, and I think about that is I think, you know, our man who's in the Bangladesh rickshaw union, BRU, Farong, how he feels. I wonder, you know, Bangladeshi cricket might calm down a little bit now just because the political government is out. Maybe there's a whole change and slew of people who are possibly getting backhanders or in positions because of government favour, etc., etc. Whether that'll, you know, chill out.
Yeah, well, unfortunately,
it might change over there.
In global sport, it's a very common thing. I mean, it's not related to cricket, but there was, I think, a Somali female runner who was put forward, and the government actually had to apologise because she came 22 seconds in on a timing for a 100-metre race. So there's definitely a lot of.
That was at the Olympics, wasn't it? Yeah. I saw that.
Yeah, that nepotism and corruption really is quite prevalent.
Well, it's like ray gun, isn't it, from the Australian? And should you have actually been at the Olympics? But if you could, I mean, I immediately thought after the Olympics, what can I do to get myself to the Olympics? It was like fantastic.
And you suddenly thought you'd become a good. If you can't fall in the IPL, you want to be a break dancer. Is that what you're?
No. I figured I could.
I reckon you could do it.
No. I figured sports I could do at 53 that I could get to the Olympics, and I thought maybe I could do clay pigeon shooting. I could probably do that. You could probably get good enough at it without becoming super fit. A lot of practice, probably quite expensive.
Darts should be an Olympic sport.
Well,
I think you're seriously missing out there.
Yeah. We're surprised to see skateboarding on there as well.
Yeah, well, skateboarding is pretty good. I quite enjoyed skateboarding. Yeah. Anyway, this is a cricket podcast, aren't I?
I think the best definition of a sport and what is or isn't as a sport is if you can play it with your slippers on, it's not a sport.
You could probably do clay pigeon shooting with slippers
well, that's
on,
true.
You know.
Yes, I suppose you could. Yeah,
quite a few sports you could probably do. You could probably play table tennis in your slippers.
Well, you can't do You can't do mountain climbing with your slippers, and that was also there.
Right, let's get back on topic. So,
what is just on that topic, Tony? Sorry, on like Ambulden
in
2023. Sorry, he's had a bit of an injury and was ruled out for 6 weeks.
Right.
So that's the time that actually Prabhat Jayasuriya had come in and done the performance, and I guess now he finds it difficult to knock him out. So that's where we stand with Ambulden.
So what does interest me is how they're either about to restructure because Sri Lankan cricket, because it does seem to me like it mirrors a lot of the conversations that we're having here in the UK. Less teams with better players playing more intensive first class cricket as opposed to more teams playing less competitive first class cricket. Basically, I can't remember who the guy was. I'm trying to find it here as I'm talking with some head of the Sri Lankan Executive Committee was basically saying most foreign players signing here are mediocre and that doesn't serve any purpose. You have enough and more players and they're being deprived of that opportunity. This name is somebody called Mr. Dodonwella.
Dodonwella, yeah, that's the politician.
What do you think, in a first class structure? I can't imagine there's any foreign.
Yeah, so I mean, previously there were 26 clubs that had first class status, but they kind of reduced it down to 15, I believe.
Yeah.
But I mean, on top of the political interference, there's also the funding issues too. So I mean, that occasionally kind of hampers with the smooth functionings of the first class system in Sri Lanka. But yeah, it's something that we've got to hope improves.
So what's the National Super League then? Because I've noticed that there's a 3-day first class game, and there's a 4-day first class game, and I'm not too sure the 4-day one, which is I think called the National Super League, that seems to be the likes of Colombo, Gaul, Kandy. And then the other one is your nondescripts and your Sinhalese sports clubs and all these other names that you kind of get to know when you're sort of reading about.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, the first class space, there's teams like the Sinhalese Sports Club, Tamil Union, More Sports. They've traditionally dominated. It's always been those three teams typically, but there's been a rise recently from less government clubs and sports, such as Regama and Panadura. So there's been a lot of heavy investment.
Oh, well, players ended for the day. Just thought I'd come back and let you know. If anyone's still listening. It's raining now at Old Trafford. So that's it for the day. England lead by 23 runs, and I got the hiccups. So we'll see you tomorrow morning at about 10 to 11. Don't think there'll be an early start. If there is, I guess we'll let you know and we'll get here earlier. But until then, it's goodbye from everyone here. Although I'm the only person left, everyone else is fucked off. So lovely. Bye.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla
Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara,